Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy becomes youngest warlord? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was exceptionally ornate, intricately designed with golden swirls curving into a stiff ivory envelope. On the smooth side, black letters in the typical font of marine posters stamped out, Strawhat, Monkey D. Luffy. The flap of the envelope was sealed with glittery navy blue wax, the emblem of the world government pressed firmly in the center. I believe I know what this is, Luffy, Robin stated as she examined the envelope that was delivered to them by a news coup just moments ago. Awfully bold of them to send this just after we declared war on them, Zoro said, arms folded as he frowned at the envelope as if it personally insulted him. In a way, it was sort of an insult, wasn't it? Imagine asking a notorious crew to join you after you attempted to execute two of their nakama. It was an outright stupid and foolish decision. They're terrified of us, I'm sure of it, Nami said, running the tip of her finger along the golden tracks. I wonder if this is real gold. Ow! Not all of us are mind readers, Nami-sis. Frankie exclaimed, holding Chopper up on his shoulders so he could peek at what everyone was looking at. Mind telling us what you're telepathically communicating about? Ah, sorry Frankie. It's just that Luffy received an invitation to join the 7 Warlords. A beat of silence. Ihia? Sanji and Usopp exclaimed in shock, passing through the doors of the Sunny's galley at the same second. Nami gave her explanation to Chopper and Frankie, who also gave out the same shocked exclamation. WWW wait. Usopp stuttered, hands stuck out in the front of him and waving for everyone to pause. Luffy? A warlord? That's absurd, Sanji finished, lighting a smoke. Especially considering what just happened. We should just throw the letter away. Luffy's not gonna accept. Right, Luffy? Nami looked at her captain who was sitting on the swing and gently pushing himself back and forth. I thought all the positions were filled already? Luffy questioned, tilting his head to the side. No, there's only 6. Remember Crocodile who you beat up like 4 months ago? He was a warlord, and because of his whole taking over an entire kingdom and driving them to civil war thing, the position was revoked. Usopp answered. Ah yeah, the Sandman with the Bananawanis. Is that really how you remember him? Usopp's sweat dropped, remembering how tough an opponent he was to beat. Of course, they've beaten far stronger people than him since then, but Crocodile was their first real taste of what the rest of their journey would look like. Surely a struggle and beatdown like that would be memorable. Why should I remember a guy who hurt my friends aside from knowing whose face to beat up? Fair enough. He also stabbed me in the stomach, poisoned me and tried to drown me in a whirlpool of sand. He did what? Ignoring Crocodile, Zoro waved his arm as if to physically dispel the man from the presence of the ship. What do you plan to do, Luffy? The invitation was to you, not us, so only you can decide if you want to join them or not. We'll have no choice but to follow. Are you seriously entertaining this shitty moss? After what they've done to Frankie and Robin-chan? Sanji growled, lifting his leg up. Zoro's correct. Robin said. The invitation was given to Luffy, ergo it's his choice. We can give the opinions we wish, but ultimately, the final say is Luffy's. This seemed to placate Sanji as he put his foot down, but he still shot Zoro a nasty glare. Robin, open it. Luffy said. Some of the crew members had startled, interpreting it as the possibility of Luffy saying yes, but Nami held up a silencing hand and was quick to remind them of what Robin and Zoro had just finished saying. The letter itself was also a stiff and crisp ivory, bordered in gold, and a stamp of officiality shimmering brightly at the bottom caught Robin's eye long before the words themselves. It was simple and elegantly designed. Robin briefly wondered if such a standard of beauty was applied across all invitations, or was such a privilege given only to Luffy as a way to ease into this. I will read the letter out loud, Luffy-san, so it is best that you pay attention. Robin said as she briefly glanced over the letter. The words were thin and curly, phrased in a sophisticated manner that the archaeologist knew that her captain, would have a struggle reading. Greetings Monkey D. Luffy, she began. Greetings Monkey D. Luffy. It is with a certain level of hope that this letter finds you in good health. Following your declaration of war against us at Enies Lobby, it has been unanimously decided that an olive branch be extended towards you in the form of an invitation to join the 7 Warlords of the sea. Your very presence poses a threat to the peace and justice that the Marines of the world government are obligated to uphold. No further elaboration on this point will be given, as it is true without question. Of course, a pirate of your caliber would see being viewed as a threat as exciting and worth celebrating. However, this is a serious matter that necessitates critical thinking. Given that the 7 Warlords is a facet of the 3 great powers that falls under the jurisdiction of the world government, there are several duties and requirements that you must uphold and fulfill. Your duty would be to apprehend notable pirates or any other criminal, whether that be bounties you pursue on your own or any bounties that the world government has specifically requested of you to pursue. Whether you turn in the Afrendi alive or dead is of little to no consequence. To keep your position, you are required to turn in 20% of any profits that you make from bounty hunting or any other activity, attend all warlord meetings to which you are summoned and to fight in all battles and wars on behalf of the world government should your presence be requested. Standard benefits following the agreement to these terms are as follows: a frozen bounty and freedom to pursue any activity that you wish without marine interference provided said activity does not directly oppose the world government. You are permitted to ask for other additional benefits as long as they are reasonable. Keep in mind that failure or violation of your duty and requirement results in the position's immediate rescindment. Under normal standards you are able to make an appeal to keep your position, but as for you Strawhat Luffy, no such grace will be given. Should you accept the position, you will be taking the place of Sir Crocodile whose position was revoked for reasons you're well aware of. See to it that you understand that this is a mutually beneficial partnership that takes everyone's best interest into heavy consideration. A swift and clear response is expected of you. Regards, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Regards, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. She concluded. Once Robin had finished reading, the deck of the Sunny remained quiet, each Straw Hat pondering on what Sengoku had to say. There were various facial expressions situated across each Straw Hat ranging from annoyance to thoughtful consideration. Usopp was the first to voice his opinion. I think the letter could use some work, he said. The transition between the first and second paragraph is way too abrupt. Who goes, USCK, anyways here is what the job we're offering you entails. Nami groaned. Seriously, Usopp? Of all things to focus on, you choose poor transitioning. Hey, DLVRY can make or break a case you know. Usopp raised his hands up and turned his head slightly. Chopper raised his hoof up, then answered. I know that the Marines are awful, but I genuinely don't understand why accepting would be a bad idea. We can still do what we want. Not quite, Zoro said. Luffy be the dog of the government, having to answer to their every beck and whim. He'd have to drop everything he's doing to attend some meeting with stuffy Marines and other dogs, let alone fighting on their behalf. Not to mention giving up our treasure, Nami interjected. Oi, you calling Mihawk a dog? I'm sure the man who nearly bisected you wouldn't appreciate that comment. Sanji said in his usual attempts to PSS off Zoro. Shut the hell up, love cook. That's not what I meant and you know it. Slash. Kick. Swing. What is with men and their frustrating ability to hone in on the wrong DMN point? Nami growled out, all shark teeth as she punched Zoro and Sanji on their heads. A red-hot goose egg appeared on both of their scalps, steaming. You're really quiet Luffy bro. Frankie said. Are you thinking up a super way to say yes or no? He wished it was no. Those Marine BSTRDS could take their suggestion and shove it up their buttes. Nami and Sanji both grimaced at the prospect of saying yes, but just as Zoro said, it was ultimately Luffy's choice. Deep down, they felt that Luffy would say no. He had to. It was simply not in his nature to follow anyone except his own desires. Luffy, who was as expansive and all-encompassing as the sea, obeying and healing to no one. He was a storm and all anyone who was whisked in his presence could do was ride the wave and trust that they wouldn't capsize under all who he was. Aligning himself with the Marines would be a suffocation of that storm and a betrayal of his own moral standing. Wouldn't it? I'm thinking, Luffy said, how joining would help my nakama. Another beat of silence. What? The Straw Hats exclaimed collectively. Sans Robin and Zoro was silent and eyebrows only rose in surprise. The Marines hurt my nakama, but they also have secrets my nakama wants. So if I become a warlord, then my nakama would be safe to go and take what they want from the Marines without risk of getting hurt. And then once they take what they want, I'll resign. But, what about you? Nami asked. What about me? I don't care about what the Marines want, but if it will help my nakama achieve their dreams, I'll do it, and if they don't I'll say no. Zoro was half right and half wrong. I do get the final say as captain, but what good is a captain say if his decisions are selfish and hurt his nakama? Following people just because they're your leader is stupid. You have to like them and trust that they'll take care of you too, otherwise there's no point. His gaze flickered to Usopp, Robin and Nami as he said this. Well, there are several historical documents hidden away in Marineford that I would very much like to take a look at, Robin said, breaking the silence in the face of Luffy's rather sound logic. Getting a head start in knowing any bullshit fruit powers those Marines have will allow us better preparation, Zoro grumbled, remembering how that Marine with the rust fruit suddenly came out of nowhere and killed Yubashiri. If I can acquire seastone bullets, Usopp trailed, his line of thinking following Zoro's. Nami put a hand under her chin. Borrowing money from their treasuries doesn't count as directly opposing the world government, right? Plus we can make any extra request we want. Nami couldn't believe she was actually considering this, but if Luffy wasn't totally opposed then she wouldn't mind taking advantage of the opportunity. Chopper wanted medicine, Sanji wanted recipes and maps, a reason Nami also agreed with, and Frankie said he didn't want anything from the world government, what he wanted they couldn't give him back, but was willing to take whatever it was that would help his Nakama achieve their dreams. As each Straw Hat listed wanted what they wanted, Luffy's smile only grew bigger and bigger, assuring himself that he made the right decision. It's settled then. Luffy exclaimed, jumping from the swing and pointing his hand in the air. I'll accept. Sanji-kun, please get some paper and a pen for Luffy to write his response and turn on the kettle for a cup of tea. I have a headache. Nami said. Right away. Nami-swan. Sanji clasped his hands together, hearts in his eyes and all around him as he twirled towards the kitchen. Stupid love cook. Zoro muttered under his breath and rolled his eyes, too quiet for the blonde chef to hear. Once Sanji had gotten the paper, all the Straw Hats sat around the kitchen table to help Luffy construct a response. After several minutes of bickering, fighting over who got to write it, as Luffy's handwriting was absolutely atrocious, spilling ink and Nami punching Zoro and Sanji for wasting it, a letter was finally constructed. Usopp was the one who wrote the response. I'm not writing this over. Usopp said flatly, looking at his once neatly written letter ruined by Luffy stretching over the table and splattering ink to scribble a postscript message to Garp. He ended up sliding the paper across the table just as Zoro was resting his cup down, which, by a miracle, resulted in a stain around the Jolly Roger rather than through it. Usopp managed to find a space to squeeze in an apology for the mess so they wouldn't seem completely barbaric. Robin folded the letter neatly once the stain had dried and slipped it into a standard envelope, liked the edge and sealed it. On the smooth side, Usopp wrote Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It was by no means as beautiful looking as the invitation, but it was sufficient. It took about 20 minutes for the news coup to return, expecting a response. Luffy handed the news coup the envelope and it flew off to deliver the package. Suddenly, Usopp screamed, dropping to his knees and causing some of the other Straw Hats to jump. What, Usopp? Sanji barked out, worried. I made a spelling mistake. Usopp clutched at his face. Oh, I thought it was something serious. This is serious. I think I'm gonna die of embarrassment. As each Straw Hat attempted to console Usopp, the only thing Zoro was thinking about was how everything was going to change from now on. Sengoku wasn't expecting a response. Not after the utter disaster that happened just a little over 3 weeks ago. It was a foolish idea, he must admit, but it was an idea that Garp simply would not stop pressing him about. The Fleet Admiral knew Garp only did it to ensure that some semblance of safety would befall on his grandson, and it was for that reason alone he shot it down initially. Yet, the more Sengoku thought about it, the more beneficial it seemed for a superpower like Straw Hat to be at least generally aligned with the Marines. Garp supplexed a desk out of happiness when Sengoku told the Vice Admiral that he agreed to send out an invitation. This doesn't mean I expect a response from them, Sengoku said. They may very well just ignore it and send no reply. Garp shrugged. You'll never know if you don't try. When an officer came to deliver a letter to him, Sengoku didn't think much of it. He had letters delivered to him daily. Some of which he straight up ignored, knowing what to expect, and the majority of them he briefly skimmed. Rarely there was a letter he read in its entirety. He stuffed a rice cracker in his mouth, opened up the partially torn envelope and promptly spit all of the soggy crumbs onto his desk. Greetings, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We, the Straw Hat Pirates, write this letter on behalf of our captain, Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy, to confirm that he has agreed to accept the position as a warlord of the sea. He understands his duty and the consequences of not following through and has expressed willingness to fulfill the requirements expected of him. Regarding the extra benefits, he has requested that not only his bounty be paused but also the bounties of all members of his crew be paused as well. He also requests that a buffet of primarily meat be provided for him at any and all warlord meetings he is summoned to. Should anything else come to Luffy's mind, we will notify you. Apologies for the ink stain and tea stain. Regards, the Straw Hat Pirates. It was messy and smelt of orange cinnamon, but it was an acceptance. Sengoku sat back in his chair in disbelief, running his hands through his afro as far as it could go before it got stuck. This was good. This was a good thing that was happening, and mentally Sengoku thanked Garp for his insufferable insistence. They finally had some sort of leash on that storm of a pirate. But Sengoku was a realist, not an idealist. There was no way that this wasn't a two-edged sword. He didn't know the reason why Luffy would accept. The more logical side of him grew suspicious and felt they only accepted to perhaps try to further a goal of some sort, and the fleet admiral wondered if he allowed Garp to persuade him into outsmarting himself. On the other hand, Luffy could no longer directly oppose the world government without repercussions and had no choice but to fight the battles requested of him. As for the extra requests regarding food, Sengoku didn't have much of an issue fulfilling it. Hawkeyes and the Pirate Empress always requested wine. As for freezing the bounties of his entire crew, Sengoku supposed he'd have to allow it. It was the only way to get Strawhat to fully agree. What was meat and extra frozen bounties in comparison to having a modicum of control, or the illusion of it? Either one was better than nothing. Sengoku should have had the foresight to bolt his desk down to the floor before breaking the news to Garp. The Vice Admiral suplexed his desk and threw it into the wall out of happiness. Finally! It was about time my idiot grandson listened to my advice. Garp exclaimed with laughter, eating all of Sengoku's rice crackers. I have a feeling I made a mistake, Sengoku sighed, taking a bite out of the last cracker left in the box chapter text. It only took a day and a half before the news crews were deployed to spread the good word through the 5 oceans of the globe. Some would look at the paper and think who, while others would take it in stride, shock, or fear. These were the people who didn't know Luffy, more so they knew the destruction and chaos he caused in the past and was capable of causing in the future. They only knew him by action, which, to be honest, action is all Luffy ever was, whereas those who knew who he was beyond his fists and feet all reacted with excitement. Shanks, for one, looked at the front of the newspaper proudly. That little anchor was on his way to becoming a great pirate just as he promised. Monkey D. Luffy accepts Warlord position. Written by Big News Morgan. This just in. Supernova member Monkey D. Luffy has accepted the position as the 7th Warlord of the Sea, replacing Sir Crocodile after his dishonorable discharge. Such a decision is unprecedented, especially following the mass destruction at Enies Lobby and one of the Gates of Justice just 3 weeks prior. What does this mean for the rest of the world when one of the most notorious rookie crews out there align with a power so wholly against them? Not the course I'd thought he'd take, but it's still pretty exciting to see he's become strong enough to be worthy of the position, Ben Beckman said. Either that or Enies Lobby terrified them so much they're trying to put a cap on him. Knowing Luffy, he probably doesn't care about Warlord stuff at all and is just doing it for his nakama. Lucky Roo laughed. I have to agree with you there, Roo. Shanks smiled, his eyes crinkling upwards. The anchor isn't too keen on following the rules of some stuffy assholes. I'm partly convinced it was his crew who convinced him to take the position so they could take advantage. Bold of you to assume that the Warlords actually listen to the Marines in general. Luffy's not gonna be the odd one out with that. Whatever the case may be, it's gonna be interesting to see what Luffy does next. Yasopp grinned. It sure is. Let's raise a cold one for Luffy. Kampai. Shanks raised up a bottle of sake. Kampai! Exclaimed the crew, raising up their own bottles. They took a collective swig of their drinks and let out a hearty exhale. I have to say, Luffy's timing is phenomenal. Lucky Roo said, ripping a chunk of meat off the bone. It was amazing how the rotund man never tired of the protein despite always being seen eating it. What do you mean? Shanks asked, wiping the liquor draining from his mouth with the back of his hand. I'm sure Ace is celebrating too with Whitebeard. Weren't we going to visit the old BSTRD? I mean that respectfully, don't give me that look, Hongo, anyways to get him to talk Ace down from hunting Blackbeard? Why don't we go over there and throw a huge party? Maybe the jovial mood'll make him more receptive to us. Bonus points if Ace hasn't left yet, then we can talk to the little firecracker ourselves. Provided that they weren't too late. If Whitebeard permits, Yasopp said. Whitebeard wasn't the type to take too kindly to other people telling him or his family what to do. He was fiercely protective of their agency like that. Ah. Yeah, you're right. Hey Ben. How far away are we from that island with the good sake? Shanks yelled out to his first mate as if there weren't a multitude of islands that Shanks dubbed with such a title. For a pirate of high caliber, his standards for what accounted as good sake was painfully mediocre. Maybe even below such, but Shanks was never a man that was too difficult to please. Ben blew out a puff from his cigar. Too far to turn around, but don't worry, I bought extra so we have enough for now and the party. Good. Yasopp, ring up Whitebeard and tell him I'm coming over. Ace. Check this out, Marco said with a knowing smile, tossing a rolled newspaper all the way up to the crow's nest. Thanks, Mark. Ace said, sticking his hand out to grasp it. He'd temporarily stopped his search after happening to come across his crew again on several islands away from Bonero, which is where he was headed. That's where the latest lead on Marshall, no, Blackbeard was. It raised suspicion in Ace how his crew were so close to him, but the pirate ended up wringing it out of his brothers that they'd been trailing him from a distance for a while now. Ace couldn't decide whether he wanted to be offended or grateful, but he couldn't voice either opinion as they immediately bombarded him and forced him to spend the weekend, eat some good food and sleep in an actual bed for a bit. Let him download and relax for a bit before going out again, get his strength up and maybe update them on how things were going with his self-imposed hunt. After the first 3 times, they stopped trying to convince their brother to give up the search and let Whitebeard deal with the traitorous rat BSTRD. It was something that Ace had set his mind and soul to, and once such a thing was set, no one could stop him. Their only choice was to watch, guide and assist where they could, leaving their arms open to embrace Ace when he officially came back home. Ace eventually decided he was glad they'd crossed paths at this time, because what the 2nd Division commander was looking at was currently unreal. There was a few seconds of silence, a few seconds to process exactly what his eyes had shown him before a "holy shit what" rang out across the entire deck of the Moby D dash. Gurararara. Whitebeard laughed, slapping his knee like the old man he was. What's gotten you all fired up today, Ace? The 2nd Division commander leaped down from the crow's nest and landed with a hearty thump. Luffy just accepted a position in the Warlords. Makes sense. That little brother of yours sure is something, breaking up Enies Lobby like that, you are. Marco smiled at him. Man, if you accepted when you had the chance, maybe the two of you could have been warlords together, Haruta teased, jabbing his elbow into Ace's side. Then wheezed when Ace violently jabbed back. You don't seem particularly excited, Aizu noted. Ace ran his fingers through his hair. It's not that I'm not excited. I'm actually proud of the little crybaby for making it that far. What I don't understand is why he would accept. Luffy isn't the type of person to restrict himself like that. Plus, the warlords are weirdos. I don't want my little brother in the presence of those freaks for a single second. Except maybe Jinbei. He's pretty cool. Aw, is someone jealous? Haruta sing-songed. It's okay if you're experiencing regret. Everyone has those moments sometimes. In the distance, there was the purururu of a transponder snail and Whitebeard went to go answer it. Shut up, Haruta. Ace said, jabbing the shorter man again, hard enough that he was sent to the floor with a groan. Anyways, I just hope Luffy knows what he's doing. You're being awfully cheeky, brat. Calling me by my first name like that. Whitebeard said in the distance. You're worried about him. That's a good thing, Aizu smiled, keeping his focus on Ace. Keep that worry in your heart to remind yourself how Luffy would feel if he ever found out you were making highly questionable decisions. Ace narrowed his eyes. I sense passive aggression. Haruta popped up from the ground and wrapped his arm around Ace's neck. I think this calls for a celebration. You just want an excuse to drink. Ace laughed. No, I agree with Haruta. Whitebeard said with a grin, rejoining the conversation. Now you definitely just want an excuse for a drink. I'm nurse. Your nurses are beyond tired of being ignored. Bah! They'll forgive me anyway, and why wouldn't I drink? That red-haired brat is coming over for a celebration, and who am I to say no to one of the greatest partiers on the Grand Line? As the crew broke out into a festive mood to celebrate their 2nd Division commander's little brother's success, Ace hoped quietly in his heart that Luffy would be okay. He just agreed to step into the folds of a pretty much different breed of pirates. He let out a breath and tried to be optimistic. Luffy was strong and had a strong crew that cared about him. They'd protect him and watch over him should anything go pear-shaped. Marco came up to him and patted him on the back. Luffy will be okay, you are. I can feel it. The kid's too scrappy to get stomped out. Yeah, I agree. Ace smiled and downed a mug in celebration of Luffy. He was glad he decided to spend the weekend home. He wasn't sure what he was going to do if he found out this news by himself on the striker. Maybe he'd stop the boat in shock, topple over the side and drown to death in the bottom of the sea. Wouldn't that be an embarrassing way to go? Though now a new thought crossed his mind. Should he stop looking for Blackbeard and go see Luffy, or should he continue his pursuit? Ace was not 100% sure if Blackbeard knew or didn't know of their relation, so would ignoring him in favor of Luffy put an unnecessary target on Luffy's back? What if Blackbeard tried to target Luffy afterwards to get the position himself? Blackbeard seemed like the type to do such a thing even if Ace wasn't sure becoming a warlord was his goal. He rubbed a thumb across the bull's skull hanging from his hat in contemplation. I need a belly. Ace called out, turning back towards his crew. Heads he visited Luffy, tails he continued searching for Blackbeard. Vista threw a coin without looking back. When Ace flipped it, it landed on heads. No. Curly Dayton of the MT Kalubo Bandits was not crying, thank you very much. Rivers of tears were certainly not pouring from her brown eyes, which she had to use several napkins to dry up. The newspaper rested in front of her, droplets of salty yet happy not tears wettening the pages. That DMN brat. He actually went ahead and did it, she exclaimed, wiping more tears. When Dayton was saddled with Luffy by that thrice-dead Garp, she'd never expected that she'd grow so attached to the rubber boy who was like sunshine along with his firecracker and moonlight brothers. Without intending to, they'd weaved her way into her heart and hung there like the red beads that dangled from her neck and sat upon Ace's head. Luffy was carving his way through the ocean in a manner that reminded her of how she carved her way through the mountains, wild and carefree with only her goals and her family on her mind. Good. It was the only way that Luffy was meant to be. I can't tell if you're angry or glad, Dogra commented, though his typical neutral or downturned expression was raised in a grin at seeing Luffy's smiling face plastered on the front cover. He'd really been making headway, wasn't he? It wasn't that long ago Dayton was crying over Luffy getting a 300 million belly bounty. At this rate Luffy might inadvertently cause her to die from dehydration. Makino giggled at the older woman, knowing that Dayton was truly glad for Luffy. Pride swelled within her own chest seeing just how much Luffy had grown. He became such a strong boy, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Makino knew within her heart that the decision he made to join the Warlords was not for himself but for his precious Nakama. She was sure Ace was proud of him wherever he was and that if Sabo was alive, he'd be proud of his little brother as well. Should I serve up a round of drinks? Makino asked, already setting up the mugs. I'm sure this calls for a celebration. I need a cigarette, Dayton said, pulling the rolled-up stick from the box in her pocket. This boy can't keep doing this to me. What? Making you proud? Magra asked, watching Makino hit the tap and let the frothy booze spill in the cup before letting out a yelp as Dayton lifted him up by the neck of his shirt and barked out empty threats, still crying. Makino giggled again, the bar becoming far warmer when those born of the land were singing songs of those born of the sea for Luffy. Sabo rarely ever saw Dragon read the World Economic newspaper. 90% of the time, it was less actual news and just marine propaganda. Trash specifically designed to paint the world government as heroes of the planet while strategically sweeping under the rug their own atrocities. Either that or manipulating events achieved by other persons, particularly pirates, to elevate the government's own name and highlight their ability to cleanse the world from the corrupt. Therefore, when the chief of staff walked into Dragon's office, and actually saw him smiling at the WEN, well, there was no way Sabo could pass up an opportunity to ask. The blonde rested his report on the center of the desk and guided the hot cup of coffee into Dragon's already outstretched hand then said, "This is quite the uncharacteristic expression you have. Especially considering what you're looking at." Wordlessly, Dragon handed the paper over to Sabo and took a sip from his drink. Sabo's eyebrows raised in surprise at the cover. It was the pirate supernova Monkey D. Luffy. He was given an invitation to the Warlords of the Sea and accepted it. He'd heard about this pirate before. Hailing from the Sea Dragon had found him in the East Blue, and was practically a nameless face up until several months ago. Due to his contacts, Sabo knew that Luffy was the one who liberated Alabasta from Crocodile's reign, not the Marines. Sabo was at least somewhat relieved to hear that the Marine who was given credit for it tried to adamantly refuse the responsibility. Maybe there was a decent apple in the rotten bin after all. You seem to smile at this person in particular. Do you know him? Sabo asked. In a sense, was Dragon's simple response. Ah, Sabo responded. He looked at the paper again, that D-shaped smile that looked like it could melt even the coldest of icebergs. It wasn't a smile Sabo typically saw on a pirate and looking at it made him feel strangely warm. He's related to Monkey D. Garp, isn't he? Dragon nodded in confirmation. Any reason why you pointed that out? No reason, Sabo shook his head. I was just making an observation. It's quite amusing that many people generally don't make this connection despite Monkey not being a particularly common family name. However, it isn't rare for two relatives to be on the completely opposite side of the legal spectrum. Could it be possible that Garp arranged this to protect Luffy from the world government following Enies Lobby, or maybe try to use him as a pawn? That last thought was grim to Sabo and didn't sit well with him. There was something about parents using their children for any reason whatsoever that just made all his insides squirm. The first option. Dragon said firmly. Garp is a man who holds both duty and family on the top of his priority list, but he would never drag one down to uplift the other. How can you be so certain? Sabo asked. A D doesn't take their convictions lightly. Sabo just hummed in response, not knowing enough about D's to challenge Dragon on the matter. He skimmed through the rest of the paper, though he wasn't particularly reading any of the words. It was good that you came in here of your own accord. I have a new mission for you. Dragon said. Sabo stood to attention. Yes, sir? Get in contact with Monkey D. Luffy and form an alliance with him. While pirates and revolutionaries do not normally get along, I'm certain the two of you will find common enough ground to make the arrangement last. Your job will be to use Luffy as a path into Marineford and receive certain documents for me. Is there any particular reason why I must go through Luffy instead of going by myself or even use Kuma? He's already a warlord, isn't he? Why not ask him? Sabo asked. He wasn't disobeying or challenging his orders. He was just curious, as Sabo had to admit this was quite strange. Kuma is currently preoccupied with another mission I have for him. Besides, I just have the feeling that arranging it in this manner would be most beneficial, Dragon answered as he handed over a manila folder which the chief of staff quickly leafed through. Sabo whistled. While this may be unprofessional given the contents, I can only describe the things in here as juicy. Disturbingly so. Dragon cracked a smile. See to it that you adequately prepare for this mission. I will notify Koala and Hack as they will be joining you. Sabo nodded as he tucked the mission file under his armpit. Anything else, sir? Yes, another cup of coffee please. Right away, Dragon-san. As the door shut behind Sabo, Dragon looked up at the ceiling. He could taste salt in the air even from the inside of his office being whipped around by the storm that was surely brewing. The room of authority in Pangaea Castle was rarely unoccupied by the 5 Elder Stars. This time was no different. However, there was a certain tension in the air and a choking silence that was intermittently broken by the tap of a cane from the elder with gray locks. The tapping became more frequent, more furious before the tapping turned into slamming and the marble floor spider web cracked beneath the pressure. Abruptly, he stood up and walked over to the window, peering outside to the pristine kingdom beneath him. Control your anger, Masatani, the youngest of the 5 elders, said to the oldest. Isn't this what you wanted? Someone to complete the Warlords so as not to upset the balance of the 3 great powers. Noda turned his head from the window back to the blonde elder and narrowed his eyes, the one glaring harshly at his compatriot. Do not play coy with me, Masatani. Strawhat is a enemy of the gods, our enemies. Sengoku has no place dropping a Stormbringer in the midst of an agency meant to uphold us. Uphold is too strong of a word for them, Sanobe, the tallest of the elders commented. Ogata, the bald elder, rolled his eyes, frowning perpetually on his face. You must forgive Masatani, I'm sure he is using his dry humor to deflect from his own anger, possibly nervousness at the situation. Isn't that right, Masatani? He looked to the elder, that last line was a warning. Correct, Ogata. His eyes turned towards Noda. Please forgive my ill-placed attempt to relieve tension. Noda let out a sigh and turned his head back to the window. The problem of Strawhat as a warlord still remains. Ds are not meant to be revered and their presence is to be smothered and hindered. No one must know of the true power Ds can wield. Why else was the Pirate King's name censored from GOLD to gold? If I may, Hirano, the elder with the spots, said. I understand the look Sengoku attempts to achieve. Surely it would make the world government look increasingly powerful to boast another D as part of their arsenal. Strawhat may not be loyal, but he is still the amusing colloquial term government dog, and everyone will see him as such. Another D. Monkey D. Garp was one of those infernal Ds, and yet he was allowed to roam free because his morals aligned with that of the Marines, not necessarily the world government, but the Marines was the most widely acknowledged aspect of the world government and was often synonyms with it. Technicalities aside, Noda saw Hirano's and subsequently, Sengoku's point. Noda sighed. Very well. It would be wise to keep an eye on Strawhat. Assign Sakazuki to his monitoring. No, Sanobe said. He is not subtle and Borsellino is indolent. Kuzan is best suited to this. You wish to employ Kuzan even after he snuck out of Marineford? Noda raised a bushy eyebrow. I'm sure he will heed to his warning. Summon Kuzan and Sengoku, Ogata ordered the marine soldier who stood guarding the doors to the room of authority. The soldier nodded and went to fulfill his duty. Monkey D. Luffy's position could not be revoked without a suitable reason given to the public. As such, the 5 Elder Stars sat back, watching as they always did, waiting for the perfect opportunity to move their chess pieces on the board. DMN! 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 Blackbeard shouted, enraged, slamming his fists into the walls of his office. The marine ship they had stolen was docked on Banero Island, sitting there quietly and bearing the brunt of the pirates' rage. Desks flew and papers scattered about. Bottles of wine were flung and crashed against the walls, dripping down to the floor and pooling at the baseboards. He huffed and puffed, but all the breathing served to do was give him more energy to fuel his anger. He shredded the newspaper to filaments with his 3-bladed weapon. He couldn't even calm himself with cherry pie and wine because he'd swept it all across the room, splattered about explosively. Ruined. His plan was absolutely ruined. How was he supposed to become a warlord now if that straw-hatted brat he intended to capture to get the position, got the position? If Blackbeard couldn't get the rights to impel down, then he would not be able to acquire those he desired to fill up the spots in his crew. He gritted his teeth, but it wasn't even satisfying to grind them due to the gaps in his mouth. Blackbeard rubbed his temples. Think. He needed to think. He couldn't kill Strawhat to obtain the position for himself either without experiencing immediate repercussions. I've got it, Blackbeard suddenly said. He rushed out to the deck of the ship where Burgess, Lafitte, Van Augur and Doc Q were all waiting for him. I won't let this setback deter me, Blackbeard said, eyeing over the men that chose to devote their lives to him. As far as I'm aware, Strawhat and I were still on neutral terms once we parted ways from Jaya. The new plan is to form an alliance with Strawhat Luffy, use his influence as a warlord to get us into Impel Down and retrieve Shiryu, Avalo Pizarro, Katarina Devon, Vasco Shot and San Juan Wolf. He broke into a mad laughter, prompting the other members to laugh at his ingenious rebound. However, one member was not as swift to accept this plan without question. Are you sure this plan is going to work? What if Strawhat does not accept your proposal, and even if he does, once we get into Impel Down, would the names you've mentioned agree to join you? These people were leaders in their own rights, who's to say they'd be willing to submit themselves to you? Van Augur asked. If it was any other person, Blackbeard would have killed them for daring to question him, zihahaha. Ever the pragmatic you are, Van Augur. Don't worry about that, let's sail on the course we've decided to take and should fate refuse me, I'll refuse fate. Van Augur nodded, adjusting Senriku on his shoulders. Then let it be so. Lafitte, Blackbeard turned his attention towards the pale navigator. Where would the Straw Hats be at this time? I'm afraid I'm not so certain. Following Enies Lobby, there is the Florian Triangle, Namakura, Kuraigana, Foolshout and Momwaro. Straw Hat could visit or be visiting any one of these locations. However, I highly recommend that we attempt to meet Straw Hat at Sabaody as that is where he will eventually be regardless of if he visits those other islands or not. It was the archipelago every pirate needs to stop at to get a ship coding to enter the new world. We can't go to Sabaody on a marine battleship. We need a real ship for ourselves. Burgess exclaimed. Cough, Water 7 is a short distance away. We can get a ship from there and make our, huff way to Sabaody. Hopefully we'll meet with Straw Hat, before he enters the new world. Having to cross back under the red hack line to get to Impel Down would be such a pain. Doc Q said through his coughing fits, lying on the back of his equally sick horse. D's are always fated to meet, Van Augur said. There is no denying that the captain will cross paths with Monkey D. Luffy again one way or another. Ugh. Being a warlord is so boring. Luffy exclaimed, flopped over on his special spot with his arms slung over his face for dramatic effect. It's only been a day, Luffy. Your life isn't going to magically become more exciting just because of some glorified title and position, Nami said, her voice overlapping the "what the hell is a worst generation" member from Sanji. The blonde, swirly-browed chef held up the paper scrutinizingly, scanning through its contents. Most of the information wasn't anything that Sanji really cared about aside from his captain, but that one phrase had stuck out to him. Worst generation member. What the hell was that? Ooh. Can I see? Luffy perked up at Sanji, stretching his hand to grab onto Usopp's shoulder. Wait, Luffy. I'm in your path. Nami screamed out as Luffy launched himself towards the sniper, crashing bodily into Nami and the momentum dragging the two along to crash into Usopp, who hadn't noticed he was being held onto, standing behind Sanji and so absorbed in the WEN, until he found himself suddenly hit in the stomach by somebody's head and launched into the floor. Are you trying to kill us? Nami shouted angrily as Usopp wheezed, clutching his abused organs. Tell Kaya, my death was honorable, bleg. Whoops. Shishishi. Sorry Nami, you too Usopp. Nami let out a groan and helped lift Usopp off the ground. Now, she said, flipping her short orange hair. What is this that caused Luffy to almost wipe his most important crew member off the face of the planet? Luffy tilted his head. I didn't hit Sanji though. A vein pulsed in Nami's forehead but she calmed down. Luffy. Food. Sanji. Cook. Right. Being able to traverse the ocean and not die definitely wasn't important. Right. Moving on. Who didn't hit me though? Sanji asked, confused, being brought out of the paper when he heard his name. Anyways, Nami stressed. What in the WEN are you reading, Sanji-kun? I was reading the article on Luffy, but Morgan has him listed as a supernova, and I'm wondering, what is that? Another shitty title that doesn't really mean anything than to just put a target on Luffy's back? The writers of the WEN, particularly Morgan, have the tendency of using terminology that is between them and the Marines in reference to the subject of their articles. Whether that usage is accidental or intentional is up to speculation. Though, I am sure it is used most often as an interest piquer. Robin explained. You're so smart, Robin-chan. Sanji exclaimed, hearts surrounding him, prompting Zoro to roll his eyes. Are we going to figure out what that means soon? Nami asked worriedly. Worst generation doesn't exactly have the nicest ring to it. In due time, I believe, Robin answered. Member indicates that there is more than one, and Mr. Journalist will no doubt have an article written for us in no time once these other members make a big enough wave. If I have to guess, I'd say that title is given based on how super troublesome someone is to the Marines, Frankie said. If it was based on how troublesome someone is alone, I'm sure Mosshead would make it on the list easy, Sanji said, blowing smoke from his cigarette. Oi! What was that, Curly Cook? Zoro's eye twitched as he launched to attack Sanji, who easily and instinctively blocked the attack with his foot. The two fell into their violent rhythmic dance, clashing and spitting insults with heat but no venom. Robin giggled at their usual antics while Nami just sighed and rolled her eyes. At least the question was answered. What are we gonna do now? Where are we headed next? Chopper asked, but before the navigator could answer, there was a yell from Usopp. Marines. The long-nosed sniper yelped, pointing in the direction where a group of Marine battleships was heading towards their direction. Sheet! Nami exclaimed, readying her climatact. They'd been so caught up in their conversation that they stopped being aware of their surroundings. Hold on a minute, Zoro said, narrowing his eyes and holding out a hand to stop the more jittery members of the crew from working themselves into a frenzy, though his hand was still on his two remaining swords. They aren't shooting at us. Once the panic had died down, they noticed that Zoro was correct. There was no shooting. In fact, none of the cannons had been prepared at all, and the men on board weren't in their battle positions. The Straw Hats were still wary of the Marines despite the lack of immediate trying to sink their ship and remained tense. What do you guys want? Can't you see we're busy? Luffy said, digging a finger in his nose and flicking the booger onto the coat of the commander of the ship. He's too brazen. Some of Straw Hats exclaimed within their minds. Super shot, Luffy bro. Frankie praised, striking a pose. It's the power of a warlord, Usopp whispered to Chopper, who nodded in agreement. It's already gone to his head. Although the Marine's forehead bulged with veins, he managed to keep his composure and used a gloved hand to flick the booger off himself. He put a gloved fist to his mouth, not the one he used to dispose of the booger, and cleared out his throat before speaking. Warlord Straw Hat, Luffy, you have been summoned by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to a Warlord meeting at Marineford. We have been sent to retrieve you. That was certainly quick, Sanji commented. Okay, Luffy said, and then nothing. There was a PRD of silence on the waves, neither groups moving as the ships bobbed along the water. It was an awkward silence really, what with the lack of communication or clear instructions. Confused facial expressions made themselves present on almost all members on both sides, non-verbally asking, okay, so what do you want me to do? Are you going to make a move? Are you gonna say anything? Literally anything at all? Despite all the powers available within oneself and on the Grand Line, the power of mind reading was yet to be fully achieved by anyone who lived. Luffy broke the silence first. Are you guys stupid or something? Lead the way to Marineford, he said, folding his arms. He's far too brazen. Some of the Straw Hats exclaimed within their minds. The Marines on deck collapsed at the abruptness, legs sticking up in the air and foot twitching as the pirate casually insulted them, but the captain of the ship was unfazed, though if anyone saw his eye subtly twitch they didn't say anything. You misunderstand. We were sent to retrieve you, and only you. Now that certainly did not sit well with the Straw Hats. You really are stupid if you think we're just going to let Luffy on a shitty marine vessel by himself, Sanji said, foot placed on the rail of the Sunny, ready to leap into action if need be. Trust me, the thought of any filthy pirate laying a foot on my precious vessel alone or otherwise is revolting, but there is not much I can do about it. The captain responded. Perhaps it is for assurance reasons, Robin mused. One pirate on a marine ship is statistically safer than a crew trailing behind them. Even if that pirate happens to be a warlord. Shishishi, Luffy laughed. I'm glad to have Nakama that cares about me so much. I'll be fine. If they do anything fishy, I'll just punch them. I don't think that's something you should say when you're gonna be surrounded by Marines, Luffy. Usopp sweat dropped. It seemed the Marines on the ship shared the same sentiment as they sweat dropped as well. We can't do anything to Straw Hat without facing repercussions, so rest assured your captain will remain unarmed, the captain said. We are on a schedule, so do hurry. Luffy turned back to his crew. I don't want you guys going on any new adventures without me, so find a nearby island to stay and stock up and wait for me until I get back. If none of you can help getting into trouble, don't get into too much, okay? Beat. You're the last person who should say such a thing. Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper yelled out. With a laugh, Luffy stretched out his arms to grab onto the Marine, who sidestepped, which made Luffy grab onto the mast. He jumped up and immediately rocketed towards the Marine vessel, sticking his leg out to catch the captain because why not, and slamming the captain into the mast while Luffy safely stood on the deck. Cool. I've never been on a Marine ship before, but the Sunny is way cooler. Luffy said, running about the deck as the Marines fumbled between backing away from Luffy or resisting the urge to draw their weapon and shoot at him. Not that shooting would even work. After seeing this display, I think I'm more worried about the Marines than Luffy, bro. Frankie gulped. Ditto, Chopper agreed, his doctor's eyes immediately trailing to the large goose egg that had formed on the Marine captain's head. Once Luffy was aboard the ship, the Marines turned around and started sailing away. Luffy ran to the back of the ship where he could still see the crew, screaming and waving. By Nami. By Sanji. By Usopp. By Frankie. By Chopper. By Robin. They had remained there, watching their captain grow further and further away from them until he was but a blip on the horizon. I need a good fight, Sanji sighed once the Marines were no longer visible. Oi Zoro, you wanna spar or some sheet? When there was no immediate response, Sanji looked around for Zoro, but he was nowhere to be found on the deck. TSK. Maybe he's wandered away like the directionless idiot he is and fell asleep in some corner of the ship. Whatever, he just better not miss lunch. Tensions were high on the Marine vessel, mainly because of one Monkey D. Luffy who couldn't sit still for more than 3 seconds at a time and felt the need to touch every single surface area of the ship. I'm hungry, give me meat. Strawhat demanded, immediately barreling into the kitchen without waiting for a proper response. Which, undoubtedly would have been no. This was a Marine battleship, not a North Blue cruise. Yet sure enough, screams came from the kitchen at the sudden appearance of the Warlord. There were yells to get out and the thwacks of rolling pins knocking against counters and walls as the chefs attempted to dissuade Strawhat from feasting on the rations. The Marines on the deck did not skimp out on their share of complaints. Captain, it's been less than 10 minutes and I already feel like throwing myself overboard. Sooner or later my gun will teleport into my hand and then into my mouth. I'm not even supposed to be here, sir. My colleague switched our names on the roster as a prank and... Quiet. Is your resilience this low? The captain sniffed haughtily. Surely this behavior from Strawhat was a facade to let the Marines' guards down. There was no way this was genuine. How are you to uphold justice if you cannot stand against a simple warlord who acts more like a child than a... Crash. Bang. Boom. Sir. I think Monkey D. Luffy set off one of the cannons. With the hatch still shut. An officer ran to the captain. What? How? Wasn't he just in the kitchen? He exclaimed, shocked at how the pirate could move so quickly without anyone noticing. All of you guys are boring. What do you do for fun around here? Strawhat said, appearing suddenly and causing the Marines to whip around and nearly have heart attacks. In both of the pirate's hands were 2 chunks of meat, with the pirate still chewing on a third piece. He stood there nonchalantly, chewing and looking at the captain as if he was a random guy on the street. There was no fear in his eyes. No respect. Not unusual for a pirate, let alone a warlord, but for some reason, this ticked the captain off. Maybe it was Strawhat's stupid, idiotic face. You. The captain seethed, stomping towards Strawhat. Sir, your blood pressure. A Marine warned, grabbing onto her superior officer. And you can't attack a warlord. He's only been a warlord for a day. I'm sure this will be fine, the captain gritted, rolling up his sleeves and fighting against the band of Marines that swarmed around him to push him away from the Strawhat pirate. Strawhat blinked at him before grinning. Shishishi, wow. You're pretty weak if you can't fight past all these guys to get to me. That only served to PSS the captain off further and he pushed harder, gloved hand sticking out to claw at Strawhat. If the glove was off, one would be able to see the veins that pushed against his skin as he strained, flexing and attempting to stretch his finger further than what bone would allow to afflict just a nick to the rubber pirate. Sir. Your dignity. How could you lose your patience to a pirate this quickly? And, as if a magic spell had been cast, as if a switch had been flicked, the Marine captain bolted upright, ramrod straight. With force no longer exerted against them, all the Marines fell to the ground in a heap of limbs, hats and askets. You are correct. How foolish of me. With a sudden gust of wind, chains shot out of the arm of Marine captain's jacket and wrapped itself around Luffy, who immediately dropped to his knees because of the weakening effect. Ah, Seastone. Luffy said weakly, inching slowly on the ground towards the remaining meat he dropped from the shock. I thought you weren't allowed to attack me. To attack and to restrain are two separate actions, the Marine said. Finally some peace and quiet. Well, not quite as Strawhat decided to serenade the entire ship with his singing. Loudly. And screaming and ranting about any inane thought that presented itself to his frontal lobe. One poor Marine had found out the hard way that Strawhat was a biter when she attempted to seal his mouth with duct tape. Never before had a warlord been so troublesome. Most were content to sit in silence in a private room provided for them, yet Strawhat found it sufficient to be as much of a nuisance here as he was everywhere else he landed. The crescent dock of Marineford was a sight for sore eyes, the beautiful stronghold of white and blue symbolizing the superiority of the Marines had beckoned to them, comforting them with a soothing voice. There, my loyal, brave soldiers. Your treacherous journey has now concluded. Rest in my warm embrace. Next time, Strawhat could travel on his own ship, statistics and assurances be demanded. Two crisp suits greeted Luffy at the harbor, standing to attention with their standard-issue marine rifles pointed upwards. They gave a single nod of acknowledgement as the new warlord disembarked from the ship, jumping down from the rails instead of using the gangplank. Turning on their heels in a sharp 180, the guards marched towards the entrance of the stronghold. Luffy followed behind them, arms behind his head and completely lax. Polished tile stretched across the entire floor, reflecting the occupants of the lobby clearly, large marble pillars banded with gold and the top and bottoms held up the roof. Images encased in elaborate frames of fleet admirals past and present lined the walls in even spaces. Soft fluffy couches buried in tasseled pillows sat on either side and potted plants of various species gave the room a floral and earthy scent. The receptionist at the desk had her blonde hair slicked back into a tight bun and she wore a simple yet stylized marine uniform. Her blue eyes were pointed downwards as she scribbled away on forms, muttering angrily under breath, the gum she was chewing on smacking irritatingly in her mouth. DMN that insufferable, humph, getting me demoted. She looked up at Luffy and the guards, blinked once, rolled her eyes, let out a long insufferable sigh, picked up the receiver on the transponder snail sleeping on her desk and slid in the numbers on the rotary dial on the side of its blue shell. It didn't take long for someone to answer. Hello? Fleet Admiral Sengoku speaking. Monkey D. Luffy is here, sir. Good. Send him up here promptly. Right away, sir. Hanging up the receiver, the receptionist pointed a thumb behind her. 4th floor, last room down the western hall. Yosh. Thanks lady. Luffy said, flip-flops echoing through the empty hallway as he ran up the spherical staircase. Luffy only made it up to the 3rd floor, wondering why the halls were so empty and where all the Marines were before he heard a wimpy and semi-wimpy voice chatting and then suddenly, flashes of pink and yellow hair filled his vision. Luffy. What the hell are you doing here waltzing around Marineford like this? You're going to get in trouble. Kobe hissed, gripping onto Luffy's shoulders. You're lucky I caught you before someone like Akainu did. How did you even get in here? Luffy blinked before tilting his head. The receptacle? Receptionist? Yeah, that. I got called into a meeting by someone named Segeki. I'm a warlord now, so I have to attend a meeting or something, I guess. You're a warlord? Since when? Also, congratulations, that's so cool. Shishishi, thanks. The announcement was in the WEN. Anyways, where are all the Marines? I thought this place was like, oh hey Hippo, I didn't see you there anyways, I thought this place was like. My name is Helmeppo, the blonde Marine thought glumly. And I was standing next to Kobe the entire time. Oh. It's sort of quiet around here since a lot of the Marines were deployed to prevent Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks from meeting one another, Kobe answered. They really spared no expense in the event that a fight broke out but yeesh, the pink-haired Marine shuddered, who'd even want to fight two Yonkos and their crews at the same time? Sounds like a terrifying nightmare to me. A big fight with Shanks and another powerful crew? Sounds like fun to me. Shishishi. Luffy laughed. Kobe rolled his eyes but still had a smile on his face. If he was his old self, he definitely would have shrieked in fear at Luffy. Kobe patted him on the shoulder. Well, have a good meeting, actually scratch that. Try to have a safe and sane meeting. I once had the misfortune of being assigned to stand guard during one of them once and well, I'm sure you'll see for yourself. K. By Kobe, keep getting stronger. Although I defeated you easily at Water 7, that kick was really solid. You're definitely only a semi-wimp now. Oh, thanks Luffy, Kobe's face heated up at the sudden compliment. Later, Hipmeppo. Luffy waved, continuing his ascent up the stairs. At least he was a bit closer to it unprompted this time, Helmeppo sighed. The two Marines had continued their walk to wherever it was that they were originally headed before slamming bodily into a wall. Except, that wall was made of flesh, muscle and green hair. Kobe and Helmeppo gaped at Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro standing in front of them with a frown on his face. "Hey, where do you guys keep the sake around here?" Upon entering the conference room where Warlord meetings were typically held, Luffy was immediately accosted by Garp. "Fist of Love. Ow. What was that for, crappy Gramps?" "For finally making a smart decision for once, my idiot grandson. Though, since you're already a warlord, you might as well just quit piracy and become a marine." "Wahahaha. What? No way. I'll never become a marine." Still, Luffy smiled. He'd known for a long time now that Garp had just said this as a running joke. Mostly. A smidgen of Garp's being would always want Luffy to become a marine. His crappy Gramps had a look of pride in his eyes. "Ace and Sabo would be very glad you've become this strong," Garp said, resting a hand on Luffy's shoulder. Yeah, Luffy tried to wave him off, face heating up at unusual softness from his typically abrasive grandfather. "So anyways Gramps, how are you?" The marine hero let out a sigh. "Nothing out of the norm, just you stressing me out with your criminal behavior and all the paperwork that follows it. Though, now that I'll be seeing you more often with your status, I can watch after you better." Luffy stuck his tongue out. "I don't need you to look after me, I'm strong and not a kid anymore." "Ow. What was that for?" "Idiot grandson. It's my duty as your precious grandfather to always look after my grandsons, even if those grandsons don't think they need protection." That is why Garp would rot in the grave first before letting Luffy find out that he was the one who suggested to the higher-ups that Luffy become a warlord. It would be a blow to the kid's pride. Luffy probably didn't know what nepotism was, but he sure wouldn't like it. Precious is too strong of a word to describe you. But you're cool, I guess. Cheeky brat, fist of love. Ow. Stop it with the fists of love. Ahem. Sengoku coughed into his fist, interrupting the grandfather-grandson reunion. The duo turned their heads towards Sengoku. Immediately the fleet admiral was hit with a question he'd never thought he'd ever hear for a second time in his existence. "Hey, is the seagull on your head real and can it poop?" A vein popped in Sengoku's forehead as Garp busted a gut laughing, claiming that he was just reminded that that was the first question he'd asked when Sengoku came to work with that stupid hat on the day after his promotion to fleet admiral. Said fleet admiral gave a low grumble at the memory but resumed his professionalism. "No and no," he answered. After the question was answered, his attention was taken by something else. Curiously, Luffy looked about the meeting room. A long mahogany table was in the center of the room, lined with 3 overstuffed chairs on either side of the table and 1 overstuffed hair at the head and foot of the table. If Luffy had bent down, he could see the legs and tables of the chairs were bolted to the ground. Tall semicircular windows that had no glass inside lined the left side of the room, allowing beams of sunlight to cast its rays onto the furniture and brighten the room. There were various potted plants placed strategically around the room. In fact, it seemed that any decoration or extra furniture was placed in the furthest corners away from the table and chairs. The heavy velvet curtains were tied up in fine black chains, and if one rubbed their hands against the chains, it would sport a bumpy texture not unlike seastone. Up on the ceiling, the chandelier was bolted instead of being allowed to dangle and swing, effectively destroying the purpose of having a chandelier to begin with. If Luffy knew what environmental storytelling was, he'd call this a prime example. "So Segeki, where are the other warlords? And my meat? You promised I could have a buffet at these meetings." "Sengoku. Arriving shortly. Being prepared." The fleet admiral answered without missing a beat. He'd put up with Garp for decades and knew how to rein the monkey well enough. Surely his grandson could not be that much more of a challenge regardless of his repertoire as a pirate. Heh. Famous last thoughts. "Monkey D. Luffy," Sengoku began, "to ensure swift communication with you in the future, I require the number to your transponder snail. K." Luffy dug around in his pockets and put everything that was in them in Sengoku's outstretched hand including, but not limited to buttons, lint, bent paper clips, bobby pins, empty candy wrappings and a tightly folded piece of paper. Sengoku sighed. He didn't want to drop all the trash on the ground and it would look barbaric on Garp's part if he tried to force the hero's hand open to take it, so he begrudgingly put it in his own pockets before opening the tightly folded piece of paper. Blessedly, there was an actual number on it and not, well, Sengoku didn't want to think about any possible alternatives. "Is this yours?" Sengoku asked to confirm. Luffy shook his head. "Nope. That's Nami's number, she's my awesome navigator." "Nami. The cat burglar I presume. And why did you give me her number when I specifically requested yours?" "Nami told me I wasn't allowed to give my number to other people and that if anyone wants to speak with me, they have to go through her first." Sengoku raised a bushy eyebrow. "Strange. Are you not the captain?" Why do you allow her to control you like this? Luffy tilted his head. In confusion. She's not controlling me though? She said it was for safety, because I'm too trusting and have the tendency to run my mouth like a faucet and say things that I shouldn't be saying to other people. Right, Sengoku said, eyeing Garp. The similarities between the two were becoming even clearer. Anyways, waiting for these other guys is gonna be boring. Can I have a tour of this place? Luffy asked. I refuse, a pirate couldn't just waltz through Marineford like this. Although they had a contract with the government, a pirate was still a pirate. I refuse your refusal, Luffy and Garp said at the same time. What the? You can't refuse me, Garp, you're not even the person whom the refusal is directed to. Too late, the Marineford tour, officiated by Vice Admiral Garp to Warlord Strawhat Luffy is now in procession. Garp exclaimed as he grabbed Luffy to parade him around the mostly empty marine base. Sengoku didn't bother putting up a fight against Garp, especially not in front of a pirate, knowing that despite being Fleet Admiral, Sengoku more often than not lost the battle of will to Garp. Ironic considering that the Fleet Admiral possessed conquerors while Garp didn't. Well, supposedly didn't. Sengoku wouldn't put it past the man to completely forget having such an ability and thus end up never using it. Whisking Luffy around like a ragdoll, Garp showed Luffy many areas around the base such as the kitchen, where his feast was being prepared expeditiously as Garp warned them beforehand of the D's appetite, the training grounds, historical archive and his own office. The one place where Garp didn't show Luffy was weapon storage for obvious reasons. Do you give the other warlords tours too, or did you only agree when I asked because I'm your grandkid? I don't need any favors from you, old man, Luffy frowned, knowing full well the only reason he asked was because he wanted to know where everything was so he could tell his crew later. See. Luffy was perfectly capable of making smart, quick current decisions that would have beneficial long-term effects. Wahahaha. Garp laughed. I may be an idiot, but I'm not a moron. I know you well enough to know that you'd go gallivanting about this place and exploring anyways. So, I might as well tell you where everything is so you don't go punching holes in the walls to find your way through or get lost and run into any unsavory marines. And, almost as if Garp had summoned the devil himself, Mad Dog Akainu made his oppressive presence known in the hall. Even without the use of his powers, the air seemed to steam around him, ripping and wilting in the heat of his being. His face was molded into that perpetually angered expression of his. A cigar was clenched in his teeth, two of them actually. Luffy's face remained neutral, but he immediately decided he didn't like this guy. He wasn't like Marines like Kobe, Gramps, and Smoker. He didn't know what was the deal with this Marine, but Luffy's gut instantly told him he was bad news. Luffy didn't know a lot of things, but what he did know was how to judge someone's character. And this was a character that was not good. Judging by the look on Garp's face, it seemed like the two shared the same thoughts. Still, Garp was a professional and masked his obvious distaste with corporate politeness. Well, as polite as someone as Garp could be. Don't you have a Yonko to chase? Garp said, nonchalantly digging into his nose and flicking the booger onto Akainu's face. With a growl, Akainu's face bubbled into magma, burning the disgusting bodily solid into ashes. His hard unflinching eyes flickered to Luffy and then back to Garp. The Admiral was always annoyingly perceptive. You won't be able to protect him forever. The Warlord system is an abomination that will soon collapse, and when it does, I will be right there to wipe every single pirate from the face of this planet in the name of absolute justice. Starting with, yeah, Garp interrupted, waving his hand with annoyance clearly on his face. You're decades too early to rant at me like that. Shut the hell up and sail out on your ship, brat, before I punch a hole in your face. Akainu narrowed his eyes, and for a second it looked like the Admiral was ready to retaliate, but he knew better than to attack the hero of the Marines. Despite Akainu's superior rank, Garp's golden history with the Marines and status as the Marine hero who went toe-to-toe with Pirate King Gold Roger and successfully captured the man made him virtually untouchable. Plus, it was no secret that Garp knew the Fleet Admiral personally and believed without doubt that Garp was petty enough to pull strings through Sengoku to get him demoted. Therefore, Akainu silently stalked away, making a mental promise to target Strawhat specifically once his position was inevitably revoked or the Warlord system collapsed. Whichever came first. He would be the one this time to wipe another troublemaking D from the planet. Once Akainu left, Luffy spoke, oddly serious. I don't like that guy. Me neither. Zoro was, technically, the first mate of the ship and thus would be the acting captain while Luffy was away. However, regardless of the fact that Zoro was hidden away somewhere snoozing on their ship, the guy was an idiot and didn't know shit about anything that didn't involve fighting, drinking, or being annoyingly perceptive, so it was up to Nami to direct the crew on which island they should sail to in order to wait for Luffy to return. They were all still on the deck, with Sanji at the stove preparing lunch. His opinion on the matter amounted to, "I'm fine with whatever island our precious Nami Swan directs us to." So, that was that for him. What about here? Usopp pointed to a general map of paradise spread out on a table resting in the grass. Namakura Island. It's the closest one. Before Nami could open her mouth to agree, Robin shook her head. I came across Namakura Island during my studies in Alabasta on civil and tribal wars. This island was ravaged by the Long-Arm tribe many years ago and has since then been steeped in crippling poverty. While I do not wish to speak ill of struggling people, there is a significant chance we may be robbed of all our belongings. Sure, the Straw Hats could easily defeat them, but who in their right mind would want to beat up a bunch of poor civilians trying to survive? What about we turn back around and head to St. Poplar? Usopp suggested instead. Sure, the sound of going back the way we came is unappealing, but the distance would only be a little more than if we were headed to Namakura. I don't know if that's a good idea, Frankie said, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Why? Usopp asked, raising an eyebrow. The Frankie family was part of the underworld, with me being the figurehead, obviously. One of the key things when dealing in the underworld is anonymity, and with me joining a notorious pirate crew, that anonymity gets super thrown out the window. Okay, but what does that have to do with St. Poplar? Where do you think I got the atom wood to build the ship from, Usopp bro? Oh. After a few more suggestions and rejections, the crew ultimately decided on Kuraigana Island, completely unaware that island was where the warlord Dracul Mihawk currently resided. I'm afraid to go through the Florian Triangle, Chopper admitted. What's that? Usopp asked, not present when Granny Kokoro explained what it was. Robin explained in that smooth, cutely morbid way of hers, and Usopp became terrified, instantly agreeing with Chopper. We should definitely sail around it. Nami shook her head, hand on her hip. It would take far too long to cut around, plus who knows where we would be by the time Luffy is done. I highly doubt that meeting would last more than a couple hours. It's best to sail through. Sometime during the discussion, Chopper decided to break away, sitting by the rails to enjoy the sea breeze rippling through his fur. That is why he was able to spot the mysterious barrel floating in the sea. Hey! Over here guys, there's something in the water. Frankie used his chain arm to fish the barrel out, and after some examining, determined that it may be someone's offering to a sea god. Well, finders keepers. Nami smiled, expecting gold or something in the barrel. When she cracked the top open, a red light shot out of the barrel and exploded in the sky. Ah! We've angered the sea god. Usopp exclaimed in fright, ducking under the table with his hands on his head and trembling. No, it's just some fireworks, Nami sighed sadly. It was then that the Grand Line's freak weather decided to come into play, the winds whipping up out of nowhere, waters becoming rough and rocking the boat. A storm was right at their doorsteps. Of course, the Grand Line decides to get prissy now, Nami groaned before she started barking orders. Head southwest, and for the love of money can someone please find Zoro? Unfortunately, despite Nami's efforts, the high wind caught up to them, forcing Frankie to unveil the Soldier Dock Channel 0, which was a set of paddle wheels. They drew up the sails to avoid being ragdolled by the wind, and using the wheels, the crew was able to manually direct themselves away from the storm and directly into the Florian Triangle, which seemed to be completely immune to whatever hell of a storm that was happening right on its doorstep. It was quiet, eerily so. A stark contrast to the raging horns that were outside. The fog was thick too, visibility practically gone, and all the members on the deck were squinting to see what was beyond the rails of their ship. An ominous song resounded through the fog, which caused the hair on all of Usopp's body to stand up flat iron straight. He rushed deep into the ship and emerged sporting an exorcism set. Those ghosts can't get me now, Usopp exclaimed, but it did nothing to calm his nerves as the steady yo ho 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 still floated on the air. Before it could be addressed, Sanji burst through the doors, panic written all over his features. Nami-san. I searched everywhere. Zoro isn't lost on the ship, Zoro is gone. While Doflamingo was indeed a punctual man, tardiness was not becoming of royalty, former or otherwise. He was not a punctual warlord. Jinbe and Bartholomew Kuma were typically the first to arrive if they decided to attend. Ironic considering that they usually hailed from the farthest locations. Dracul Mihawk and Boa Hancock followed in second. Hancock refused to be beaten by a man in terms of punctuality, yet she did not want to appear as if she was rushing to meet one, leading with a compromise of on time but not early. Donquiox Doflamingo himself often tied in with the now former warlord Sir Crocodile as the third set to arrive. Closing business deals did take some time. And Gecko Moria pulled up the rear as he always did in every aspect of his existence. More accurately, Doflamingo was closer to that of an absentee warlord. And why wouldn't he be? The flamboyantly dressed man had an entire kingdom to run after all. He need not waste his time in front of stuffy government officials who knew he would never truly heed to. Besides, 90% of the supposed attendees never showed up, proving to be another factor to the ever-growing list of reasons why attending this meeting isn't worth it, accumulated by his club seat occupant, Treble. Though, Doflamingo was willing to admit that meetings he spun a card on and graced his presence with was not regret-inducing in the slightest. Each different combination of warlords had led to such amusing outcomes. One such instance many years ago, when glass was still allowed in the windows, the pirate empress had become so infuriated with Moria that she broke a shard off with her heel and attempted to use the piece to slice through Moria's throat. Well, actually, she did succeed in her venture. And thus was the origin story of Gecko Moria's signature neck stitches. Reminiscing aside, Doflamingo was making a concerted effort to attend for the sole reason of wanting to have a chance to have some fun with the new warlord first before anyone else had the chance to. An opportunity to test the boy's mettle had arisen. After all, it wasn't by pure strength that a warlord was chosen nowadays. In the early parts of the system it was, but the acceptance of Strawhat into the system had just proved a point that Doflamingo was secretly making for years. Connections and the potential of a mass societal impact was now the true criteria of consideration. He'd come up with the theory when Fire Fist was considered for the position. Doflamingo had grinned when his ear was to the wall. The upper echelons of the Marines were never as quiet or subtle as they believed themselves to be. Having Strawhat stand up to a pirate leagues ahead of him in strength, intelligence and influential power was, while not perfect, a decent enough test to the testament of Strawhat's character in Doflamingo's opinion. Whether said opinion could be categorized as humble was debatable. Doflamingo knew Strawhat was solely considered for his role in the destruction of Enies Lobby. Challenging not just the Marines, but the entire world government just for the sake of one woman was an outrageous move Doflamingo had never seen the likes of before. Not since the late pirate king Gold Roger, and Doflamingo no better than to call him Gold, reached the end of the Grand Line and single-handedly lit and stoked the flame for the new age of pirates from his execution stand. The seasoned warlord wanted to see if Strawhat had what it took not just to stand on even ground with warlord veterans but if he had what it took to take on and survive the new world. Although Strawhat did not appear to be a punctual brand of human, Doflamingo did not want to lose the opportunity to speak to Strawhat by himself through assumption or indecision. Thin, delicate yet iron-strong strings attached to the semi-circular windowsill, guiding him through his usual and more convenient method of entry. Standing in the sill, Doflamingo looked about excitedly, not expectantly. No, he'd learned long ago not to expect anything from anyone but himself, but couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment in the lack of presence by the newly appointed warlord. He made his displeasure known to the only significant occupant of the room, Sengoku. No Strawhat. And I actually made an effort to be early too. No fair. He hopped on the table, squatting before the fleet admiral. Sengoku had wrinkled his nose in distaste but otherwise did not make a comment or any other facial expression. Life is hardly fair, Sengoku said. Strawhat Luffy is here, but Vice Admiral Garp currently has a hold on him. The Marine hero? Interesting, but not interesting enough to tuck that tidbit of information away. What could the Vice Admiral, popular for rejection promotions, possibly want with a rookie like Strawhat? The aged Marine was most likely roughing the young pirate up, trying to convince him to abandon his route of piracy lest he surely die. My, how unfortunate. A mere baby shouldn't have to be rocked by a man such as him. Doflamingo only chuckled. I can assure you they are both cut from the same cloth. The fleet admiral resisted the urge to sigh but could not conceal the exasperation that laced his voice. Fufufu, I take it you are speaking from experience. Tell me, how's your blood pressure, Senny? That seemed to strike a nerve as a blood vessel made itself present in the bearded Marine's forehead. If you want to keep your status as alive in the immediate future, I strongly suggest you sit your butt down in your chair properly, shut up, and wait for the others. Secondly, do not call me Senny. Doflamingo laughed, holding his hands out. Now where's the humor in that? There are no Marines on site for you to torture today, Doflamingo. Sit your butt down. Blood pressure medication is in the bottom left drawer. Sengoku bolted up from his seat, his chair, the only unbolted one, screeching backwards. Golden arcs flickered across his body. His drawer contained sensitive materials that not even Garp were aware of. The idea of a pirate having the chance to glance at them was, how did you? Relax, I only took a little peek at some personal profiles. Nothing world staggeringly important, Doflamingo smiled, then his smile decreased but only by a smidge, barely any notable difference. Your desk became boring the moment I found what I was looking for, and that was about 11 years ago. Sengoku narrowed his eyes behind his circular frames. All you warlords make me sick, but you make me the sickest of them all. Fufufu glad to be of service. Doflamingo decided to be merciful and cease talking, however that did not stop him from deciding to take a stroll around Marineford to wait for the others, terrifying any gaggle of marines that remained after deployment. Sengoku hoped that the other warlords, the ones who decided attending was worth their time anyways, would come soon, if not for any other purpose than the purpose of starting the meeting so they could end it. Kobe and Helmeppo could only gape in shock, jaws dropped, hands splayed out and eyes white in horror as Zoro stood before them, frowning, nonchalant and exploring his inner ear canal with his index finger as if he wasn't standing in the literal headquarters of the Marines. Helmeppo broke out of it first, seeing as how Kobe's brain still needed some more recovery time after having to deal with Luffy. That didn't mean Helmeppo's own recovery process was completed as yet. How the hell did you even get in here? Helmeppo exclaimed, his voice on the precipice of a shriek. Good thing Marineford's walls were echo-proof. It's easy sneaking around when everyone's focusing on the new Warlord. Okay. Fair, but also, fear. Extreme fear because slipping onto a battleship full of Marines and into Marine headquarters should not be that easy. An investigation into the perception and observational skills of Marine soldiers during a distracting scenario was gravely overdue. Breaking out of his shock, Kobe sighed and dragged a hand down his face. Under normal circumstances, normal, as if a circumstance like this constituted normal to begin with. Zoro couldn't be here, but since he was now part of the crew of a warlord, he wouldn't get into too much trouble if he was found. If Kobe could remember correctly, the most Zoro's presence would elicit would be some startled yelps, fingers instinctually twitching toward standard rifles, and then a significantly calmer guard would escort Zoro out of the building. Regardless, some authorization still needed to be had. Luffy is most likely in his meeting right now, Kobe said. Or being paraded around by Garp-san. The pink-haired Marine thought, knowing of the relation. And Admiral Sakazuki may or may not still be prowling around. He definitely won't tolerate your presence, crew member of a warlord or not. Who? Zoro asked, raising an eyebrow. You know, Sakazuki, Akainu, the big red guy with the really scary magma powers and has a zero-tolerance policy for pirates? Kobe tried with increasing increments of desperation, seeing how none of his descriptions were ringing a bell. Oh wow, please tell me you've heard of any of the three admirals? I've met Akiji before, Zoro provided. He froze Robin and Luffy into statues and tried to shatter them to pieces. Is this Akainu like him? Kobe shook his head. Far, far worse. Nobody likes him. He's completely and utterly terrifying, and for good reason. Sakazuki has no qualms about killing his own allies or even civilians in the pursuit of his own brand of justice, absolute. He has not a single merciful bone in his body, and even though you're technically free to roam, you have no clearance and he won't hesitate to dole a physical punishment to you. We cannot let him see you. I know you're strong, Zoro, I see that look in your eye, but you cannot fight him. You won't win was left unsaid. Zoro listened to no one but his captain and his ambition, but the utter seriousness in Kobe's voice and the urgency in eyes caused Zoro to heed the pink-haired Marine's words. Fine. Now, I have a plan. Kobe let out a relieved breath. Helmeppo and I can play the part as your official Marine escorts and carry you to locations where you won't be spotted until the meeting is over. After which, you and Luffy can go home together. Helmeppo immediately disagreed, shaking his head and making an X with his arms. We can't just lie like that. There's no signed official documentation to prove it. What do you want me to do? Allow Akainu to turn Zoro into a charcoal stack? As the two were bickering, none of them noticed Zoro wandering away until his bright green hair flashed on the floor below him. Without a thought, Kobe blue-screened and leaped head first over the railing in panic while Helmeppo made the more sane decision to use the stairs. Kobe held in a yelp as he grabbed onto the railing with one hand and climbed over with a minor grunt. What the hell are you doing? He hissed in the same tone he hissed at Luffy in, grabbing onto the taller man's shoulders. Zoro frowned at the action, but made no move to remove the offending appendages, seeing how frustrated the Marine already was. Zoro, why are you even here? Kobe's grip tightened. You said you snuck in, so you didn't get lost. I can't let Luffy be stuck in enemy territory without backup, even if he can't legally be killed anymore, Zoro said. What if he needed me and I wasn't there? Luffy never officially dubbed Zoro as his first mate, but it was never something that needed to be said. A single exchanged look was all it took for Zoro to understand what his position on the crew was and subsequently the weight that needed to be carried. Kobe released his grip on Zoro, leaving behind crescent imprints in the man's white shirt. He sighed for the umpteenth time. The sake is on the 3rd floor, where we just were. Right now, the kitchen is occupied with the chefs cooking for Luffy. I can get in, grab the sake for you and come right back. You need to stay here while I go get it and then I can take you somewhere nearby to wait for Luffy. Yeah. Whatever. Kobe nodded at Helmeppo and quickly dashed towards the kitchen. Peering in through the circular door window, he saw the chefs plating the food. Goodness, that was an insane amount of meat. Kobe could barely see a piece of green among the sea of red. Pushing open the door, Kobe stepped inside, shuffling past all the bustling chefs. What I want, kid? Can't you see we're swamped? One of them grumbled. The first son of the sea is nearly here, and he usually requests the Masumi Yumidono and the Nanbu Bijin, Kobe lied. Therefore, Fleet Admiral Sengeki thought it apt to. Heard enough, just stay out of the way. The chef disappeared and reappeared in a blink, shoving the 2 bottles of Daijinjo in the marine's hands along with an appropriately sized ochoko before forcefully shoving Kobe out. Well, I hope Zoro likes fruity flavors, Kobe said as he made his way back to where he left the pirate, only to discover that both he and Helmeppo were no longer there. The sake bottles nearly slipped from his grasp. Kobe looked around but didn't see either of them anywhere. This is bad. This is really bad. His mind raced, eyeballs darting around to catch any flash of green or yellow. Then, the possible thing that could have happened, happened. The air sizzled with an oppressive heat around him. All the color drained from Kobe's face as he fearfully turned around, sweating to see the mad dog standing before him, looking even more set off than usual. His deep-set frown was deeper and his cold, intimidating stare was now laced with irritation and told the tale of a man with his rope of patience burning at both ends. Kobe wondered about the picture Sakazuki saw, a lone marine, standing around in a near panic holding 2 bottles of Daijinjo in his hands. It didn't look to be a pretty picture. What are you doing? You should be boarding a ship to intercept Whitebeard and Red-Haired. Kobe stammered. I was just carrying up some sake that Jinbe requested and IEE. The marine shrieked as Sakazuki yanked the bottles from Kobe's hands and crushed them, evaporating the liquid in his fists. Get on the ship, he demanded. Admiral Sakazuki, sir, I wasn't on our roster for deploy. A ball of magma flew past his head, singing the ends of his hair black. Now. No doubt that if Kobe protested further, he would be accused of cowardice and being a turncoat then subsequently killed, so he nodded his head, stood up straight and followed the admiral to his battleship, marking the beginning of the most stress Kobe would ever experience in his life thus far. If I don't die, I will kill them. What? Nami screamed out. Where the hell could Zoro possibly be? Not a second later, the navigator answered her question within her own mind. A horrid realization dawned on her that somehow, that idiot swordsman made his way onto the marine battleship and was transported to Marineford with Luffy. The idea of those two being together brought no peace to Nami's spirit, as there was a good chance Luffy didn't even know Zoro was there. Even if Luffy had known, he wasn't going to be able to pay attention to Zoro. He was in a meeting and that meant the directionless swordsman could be lost anywhere, by himself, in a marine stronghold. They had to go find him. We need to turn around and get Zoro, Nami ordered, but as she looked about for a direction to turn the ship in, she realized that she had no idea where they were outside of the fact that they were somewhere in the Florian Triangle. It hadn't been a short while since they entered, but from the endless stretch of indigo that didn't seem to break away into any lighter color, Nami knew they somehow drifted further into the dark patch of ocean and away from its border. Thick, low-hanging fog surrounded them on all sides, drastically bringing down the visibility. Nami looked at her log pose, hoping that a connection to a nearby island could be made. She could at least trust the grasp on magnetics the pose had and not her vision. However, it looked like even Grand Line logic superseded the infallibility of the pose as the needle began to swing erratically, spinning in every direction without settling for a single second. It was just like at the Twin Capes with the normal compass spinning wildly. Something in this place was affecting the pose's ability to lock onto the magnetic forces of the nearby islands. Nami frowned. Suddenly, a significantly sized shadow was shed upon the ship, shading everything a shade darker. Nami turned around, widened her eyes and became as pale as the moon, the blood draining from her body, leaving her cold and frigid. Ghost ship? The Straw Hats, sans Robin, who only had a mild look of shock on her face, screamed out with eyes white and jaw dropped towards the ground. Usopp and Chopper frothed at the mouth in fear, with the sniper looking like he was on the verge of passing out. Yo ho 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 yo ho 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 drifted from the ship, floating down towards the passengers of the Sunny. Finding out the source of the eerie singing did nothing to calm anybody's nerves. Especially not with the knowledge that they were lost and Zoro was definitely lost somewhere in the mother of all marine bases. A shanty of the Dmed. Usopp screamed out. Cover your ears or you'll be cursed to haunt these seas forever. I don't want to be cursed. Chopper cried, clutching onto Usopp's leg. Guys! Nami barked out, trying to bring some order to the panicky crew. This ghost ship should be the least of our concerns. We need to find a way out of here and get Zoro. Look! Frankie called out, pointing at the ship. I see an afro. Maybe someone's up there and they can help guide us out of this super dark place. Good eye, Frankie! Nami said, looking up at the ghost ship, which upon further inspection appeared to be a heavily damaged galleon. Not too dissimilar to the remains of Saint Brice that fell from the sky. She peered through the darkness, moving her head around to try to get a closer angle. Things don't always appear as they seem, Belmere had once said to her. Her statement had come into effect multiple times ever since she joined the Straw Hats and entered the Grand Line. It was coming into effect even now as Nami saw that the person to whom Frankie was referring was actually dead. Unfortunate, but at least Frankie made an effort. Nami sighed. It was getting hard to think with all the screaming and the humming and the weight. If the person on the ship was dead, then how could the singing be coming from the ship? It's a herald of disaster. It's come to claim our souls and the Sunny will be the next ghost ship. Usopp screamed, knees knocking before his eyes rolled in the back of his head and his body hit the deck. Usopp passed out. We need a doctor. Chopper cried out, running back and forth across the deck. You're the doctor, Chopper, Robin calmly reminded the reindeer, patting him comfortingly. Oh, right, he sniffed, rubbing the tears from his eyes and going to assist his patient. The pale white face, no, the pale white bones of what used to be a living person's face stared back at the Straw Hats eerily. Its eye sockets wide open in an ever-forward position and jaw hung slightly open. They died standing up at the wheel. May their soul rest in peace. In the skeleton's hand was a teacup and Nami could have sworn it was steaming, but it was most likely the fog billowing over it and giving the illusion of a hot cup of tea. I would kill for a cup of chamomile right about now, Nami thought, rubbing at her temple. Well, so much for that option, Frankie sighed, seeming not at all bothered by the human remains. Sorry, Nami. It's okay, Frankie, you tried. Nami gave an appreciative wave. By now any fear that Nami had felt beforehand or was currently feeling was massively overridden by the desire to get the hell out of this place and retrieve their wayward swordsman. She couldn't afford to be frightened by any little thing that went bump in this fog anymore. Sanji was kneeling, letting his lap be used as a pillow for Usopp's head as Chopper wafted some smelling salts under his long nose. With some coughing and a gasp, Usopp woke up, but his complexion was still pale from all the terror. Usopp was awake for only a second, sitting up before he looked to the right and promptly passed out again without another word. The Straw Hats' heads simultaneously turned towards the direction Usopp was looking at and they screamed, jumping backwards into a corner. It moved. Robin was the only exception, standing firmly between herself and her nakama as a wall of defense. Sanji cursed at himself for leaving Robin in the path of danger. Standing on the deck of the Sunny was the skeleton, decked out in tattered yet fancy-esque clothing. A purple cane hung from hers. Its arm and a top hat sat upon its very large and impressive afro. It lifted its hat and then gave a bow. Yo ho ho! Do forgive my earlier behavior. You gazed right at me yet I did not even give a wave of greeting. A distinctly male voice came from the skeleton. How that was even possible, Nami did not know. It's been such a long time that I've seen another living person. There are only ghost ships around these parts, you know, so I just had to come down and amend my faux pas. The skeleton, with an afro, is talking. Sanji could only dumbly say, eyes locked onto the creature? No, that was too rude. Being as his hand swayed the salts under Usopp's nose. My name is Dead Bones Brook introduced himself. It's so lovely to see people again with my own eyes, even though skeletons don't have eyes. Yo ho ho! My, women have certainly become more beautiful over the years as I've never seen such beauty as you. Brook's attention turned towards Nami. May you be so kind as to show me your panties? Like hell I will. Nami shouted, launching her shoe into the side of his head, channeling anger from the terrible question and the fact they still hadn't found a way out of here to get Zoro. Yo ho ho, what an aim! Women have not only become more beautiful but also more fierce. I will have to remember to hold my tongue in the future, although skeletons don't have tongues. Brook joked as he laid down on the ground, a goose egg steaming from his skull. Mr. Brook, Robin said. As amusing this has all been. This hasn't been funny at all. Chopper cried as Usopp's eyes finally fluttered open. I have amassed several questions, namely, how are you able to move about and communicate? Your presence in such a place is quite interesting and judging by your comments, it seems you have been living here for quite a while. Could you please tell us everything you know about the Florian Triangle? We wish to leave quickly as we need to find a nakama of ours. Robin-chan is so beautiful when she's calm and level-headed, Sanji swooned. Nami rolled her eyes, but was grateful the archaeologist wasn't swept up in the madness. Is this a dream? Usopp groaned, sitting up and rubbing his head. He looked at the skeleton, who waved at him. Oh, it's not. His voice was a whisper. Don't go passing out on Chopper again, Usopp. Stand up and breathe, Sanji said, helping the sniper stand up and balance on his feet. Also before you scream again, the shitty skeleton can walk and talk and his name is Brook. Do keep these things in mind. He patted the sniper on his back who whimpered and clutched his pearls. I don't mind answering any of your questions. Brook gleefully answered. Though, it isn't getting any warmer here, why don't we go inside and have dinner? Don't go deciding that for yourself. Nami, Sanji and Usopp, albeit fearfully, shouted. I didn't know all the warlords were animal-themed, Luffy said upon re-entering the meeting room. There was a pink flamingo squatting on the desk in front of Segeki, a giant black bear sitting quietly on the far end of the table flipping through a purple book and a blue fish sitting on the opposite end of the black bear. Am I supposed to be the monkey? Garp laughed. Now that I'm thinking about it, it certainly looks that way. He started counting on his fingers. We have a bird, a bear, a fish, a snake, a hawk, we used to have a crocodile, now we have a monkey and whatever the hell Mori is supposed to be. Something, a zoo of a system, a more analytic person would say. Although Luffy couldn't help it, he stared at Jinbe, the presence of the aquatic warlord tickling something deep within his memory. Particularly the red sun that peeked from behind his robes. It was a symbol that he saw somewhere. He just couldn't put his finger on it. He was caught staring. The fish, man. Yes, that's what he was, a fishman stared back at him. His face was carefully smoothed into a neutral expression but Luffy could still feel the waves of displeasure and wariness radiating off of him. He had the odd feeling it wasn't personal. I don't have a problem with fishmen as a whole, Luffy's guts prompted him to say. Sorry if I gave off that impression. You just reminded me of something, not good. The new warlord lamely finished. The first and last time he met a fishman, it wasn't a good experience. Flashes of Nami crying and stabbing herself made itself present in his mind's eye and some residual anger bubbled up before settling down. Long was long gone. He'd never hurt Nami again. And what could that possibly be? The fishman said, voice neutral as well. No anger, no curiosity. His voice and face betrayed nothing. There was a long-nosed fishman that enslaved my navigator and made her cry so I beat him up, Luffy simply answered. There was no need to get into the nitty-gritty, he wasn't asked for that. He couldn't even give the details if he wanted to anyways, he wasn't interested in hearing Nami's past from anyone but herself and she hadn't told him. He didn't ask. Nami asked for help and that's all that he needed to know. That seemed to elicit some response from the fishman as he raised an eyebrow. Did you catch the name of this fishman? With the amount of fishmen Jinbe had caught trying to get revenge on humans, hearing this human claim the same wasn't surprising to him. Some of them were repeat offenders and Jinbe wanted to know if it was a fishman he ran into before. If push came to shove, he may have had no choice but to incarcerate them. Jinbe tried to bestow a message of peace upon his brothers and sisters in the name of Fisher Tiger instead of having them thrown into hell but some of them left him no choice. His name was Arlong or something, Luffy shrugged. I don't remember the names of assholes. Arlong? Yeah, him. From the look on the fishman's face, it seemed that he knew who Arlong was. I won't get mad at you if you didn't know what he was doing. You can't control what anyone does when you're not looking, Luffy said, though when looking closely, Luffy could tell that he truly had no clue, and that he wasn't pleased with what he was hearing at all. In fact, it seemed that he was angry. I would have stopped him if I did know. He of all people should know better. Well, he didn't and he got beat up, so that's that for that then, Luffy shrugged again, but he did believe the fishman's words that Arlong would have been stopped had he known. Fufufu, what an interesting exchange, the pink bird laughed, standing up and walking across the table and stepped down in front of Luffy. Humans are the type to hate all simply because of the actions of a few, yet you don't seem to fall into that same box so many others have. It shouldn't be astounding that such a thing is so, but it is. Luffy snorted and rolled his eyes. That's stupid. People aren't a mammoth. Monolith. And even if everyone was in the same group, not everyone in that group would think the same anyways. Luffy was reminded of the nobles, marines, and other pirates he'd met in his life. Vivi was a good noble and Kobe and Smoker were good marines and Shanks was a good pirate. He couldn't remember the name of any bad pirates, marines, or nobles, because as he said, he didn't remember the names of assholes. The pink bird just hummed, smiling. I can't tell if you're just naive or if this is your genuine belief. Either way, it will be amusing to watch how you go through life with that mindset. Sooner or later, you'll find that regardless of if a person thinks differently, it's the empty barrels that make the most noise and dictate the course of the future. I already know. You're talking, aren't you? The room became so silent, a pin drop from a mile away could be heard. Then, the bird started laughing. Full-blown, clutching his stomach laughter. Now I really wish I got to have you all by myself. This guy is a weirdo, Luffy decided. The present warlords had all sat down in their respective seats. It was explained to Luffy that there was a certain seating arrangement that minimized the chances of the warlords attacking or killing one another. Boa Hancock sat at the foot of the table as she did not want to be seated next to any men. Kuma and Jinbe sat on the ends closest to her as they were the only ones she could tolerate being near to for an extended period of time. Doflamingo sat next to Jinbe because the fifth time he sat next to Kuma, the large man had bumped him back to Dressrosa within a fraction of the feathery warlord opening his mouth. To this day, Doflamingo wasn't sure whether it was intentional or accidental. Crocodile usually sat next to Kuma, but since he was gone, Luffy would take his seat. Moria usually sat near the head of the table, but since Boa rarely showed up anyways, the giant man typically took her seat as it was more spacious. Sengoku once commented that he would invest in a round table, but so far that hadn't come into fruition. There's a lot for you to learn about warlord dynamics, the pink bird said. Okay, sure, whatever. Luffy rolled his eyes, picking the seat next to the fishman. You're pretty cool. Do you poop? Join my crew. Yes. No. Ah. Meanie. Segeki waited 15 more minutes for any remaining warlords to arrive, to which one, a giant white leek appeared. 5 out of 7, the pink bird whistled. Excellent turnout. Kishishishi. Indeed. The white leek laughed. I'm in a good mood today. There are new visitors to my ship. I'll let them run around and be terrified for while I'm here and add them to my zombie collection when I return. Kishishishi. Imagine the look on their faces when they see the nightmare to end all nightmares appear. No one is interested in hearing about your appalling hobby, the blue fishman, who Luffy learned whose name was Jinbe, commented. Ditto, the black bear agreed, speaking for the first time and nearly startling Luffy. He was so quiet that Luffy forgot he was even there at all. You should share more, the pink bird said to the white leek, who frowned and then growled. The prices will be more than worthwhile. I've told you no 1,000 times and I'll say it 1,000 times more if I have to. I'm not selling you anything. So what are we here for anyways? Also, where's my food? Luffy demanded. In a show of impeccable timing, chefs with bustling trays filled the room, the scent of various meats and other dishes wafting into Luffy's nose. To meet you, of course, the white leek turned his attention to Luffy and laughed over the sound of shuffling. Metal. Oh, such a wonderful dining room, and the kitchen too. This is an incredible ship. Brook exclaimed, marveling at all of the bright lights and colors. It was a refreshing change of scenery from the constant drab and dreariness of his own broken-down ship. The noise, oh how he missed noise. And not the creaks of mold-infested wooden planks and the hollow whisper of wind, but the buzzing of lights, screeching of chairs, clattering of dishes and the collective mumble of idle conversations. All of these were noises associated with life, with enjoyment, with camaraderie. All were noises associated with being alive. The blue-haired man, who was sitting on a bar in front of the blonde chef, grinned proudly. Glad to see you have a good eye. I, Super Frankie, built this ship. The Thousand Sunny, the ship of dreams that will carry the Pirate King and his crew to the end of the Grand Line. Don't be so friendly with him, Frankie, Sanji sweated. And it wasn't from the heat of the open flame. We still don't know what this guy's deal is. Brook, Robin and Nami were all seated at the dining room table. Usopp and Chopper were sitting on a nearby couch, trembling and holding up crosses at the skeleton. If Brook noticed, or was even bothered by the display, he did not say anything too enraptured by human interaction. Yo-ho-ho-ho. That sounds marvelous. Pirate King, young kids and their imaginations these days. It would be delightful if we could begin to eat. It's been decades since I've had a proper meal. Every day, I've been living with a gnawing pain as if the skin on my back and bones were glued together, but of course I don't have either. Yo-ho-ho-ho, skull joke. Though, since I am a gentleman, I'll patiently wait for the meal, dinar. The skeleton sang, swinging his head back and forth as he clanged his utensils on the table. Shut the hell up, wait quietly and drink your goddamn milk. Sanji shouted in irritation. He needed a smoke. He didn't mind feeding Brook, in fact, he was all too happy to. The phrase, "It's been decades since I've had a proper meal," definitely struck a chord within him, but the skeleton's outgoing personality was clashing horribly with the stress of the fact that Zoro was still trapped in a dangerous place with no way to leave. Sanji had no doubts that the swordsman could defend himself and cut his way through Marineford without much difficulty, but the fact still remained that it was a situation that could have been avoided if he paid a little more attention and attempted to find him when he first noticed Zoro was missing from the deck. Nami sighed. Brook seemed to be the type of character Luffy would definitely enjoy. He was totally weird, something that made you automatically attractive to Luffy, and well, he was weird and that was enough. Nami would bet that if Luffy was here, he'd ask him to join the crew and Nami herself would join the inevitable "I'm vetoing your decision" committee. For the first time, Usopp mustered up the courage to speak directly to Brook. "By the way, Korapakuru?" "Brook." Right. Brukakuru, what even are you?" Usopp blurted that last part out in one breath, then shut his eyes and tried to make his form as small as possible in case he angered the being and forever cursed to. "Unfurl yourself, Usopp, it's time to eat," Sanji said, resting the dishes down on the table. Brook was moved by the hospitality and filled with emotion. He was partially joking about joining them for dinner and eating food with them. After all, they were strangers who didn't owe Brook anything, but to see a steaming hot steak placed right in front of him that he was free to eat, well, Brook had only hoped his non-existent taste buds worked just as well as his non-existent eyes. Suddenly, "My heart but not my stomach is full," he began to tear up. He glanced over at the beauty that was Robin's plate. "Your plate has more meat on it, can we switch?" The blonde chef chopped him with his foot. "You're free to ask for seconds, dumbass. Eat what's in front of you." After all of the plates were cleaned, and Brook would have liked the plate clean if he were physically capable, Brook answered Usopp's question. He explained the power of his devil fruit, the Yomi Yomi no Mi, and his resurrecting ability. While he didn't go into too much detail outside of the fact that his former pirate crew was decimated by some ridiculously strong pirates, as that was extremely personal and he didn't want to dump all his trauma on the kind strangers, he did admit that he died and his spirit left his body. Unfortunately, the fog was so thick it took him an entire year to find his body, by which at that point there was nothing but bones. Yo-ho-ho. So that's how you became a talking skeleton. Being revived despite being bones is the power of that devil fruit, Frankie surmised. But you're still cursed, right? Once the fruit has fulfilled its function, the only thing you're left with is the inability to swim, Sanji said, considerably calmer now that he knew what Brook actually was. "Why, you have an afro though," Chopper said, sitting on Robin's lap and pointing to said afro. "When organic beings decompose, all their hair and fur rots away as well, but you're a skeleton with an afro." "The roots of my hair are strong," Brook explained simply. Nami sweated. She was definitely not jealous of a skeleton having such strong hair. No, she was not. Her mind's eye flashed to a drain clogged with fiery orange lumps. She resisted the urge to ask him what his hair care regimen was before he died. She coughed into a fist. "So, you're not a ghost then? Despite once being human you don't look like one now," Usopp said, still visibly nervous. "I strongly dislike ghosts," Brook said. "If I saw one, I'd surely scream." Nami rolled her eyes. "Have you seen yourself in the mirror lately?" She held up a pink mirror. Brook screamed. "Ah! Take that thing away from me, I can't bear to look at my visage." Wait a second. Brook's not reflected in the mirror," Usopp pointed out while some of the Straw Hats stood up in shock. Chopper screamed, running about the table calling Brook a vampire. "Well, there goes all that progress. Look even further. Brook doesn't have a shadow." Is that so?" The skeleton sipped on a hot cup of tea. "How can you be this calm? All this racket is because of you after all," Sanji exclaimed. Usopp held out his cross and ring of garlic, with Chopper following suit. "I believe this is the perfect pathway into Miss Robin's earlier question. I'll tell you everything I know. It's been a long time since I've been drifting on the sea. Being a skeleton and not having a shadow are two completely different things," for once, Brook answered with a modicum of seriousness, which in turn had settled the Straw Hats down. Maybe finally, they'd get an answer on how to get out of this place. "I will tell you, Slew RP, in the next chapter. Answer us now," Sanji yelled. Brook said that a few years ago, a man snatched his shadow from his body. He explained that if he was exposed to direct sunlight, he would disappear, retelling the story of how he once saw a man who was without a shadow disappear in the light of the sun before his very eyes, even though he had no eyes. Yo-ho-ho-ho. It was quite the terrifying sight indeed. Without a shadow, it meant he could not be seen in a mirror or a photograph as there was no representation of him to be reflected. In short, mine is an existence hated by both the sun and the sea. My nakama were annihilated, but even so I am alive and kicking. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Why are you so cheerful? Your life sounds like it SCKS, Sanji sweated. Yet, Brook had continued to laugh and twirl about to a point where both Sanji and Frankie told him to shut up. Usopp was concerned. "Are you having a crisis? Do you need help? A therapist? Immediate medical intervention?" "Today was a wonderful day," Brook answered with a non-answer. I was finally able to find someone. I couldn't tell you the difference between today and tomorrow in this dark, foggy sea, all alone on a ship that refuses to obey its rudder. I've been wandering for so long, alone. So incredibly lonely and afraid. I once even considered just jumping into the sea to end it all. But I'm glad I didn't, because then, I wouldn't have gotten to meet all of you. Purupurupuru rang the transponder snails in the overhead speakers. I'll get it, Nami said, lifting a hand to Robin, who had offered to. Since standard-sized transponder snails were pretty inconvenient to hold or carry around, Frankie set up room for all of them to quietly sleep in. Should one of them ring, like right now, the sound of the ringing would be transported through a speaker system built into the ship that would alert any of the Strawhats to the ringing from any location on the Sunny. Upon entering the room, Nami noticed that it was Luffy's snail that was ringing. Strange. She hoped her idiotic yet well-meaning captain hadn't given his number to any weirdos. When the navigator picked up the receiver, an almost familiar freckled face appeared on the snail. Luffy? The man questioned. Your face is looking kind of soft. Have you finally started using actual face soap instead of just water? Nami held back a snort. It's not Luffy. It's me, Nami. You're Ace, right? I remember you from Alabasta. Oh yeah, Nami. You're the orange-haired navigator. Good to hear from you. Is my bro doing alright? I want to congratulate him on the promotion. Luffy isn't here right now. He was summoned to a Warlord meeting, Nami explained, then sighed, running a hand through her hair. And Zoro somehow managed to find his way on the marine ship that transported Luffy and is now probably lost there. Yikes. Understatement of the century. Where are you guys? I've snuck into a marine base before. Marineford shouldn't be that much more difficult. I can pop over and get Zoro for you. I was coming to visit anyway, so detouring for Zoro isn't any skin off my back. Nami smiled. Thank you for the offer, Ace, but Zoro isn't your responsibility, he's ours. And for the record, the crew and I are lost somewhere in the Florian. What the hell is that? Nami screeched, dropping the receiver as she scuttled backwards in fear, the snail watching and mimicking her expression on the other end of the line. A round white ghost had phased into the room, staring at Nami with vacant black eyes and a longed-out pink tongue before sailing through the room and up right past her into the ceiling. She'd been so paralyzed by fear that she hadn't heard Ace screeching her name. Nami. The navigator blinked and crawled back to the snail, picking up the receiver, hand still shaking. Ace. Nami, are you all right? What happened? There was a ghost. Nami could feel her heartbeat pumping in her ears. A ghost? You said you were in the Florian Triangle, right? That place is a ship's graveyard in a ship's graveyard. Who knows what else could be in there? There was a pause and a fist to the mouth and contemplative expression before Ace spoke again. Zoro won't get in too much trouble if he's found. The Marines can't really do anything to him. But ghosts could do something to you and the rest of Luffy's crew. I'm coming to help. Which side are you on? We entered from the corner closest to Enies, but you can't. Ace hung up before Nami could even finish her sentence. Hanging the snail back up, Nami rushed back to the dining room to see it empty. Fear of the worst took a hold of her before hearing commotion outside. She rushed to the deck of the ship, where she could see everyone minus Brook. Where is he? Nami asked. She hadn't even needed to specify the name. The shitty skeleton went to the shitty ghost island, Thriller Bark. Sanji answered with a point, a crack of thunder punctuating Sanji's sentence. Chomp. Crunch. Slurp. Munch. The warlords looked in a mixture of horror, disgust and amazement at the disappearance rate of the food on the table. Plates had barely been set down before they were emptied and returned to the metal tray. Rubbery arms left after images, stretching back and forth across the table to stuff its owner's ever-enlarging face. His mouth expanded, skinning up noodles like a vacuum and abandoning chopsticks like a civilized human being to use his hands bent like claws. Truly it was an undignified display, and no doubt if Hancock was present she would have shrieked at the ungodliness of it all. The spread of food was large, consisted 90% of red meat and apparently all for Strawhat, as the young pirate made quick use of a knife and jabbed it in between Moria's fingers just as the older pirate pulled a plate of applewood smoked ribs towards himself. If you want food, ask for your own, the pirate said around a chicken leg. Ah, don't you know sharing is caring? Such a display of generosity would make you the hero of this meeting. Luffy swallowed. I have no interest in being a hero. Heroes have to share their meat, and I don't want to share anything that's mine. Especially with people who aren't my nakama. Jinbe chuckled into his webbed hand. You remind me of Fire Fist Ace. After our 5-day battle, we had a feast to rejuvenate our energy and he ate half the food in mere minutes. Luffy grinned at that. Sounds like something he would do, he said wisely, or rather unintentionally, avoiding any reference to their familial relationship. Now, back to the topic at hand. All of you are honestly wasting your time, so just go home. I didn't have interest in meeting any of you weirdos except coming to see Crappy Gramps, Luffy said, totally unaware of the last part of his sentence. Though, meeting Jinbe was cool, so it wasn't a total waste. Your grandfather is a Marine? Doflamingo questioned, an eyebrow raised behind his rose lenses, but was completely overshadowed by Moria slamming his fists on the table with a growl. You little sheet, he seethed. You're just a wimpy creature seated here as an illusion of control. Everyone in this room can kill you with their eyes closed and hands tied behind their backs. Are you getting this heated up over a plate of ribs, Moria? How childish, Jinbe questioned, a small smile adorning his face. Usually Jinbe never attended the Warlord meetings. 95% of the time they were rather unproductive and consisted of insults, threats, and weapons being flung at each other as if they were rowdy children in a park and not adults with critical thinking skills. Jinbe had half a mind not to attend, but after seeing a member of a newer generation of pirates being offered the seat, he wondered if this pirate was different in his ways of thinking or was just another cookie-cutter byproduct of the old generation. Jinbe had yet to form an opinion of Strawhat, but he could certainly say he seemed interesting. Don't you normally feel pride in being seen as weird and eccentric? Doflamingo directed to Moria, temporarily dropping the topic of pirate-marine familial relations. Not to mention your iconic, laid-back attitude would allow any perceived insults to flow off your back like water. Don't tell me you've been steeping in intimidation this entire time and that laid-back persona is false? Or is it a feeling of inferiority? The pink-clad warlord teased. Gasp. Do you feel threatened by the perceived importance of this young one? Shut the hell up, Doflamingo. Since when do you pick sides? Moria avoided the questions. Clearly you haven't been paying attention enough to know that I'm not. Getting you fired up has always been entertaining. Everything is entertainment to you, so that statement means nothing to me. Luffy spit a bone at Moria's face, gaining the attention and anger of the older warlord. That Croco Bstrd was a warlord and I was able to defeat him, and you're fat and ugly, so that means I can defeat you even more easily than him. Garp burst out laughing, startling Moria, who actually forgot the Marine was even present with them. Shut up, you old man. He whipped his long neck to Luffy. I went toe-to-toe with Kaido. If you think I'm easily defeated, then clearly you're overestimating your strength. Besides, Moria rolled his eyes and scoffed. Crocodile was clearly letting himself go, as you didn't even need Haki to defeat him. I read the reports. The a-hole was a weak, overconfident brat who never should have gotten the position in the first place. Luffy didn't know who Kaido was or what Haki was, but he wasn't going to ask. There was no way he was going to inflate the leak's ego by making him appear more knowledgeable, so Luffy just said, I bet I can beat you without Haki too. Moria snorted, a wave of confidence and arrogance washing over him. I'd like to see you try. And was promptly met with a pistol straight to the face. The man's neck reared back and swung back around like a buoy being tossed in violent waters. There was an audible crunch and the warlord's nose looked warped, with blood dripping onto his purple lips. Good attempt, Moria said, gingerly touching his bruised nose before lunging. That's enough. Sengoku yelled out, slamming his fists on the table. A wave of conquerors emanated from him, and although Luffy didn't pass out, he suddenly felt sick and came to the conclusion that he probably needed to poop. He ate a lot of food after all. The Marine sat back down and let out a frustrated sigh, rubbing his temples. Gecko Moria, stop being an instigator. The purpose of this meeting was for you all to familiarize yourself with your new colleague and bring him up to speed on the level and quality of work required of him. Doflamingo straight up laughed. Anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together and enough awareness knows that the world government's control of us is utterly laughable at best. No one shows up to these infernal meetings and no one completes any task that doesn't cater to their own personal whims. The fear of the warlords has nothing to do with the fact our piracy is legalized, as you Marines have deluded yourselves to believe. It's because of our strength. Without the world government, people would still fear our names regardless. Jinbe scoffed and shook his head. Doflamingo took notice of this and directed his attention towards the fishman. What? Am I incorrect, oh so wise first son of the sea? Where you are feared, I am respected. That is the difference between you and I as warlords. Moria rolled his eyes. How respected could you possibly be? You're a fishman. That respect is most likely a well-hidden fear. Crash. Pebbles dropped from the wall and bounced 1, 2, 3 times on the ground before settling. Cracks highlighted the imprint of a certain Gecko Moria firmly embedded in the wall behind him, scrunched face deepened with the imprint of a paw. Comically, the warlord loosed from his personal hole and dropped face first on the floor with a groan. Wordlessly and coolly, Kuma slipped his brown glove back on. Kuma. Sengoku said. The wrongdoer will be paid back for the wrong he has done, and there is no partiality. Jinbe gave a single nod of thanks to Kuma, to which Kuma replied with a nod back. Luffy was amazed at the speed and strength. The bone he had cracked open with his teeth and SCKED the marrow out of dropped into a rising pile of bones on his plate. That was so cool. How did you do that? That I ate the pawpaw fruit which put paw pads on my hands. It allows me to repel anything that comes into contact with it, so I repelled Gecko Moria into the wall. Gecko Moria grumbled, rubbing his head and dusting off his ashy clothes as he pushed himself off of the ground. His groan overshadowed Sengoku's grumble of, "You're going to pay for that. Slamming me into the wall is a bit of an overreaction, don't you think? Kuma should have slammed you directly into the ocean," Jinbe commented. Garp laughed, spraying half-soggy rice crackers across the table. Moria groaned, once again forgetting that the Vice Admiral was present. "Keep on acting the fool." The Vice Admiral said, "This is the most entertainment I've had during the entire week." Bahahaha. Is he stupid? Luffy asked Jinbe with a less than pleased expression on his face. He was missing out on cool adventures with his crew for this? Some dumb leak? Chronically. Sengoku firmly gripped Garp's shoulder, which was all that needed to be done apparently, as the marine hero quieted, but still chuckled greatly every time he looked at Moria's face. "Strawhat," Sengoku said, "what do you have to say about all of this?" Several pairs of eyes focused their attention on Luffy, who was fast asleep, snoring and a snot bubble blowing from his nose. A blood vessel appeared on his forehead. How the hell could he sleep at a time like this? Sengoku turned his head to Garp in preparation to ask him to wake up his rowdy grandson, but found that the marine was also fast asleep, head tilted back and a snot bubble coming out of his nose. "DMN it, Garp." Pop! The snot bubble ruptured with a crisp sound and Luffy startled awake. "Wha?" He blinked groggily. "Who are all of you again?" Garp snorted. "You mean who are all of you? You haven't learned a single one of their names." "Yes I have." Luffy protested. He stood up atop the table, one hand on waist and pointing with the other, Mingo. "Kuma. Jinbe. Leek. Segeki. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who's gonna become king of the pirates." He shot his arms up in the air. "Fufufu, such a bold declaration," Doflamingo said. "Are you up to the task?" "Hell yeah I am. And if I die trying, so be it. But no one can ever say I made no effort." Doflamingo grinned. While he had no interest in becoming king of the pirates, as he was already a king himself, watching the competition kill each other in various creative ways was fun. However, things had become boring. Stagnant. The old generation was that, old. But maybe Straw Hat proved to be proof that something new and exciting was about to happen. Doflamingo couldn't wait to watch. He himself had some plans to make things interesting as well. He wondered how and if the two would ever clash. "How can you hope to achieve the title of king when you're a warlord?" Jinbe asked with genuine curiosity. "Make no mistake, Luffy still stood on the table. This position that I have is only temporal. Temporary. And as soon as I'm done with it, I'm busting it the hell out of here." "Should you really be stating such a thing in Marine headquarters in front of the fleet admiral?" Moria asked, eager to see the nuisance punished. "Segeki can't arrest me for words, only for actions," he said, looking at the fleet admiral, who tried very hard to look like he hadn't given up. Sengoku said nothing. Garp laughed. "The rubbery brat's right," he exclaimed. "Whose side are you even on?" Sengoku mentally groused. "Leek," Moria suddenly exclaimed. "You're just registering that?" Luffy exclaimed. "You're even denser than me." Garp laughed. "Why you?" Moria snatched Luffy by the throat and thrashed him around like a ragdoll. Garp was furious but couldn't make a move to rescue Luffy without causing suspicion in the more perceptive warlords, as he'd never made a move to rescue any other warlord when they were on the thrall of death by another warlord before. "Moria. Drop him," Sengoku said, sensing Garp's anger and distress. The warlord was compelled by Sengoku's will to release his grip. Luffy choked and gasped for breath exactly once before acting like he just wasn't about to be suffocated with just a thumb and an index finger. "Leek," Moria said again, significantly calmer, but still angry. "I think it suits you," Doflamingo chuckled. "Shut the hell up," Moria shouted, grabbed onto the chair and grunted several times as he tried and failed to lift the bolted seat from off the ground. He strained and there was a crack and a give as Moria pulled up the seat, still bolted to several panels of wood flooring off the ground, and hurled it at the pink warlord. The seat and floorboards dropped into thinly sliced shreds on the table with just a few flicks of Doflamingo's fingers. "You're going to pay for that," Sengoku said for the second time that meeting. "I just can't call Jinbe a fish, that's rude," was Luffy's defense. "And Kuma had his name said and it's short enough to remember. Mingo is a easy derivative to remember. Diminutive. But yeah, you're a leak. Moria is just as easy to remember as Kuma. Fine. You're not worth remembering. Is that what you want to hear? Gosh, you're such a crybaby. You've been annoying this whole entire stupid meeting for stupid useless shit. Mingo was right, you do have an inferiority complex. Suddenly, Luffy remembered something. Ah? He clapped his hands together and gave a slight bow. Thank you for the meal, it was good, but not as good as Sanji's shishishi. While we are here, Kuma suggested, interrupting whatever volcanic response Moria had prepared. Are there any missions you have for us? Sengoku internally thanked Kuma for his sensibilities. None at the moment, thank you for asking. Is this the end? I want to go now, Moria said, tired of being whipped at all angles. Pretty much, Garp said. Unless you want to go at each other's throats again. This meeting was boring and a waste of my time. Luffy declared. I'm never coming back to another one of these ever again, unless you tell me up front what it is I'm gonna be doing. The young teen tacked that last part to the end of his sentence, partially remembering the conditions for him being a warlord in the first place. I agree. Moria said. Don't agree with me on anything. Luffy snapped, causing a bickering session between him and Moria until? Rumble. 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 What the hell is that? Garp questioned, sitting up straight and taking his feet from off the table. The entire room, no, the entire building shook, the walls and floors cracking and splitting apart. The pictures that hung on the wall rattled violently before dropping to the ground, glass shattering. Just as suddenly as the rumbling started, it stopped. Oh, well that was weird. Boom! A loud explosion rang through the stronghold, sending a massive shockwave that crumpled the walls of the building like a soda can. Metal frames twisted, bent and warped at the flare of the sudden heat that washed upwards through the cracks in the floor. Explosion after explosion rang out, almost as if there was a chain reaction. The ceiling began to collapse, plaster falling down onto the table in sheets as the floor started to sink beneath them. The tables and chairs started to be sked down first, and immediately the occupants of the room leapt up and took refuge in the window sills, which also started to lose their structural integrity. I'm out of here! Moria exclaimed, leaping out of the window and using his shadows to fly him to Thriller Bark. Jinbei also decided to part ways, making a choice at the last second to grab the back of Luffy's shirt to prevent him from being impaled by rebar. He dropped the boy in the marina before diving in the water and swimming off with a farewell. Doflamingo latched onto the clouds, making his way back to the new world and cackling wildly at the display of events. Sengoku and Garp jumped out, landing in a roll safely. From the new perspective, the two Marines could see a large portion of the base was on fire and an even larger portion caved in like wet pottery. The two gaped, clearly stunned and shocked by the display of events. What the hell happened? Sengoku bellowed, his last thread of patience finally snapping, but it was unheard over the sound of screaming Marines, trample of boots and minor explosions. The main front wall had split into, the left piece falling inwards and causing even more structural damage. The base rumbled for a few more minutes before finally subsiding. Sengoku whipped towards Luffy in a new wind of fury. Your new duty is to find out who did this, he hissed angrily. Luffy made a disgusted face. Why do I have to look? He dug a finger in his nose, flicking the booger to Sengoku, and stepped to the side to dodge, causing the booger to land on Garp. You insolent brat! He exclaimed, but couldn't give him a fist of love as Sengoku put his arm in front of him. It would be in your best interest to follow what I command you to do, otherwise your position would be revoked immediately. Consider where you are currently standing, Sengoku reminded. Ugh. Luffy threw his head back and groaned. This SCKED. This SCKED. He hated being told what to do, especially by someone who had no authority to tell him what to do anyways. He should have just found a way to hide until he could get back to the crew so he could avoid this. Only because of my nakama, he willed himself with a grumble. Sengoku told him that he had to help. He never said he had to be helpful. So Luffy just towed over rocks, kneeling down and staring into empty crevices so often and pushing over large slabs of rocks that had no business being moved at that time, creating even more of a mess in the name of leaving no stone unturned. Sometimes he even inspected pieces of scrap metal and what looked to be the remnants of cannonball shells. After about 15 minutes of searching, Luffy was about to report that he found nothing that could have done this and was going to go home when he noticed a pile of shuffling rocks. Interest piqued, Luffy went over to the pile and pushed the rocks aside to see tufts of green hair paled with white dust. Luffy's eyes widened. The swordsman was covered in some scratches and bruises but otherwise looked fine. In fact, he looked more confused than anything. I think I cut something I wasn't supposed to, he commented, brushing his hair and clothes off. He then looked around. Where'd Claw go? After seeing no Signs of whoever it was Zoro was searching for, he shrugged. He's probably strong enough to get out on his own. Arms wrapped in coils around him and Zoro grunted. Zoro! Luffy exclaimed, squeezing him tightly. The swordsman coughed out his own greeting. Zoro, why are you here? I thought you were supposed to be back with the others. I wasn't gonna leave you by yourself. Shishishi, you're so soft, Zoro. Luffy smiled, causing the swordsman to blush. I'm not soft. You're a dumbass, so I didn't want you getting into a bunch of trouble in a marine base. Someone needs to keep an eye on you at all times. Thanks. Did you say hi to Kobe while you were here? I wonder where he is. I hope he didn't die. It would suck if a building crushed him before he got to achieve his dream. Zoro nodded. I did say hi to him and asked him to fetch me some sake, but I don't know where he is now. I think the runt got out fine. Shishishi, good. Luffy picked up a random snail that was still in operation and dialed Nami's number. Hello? Came the timid voice of Chopper. Oi! Chopper! Where are you guys? Me and Zoro are done here, Luffy said, not mentioning how the meeting went or the destruction of the marine base at all. Immediately the reindeer burst into tears. Wah! Luffy! We got stuck in a storm and were swept into a scary place, and now we're trapped by a giant mouth and can't get out. What? Zoro asked, confused. A more collected Robin took the receiver from Chopper. Greetings, Luffy, Zoro. I trust that you two are well? The two nodded. As Chopper explained, we were caught in a sudden storm shortly after your departure. We had plans to land in Kurigana, but the storm swept us into the Florian Triangle. The island we are sailing near appears to be a moving island closed off by a gate in the shape of a mouth known as Thriller Bark. That certainly makes more sense, Zoro said. So, how are we going to get there? Perhaps I can be of assistance? Kuma said, suddenly appearing behind the two. We'll call you back, Robin, Zoro said, then hung up the snail once the woman gave a confirmation. Who the hell are you? Oh, that's Kuma. He's one of the warlords, Luffy introduced, and the tension in the green-haired swordsman decreased slightly upon seeing Luffy's nonchalance. Then again, Luffy's nonchalance was not a good indicator of whether a person was to be trusted or not. Oh, okay, hello? Hello, Kuma greeted. If there is any place in the world you would like to go, where would you go? Luffy thought about it for a moment. Then somehow the dots connected. Are you gonna repel us to where we need to go? What? Zoro asked, confused. Kuma nodded. Great. Can you repel me and Zoro to Thriller Bark? That's where our Nakama currently are. They say it's a moving island somewhere in the Florian Triangle. Kuma frowned. Number 1, Thriller Bark was not a moving island, but a ship. 2, said ship belonged to Gecko Moria, the warlord that Luffy seemed to have the most issues with. He decided it would be better to inform the young warlord instead of leaving him and his crew with a nasty surprise. Thriller Bark is not a moving island, but Gecko Moria's ship. Luffy instantly deflated. Ugh, not him. Wait. Does that mean you can't send us to our Nakama? Do you have the Vivre cards of any of your crewmates? Typically, I use the magnetic field of an island and maps of the islands in the Grand Line to determine where to send a person, but in the event such a case is not possible, I can use a Vivre card to repel an individual towards the owner of the card, Kuma explained. I only have the Vivre card of my brother, but he's off somewhere searching for some guy named Blackbeard, and that was all the way back at Alabasta. I have no idea where he is now. Kuma hummed. I have a piece of Moria's Vivre card. Well, the correct term would be stole, but that was years ago. I can use his card for transportation purposes. Luffy tried not to grimace. Will that send us directly to him? It depends on the strength of the repulsion. I can hit you hard enough to get you there, but soft enough not to collide with him. Fine by me. I will have to send you one at a time as more than one person in the repulsion bubble affects the... Yeah, just do what you gotta do, Luffy said, impatient and waiting to get to his crew. Very well. From this position, arriving at Thriller Bark would take approximately 2 days. However, I can increase the strength of my repulsion to shorten the time to 3 hours. Can you make that time even shorter? No. Okay. Send Zoro first. A captain has to make sure his Nakama are safe first after all. Wait, Luffy, this is... Zoro started, confused by what the hell Luffy was talking about, and all of a sudden wanted Zoro to go somewhere first without him. Bye, Zoro. Zoro was gone in a flash, a transparent blue paw-shaped bubble surrounding him as Kuma sent him to Thriller Bark. Immediately, Luffy followed suit in his own transparent blue bubble and promptly took a nap. Earlier? Zoro yawned, stretching his jaw and arms. I'm gonna take a nap while I wait for the sake. The green-haired swordsman plopped down on the floor, back against the railing, arms behind him as a pillow and ankles crossed. His eyes shut and Zoro was halfway into nothingness before he felt an outward force push against his body and harsh mumble whispers. A single gray eye opened and stared pointedly at the blonde Marine who was shoving him. "You can't just be lounging in the hall like this, you need to move," Helmeppo said, his ugly eye band doing nothing to conceal the annoyed expression on his face. Zoro glared. "Let me just get this straight right here and right now." He got up and rose to his full height, not towering over Helmeppo but tall enough that the blonde had to noticeably tilt his head upwards to meet him at eye level. "I can tolerate Kobe shoving me around and telling me what to do for a bit. He's a good kid, a bit ditzy and frazzled but still decent. You on the other hand better not try to imitate how he deals with me, because I can assure you the outcome will be drastically different and it won't be pleasant. I was just being civil at Water 7 for Luffy's sake, but I won't hesitate to slice you apart if you order me around or try to touch me again. I've forgiven you for what you've done, simply because you're not worth the energy it takes to hold a grudge, but I haven't forgotten and I won't act like it never happened just because you decided you weren't going to be a piece of sheet human anymore." Helmeppo gulped heavily, nodding as a thin layer of nervous sweat slid down his face. Fair enough," he says, because how could he possibly defend the actions of his past self? If you're going to sleep anyways, then should at least find a discreet location?" Helmeppo whimpered, the pitch of his voice increasing. Zoro sighed and rolled his eyes. "I said don't order me around and don't touch me, not lose any shards of backbone you've managed to acquire from being here." The swordsman looked about. There weren't really any good hiding napping places on this floor, but he managed to find a nice dark corner on the floor below him. It allowed him to see without being seen. With one hand and a slight grunt, Zoro leapt over the railing, eliciting a response from Helmeppo. "Why can't anyone use the stairs like a normal person?" The blonde Marine dashed down the stairs to meet Zoro on the second floor, but found no one there. "Zoro?" As Helmeppo searched for Zoro, the swordsman in question was lying flat at the bottom of a hole, staring upwards dazedly. Grunting slightly, he lifted himself up from the ground, dusting his hands and his clothing and adjusting his swords. "Well, sheet," Zoro said, running a hand through his hair and wondering how exactly he ended up in a pit. He just jumped over the railing. He forgot he was on the third floor, not the second, and jumped as if he was heading down to the ground floor. His hand came back red and wet, but the swordsman shrugged it off. It was probably just a scrape and didn't really hurt that much. Zoro looked up, squinting at the bright light that came pouring directly through. The swordsman questioned why on earth there was a random hole in the middle of the ground and then leapt upwards. Or at least, attempted to jump upwards. Standing didn't really hurt, but as soon as Zoro put any excessive force on it, a burning pain shot through his ankle. He must have busted it upon landing. With an injured ankle, Zoro wasn't able to jump high enough to grasp onto the rim of the hole and climb out. Not to mention, the hole was at a depth where Zoro would not have been able to reach the top of the hole regardless of if his ankle was busted or not. Zoro whistled, sitting down and taking off his black boot to see the damage. "Man, Chopper's going to be so mad at me." Already the site of the injury was swollen and turning a deep dark purplish green. He shrugged. I've lived through worse." And he put his shoe on and started walking. Luckily for Zoro, the path was straight and narrow, with no twists and turns that would suddenly move around when he wasn't looking. Though, it was sort of suspicious. A hole and then a straight and narrow tunnel under Marineford? It smelt like infiltration to Zoro. The earth was fresh and crumbled easily beneath Zoro's fingertips as he guided himself through the pitch-black tunnel. Zoro didn't limp, but the burst of pain that shot from his ankle straight up into his knee every time he took a step was getting annoying pretty quickly. After what seemed like forever and a day, there was a glimmer of orange light up ahead, moving shadows and mumbling. The swordsman narrowed his eyes, and crouched low, slowly drawing nearer to the mumbling shadows. In the dim, flickering light of a lantern's flame, Zoro could make out a top hat, long metal pole and some sort of blue coat. This was too easy, the mystery man grumbled, sounding a mixture of annoyed and confused. He didn't seem aware of Zoro's presence at all. I didn't need Strawhat to fulfill my mission at all. Why would he ask me to use him to get into Marineford? Was it just a front? I'll still attempt an alliance, but I'm definitely asking about his reasoning again. At the mention of his captain's name, Zoro narrowed his eyes and put a hand on the hilt of Wado Ikemanji. He stood up straight, put on a cool and laid-back air and stepped into the light. With what business do you have with my captain? Blue coat guy stood up straight, driving the head of the shovel he was holding down into dirt and leaning against it, completely unsurprised by Zoro's presence. He even smiled, though Zoro could tell it was false. The stranger let out a sigh. So, he said, still smiling though it edged somewhat into a grimace. How much of that did you actually hear? Enough to know you want business with Luffy, and if you want business with him, you want business with me, Zoro answered, showing his grip on his unsheathed sword. You're quite lucky, pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. I've been sensing for the presence of others down here in 10-minute intervals, yet you somehow managed to evade detection by falling in between that time PRD. Lucky huh? Luck is something I like to test, Grey Eyes Sandai Katetsu. You can remove your hand, I know you won't attack me. At least, not before finding out what I want with your captain. Zoro frowned. The stranger was right. He wouldn't risk killing or fatally injuring someone who held information that could possibly harm Luffy without finding out that information first. Begrudgingly, Zoro moved his hand, but his fingers still twitched in preparation for a swift attack. Let's get out of this bloody hole, shall we? The stranger said, using his pole to push up on a metal disc and maneuver it to the side. Natural light flooded the hole, and it was at that moment that Zoro realized he had no clue when the ceiling of the tunnel grew smaller and smaller. The man easily jumped out into the open, then stuck his head of wavy blonde hair into the entrance of the hole and waved his hand in a summoning manner. Zoro bit back a hiss as he jumped up, making it out, but most certainly agitating the injury he sustained. Whatever, as long as bone or skin wasn't broken. So this giant hole and tunnel your work? The swordsman asked, thumb pointing to where they just existed. Not mine specifically, the work of those I'm associated with, but someone has to come and perform maintenance on it every once in a while, he winked. How was it that you missed all of those signs and construction tape? I fell from the 3rd floor, the swordsman answered flatly. Ah. Zoro looked about. Where the hell even are we? They seemed to be in some sort of tall oval room that was covered wall to wall in alphabetized filing cabinets. Ladders on wheels stood in their stands and desks and chairs were in the center of the room, with one of the larger desks on the back end of the wall furnished with pens, stamps, punch cards, and logbooks. It was unoccupied. Records. More specifically, criminal profiles, the stranger answered. In the light, Zoro could see he had a sick-looking burn mark that started at the top of the left side of his face and stretched downwards towards his neck and disappeared somewhere beneath his fancy-looking clothes. Dearest Martha is on her lunch break, so we better be snappy about this. How do you even know that? This isn't my first rodeo nor shall it be the last, the stranger said before cracking his knuckles. Time to get to work. Although Zoro wanted records for the higher-ups in the Marines, he wouldn't pass up on the opportunity to get the records for the warlords that Luffy had now found himself in the company of. Zoro wasn't too sure about the intricacies of warlord politics, but if those guys were allowed to attack each other, then Zoro wanted Luffy to be prepared for who he was going to be dealing with. Zoro could hear his captain now upon being given any sort of information. I don't want to look. That would be cheating. And Nami and Usopp would be trying to convince him that preparation for a fight is in fact not cheating. However, who are you and what do you want with Luffy? Getting straight to the point, are we? Well, you can call me Claw for now, he answered. I'm with the Revolutionary Army. Never heard of M. I wouldn't expect you to. A rookie crew like yours wouldn't have the necessary connections to know about us. Our organization currently works in secrecy, but when the time is right, we'll step into the light. Then let me revise my question. Who is the Revolutionary Army and what do they want with Luffy? The Revolutionary Army is an organization whose primary objective is to fight against the world government's rule by defying political oppression and corruption. Different divisions are responsible for different tasks, but currently my area of focus has been cracking down on illegal trade. I see, Zoro said, and what does an anti-government organization want with a pirate? On the surface, it sounds like such an alliance would work. Pirates are anti-government by the virtue of existing, however aligning moralities is where the cracks in that alliance would appear. Conflicting moralities aside, could it be that this army was attracted to Luffy's declaration of war against the world government? Admittedly, pirates and revolutionaries do not necessarily get along, but my boss believes that allying with Strawhat is a good idea. Claude dragged open a drawer in a filing cabinet, sifted through the contents, then scowled when he didn't find what he was looking for. And you don't? Zoro raised an eyebrow. He didn't frown, not yet. It was smart to be skeptical of forming alliances with anybody. Especially pirates. It wasn't personal, just business. It's not that. Truthfully, I'm not quite sure what the purpose of all of this is. We've been getting along fine without the need for forming an alliance. Perhaps there's something that I'm not exactly aware of. Zoro could appreciate the honesty. An alliance, huh? If you're going for subtlety, then Luffy is the exact opposite of that. Clearly your boss hasn't been brought up to speed about his latest antics. The swordsman couldn't help but crack a grin thinking about his boisterous captain. I can assure you he's very aware. Claw adjusted the subject. I'm assuming that since you're present, Strawhat is present as well? Zoro nodded in confirmation. But he doesn't know I'm here. So you're the type to operate from the shadows, huh? Zoro snorted in amusement. Hardly, jackpot. He grinned. There appeared to be a separate filing cabinet for multiple pirates that fell under the same category rather than the other cabinets which were just lists of alphabetized names. This cabinet had drawers labeled Yonko, Warlords, and Supernova respectively. The bottom of the drawer had the label scratched out, almost as if someone took a coin and tried to erase its existence. Enough curiosity filled Zoro that he hooked his foot under the handle and tugged. The swordsman was met with a rattling noise, indicating the drawer was locked. Ah well, no skin off his back. The Warlord's drawer was open. It contained all the Warlords from the very first years that the system had been in place up until present day. In total, there were about 17 files, but Zoro looked at the tabs of the manila folders, which contained the name and years active, and pulled out the current ones. He even took Luffy's file, wanting to know exactly what the information the world government had on him. Now he was met with the challenge of transportation. Thinking quickly, Zoro slid them in his haramaki along the length of the waistband. Luckily his green haramaki was big and thick enough to hide the folder without too much suspicion, as 3 of them were about as thick as a DMN novel. The bigger, heavier ones, Zoro hid against the flat of his back, while the thinner folders went around his front and sides. "Well, since you are here, may I have permission to speak with your captain?" Claw asked. Zoro suppressed a flinch. The man was so quiet that Zoro had nearly forgotten that he was there. "You're asking permission?" Zoro raised a brow. "Weird." Claw smiled. "Of course. I'm a gentleman, not a barbarian. I wasn't raised by bandits surrounded by a forest teeming with tigers." "So specific." "Heh. This guy, sure, but I hope you're not asking Luffy solely to help you with your goals. He's not interested in overthrowing anything. He just wants to become the Pirate King, and I'll kill you if you stand in his way." "Wouldn't dare dream of it. My boss may be cryptic and vague at times, but in the end, he always knows what he's doing." "You put that much faith in him?" "Yes," Claw answered the same way Zoro would if someone asked about his faith in Luffy. "Were you able to find what you were looking for?" "Something like that," Zoro responded. He supposed falling down that hole was a good thing after all. Bam! Suddenly, the doors to the historical archives burst open and 3 Marines came bursting, though, rifles in their hands primed and ready. Zoro's eyes opened in shock at the sudden presence of Marines. He didn't even hear any footsteps. Looking up, he realized that in the corner of the ceiling, there was a surveillance snail in the corner peering intensely at him. Zoro flipped the bird at it. Claw noticed it too. "That was not here last time I checked." "Roranoa Zoro." Zoro whipped his head to the direction of where his name was called. The swordsman scowled. Didn't these guys get the memo that he was a part of a Warlord's crew now? He figured that they were on autopilot or something. He didn't want to start a fight, not in a place where Robin might want to come. Still, these guys were super annoying and still hadn't recognized he was someone who could legally be in criminal records. An idea came to Zoro's mind and he smiled. He wondered just how long he could get away with this. "I'm not Zoro, I'm Zoro's identical twin brother, Boranoa Burrow," Zoro said, with a completely serious expression. "Do you really expect us to believe that?" One of the Marines yelled back. "Why wouldn't you? Zoro has 3 swords, but I only have 2. Look." Zoro held out Watto and Sandai, hoping that these Marines aren't the type to pay attention to detail. "You have blue hair." "That's literally a trademark of the pirate hunter," a second Marine pointed out. "No, I have red hair." "No, your hair is blue." "My hair is red, you a-hole. Are you colorblind or something?" Zoro insisted. "I'm telling you I'm not Zoro. Don't compare me to that pathetic lowlife. You're the colorblind one." He turned his head to the other 2 Marines. "Does his hair look blue to you too?" "It actually looks yellow to me," the third Marine answered, squinting. "Like a bright vibrant yellow. I have total color blindness, so I can't help you with that." The first Marine sounded apologetic. "Is his hair really red? Am I the colorblind one?" The second Marine started to question what he was seeing. "I think you're all colorblind," Zoro said, resisting the urge to snicker. "And for the record, Roranoa Zoro has green hair." The Marine who pointed out his hair color shook his head. "No, no, no. You're just messing with us. You're Zoro, this has to be a joke. I'm contractually obligated to be as unfunny as humanly possible. And by the way, even if I was Zoro, isn't he part of a Warlord's crew? Shouldn't he be allowed to be in here without an issue?" The Marines paused, rifles lowering. "Oh, you're completely right," the totally colorblind Marine officer said before blinking. "Then if you're not Zoro, and Zoro's allowed to be in here, how the hell did you get in here?" And the rifles were back up. "Crap. I was looking to enlist in the Marines to stop the evil acts of my twin, but I got lost," Zoro sweated, feigning embarrassment. I can believe that, a new voice piped up. It was Helmeppo. Obviously none of you were working on your observation training, Helmeppo said, most likely slinging around words that he had no idea what they meant but heard around and knew the context enough to use accurately, judging by the slight hesitancy in his tone. Can't you tell that his voice is completely different? You could have automatically avoided that whole colorblind conversation. Zoro had no idea what Helmeppo was talking about, and chalked it up to another marine thing, kind of like with the 6 powers, but wasn't going to pass up cashing in on this opportunity. Yeah, how can you claim to be the upholder of justice when you can't even tell two completely separate people apart? The Marines had the sense to look ashamed. We apologize. We recently installed a new surveillance snail a few days ago, but we hadn't known that this snail only sees people in heat vision, which prevents us from seeing clearly who is in the room. As for confusing you with Roronoa Zoro, we apologize for that as well. We've just been so stressed out lately. Marineford was busy with the installment of the new Warlord and the meeting between Yonko, so we temporarily forgot. Yeah, whatever, Zoro waved his hand. I'll go to enlist now. The Marines left and Helmeppo let out a sigh of relief. Zoro could sense an unsolicited lecture coming and didn't want to hear a single word of it, so he turned his direction towards the drain, where he saw the face of Claw looking up at him. So it looked like the revolutionary didn't completely abandon him. Where are you going, Zoro? Helmeppo said frustratedly. Receptionist desk, this isn't the time for jokes, Zoro. Helmeppo put a hand on the swordsman's shoulder to redirect him. A mistake. In a flash, Zoro turned around and put the Marine's wrist in a firm grip. The pressure increased as he spoke. I warned you. If you try to touch me one more time, it won't be pleasant. Stop it. This is your last warning. Do it again and I'll make you match with your scumbag dad. Helmeppo gulped, nodding, but it didn't stop him from asking Zoro how he ended up in criminal records to begin with. Fell into a hole and crawled out here, Zoro responded, not mentioning Claw at all. And I'm going back the way I came. Not interested in being escorted around a marine base by you. Tell Kobe to keep the sake, I'm not thirsty anymore. He bent down, pushed aside the drain cover and dropped down. Helmeppo sighed, perhaps he should have led with Kobe never returning with the sake. Sorry I couldn't assist, Claw apologized with a small bow. Zoro let it go, it probably had something to do with him being a revolutionary or something. Zoro just hummed. He followed Claw through the tunnels, which had extended into an entire system rather than just one singular pathway. More than once Claw told Zoro that he was going the wrong way and had to turn around and drag Zoro onto the correct path. Zoro, why don't you try looking at the map? He suggested calmly after the 5th instance, a pleasant smile on his face. I don't need a stinking map, these tunnels need to stop DMN moving. Zoro said, but he swiped the map anyways. If he knew which tunnels were which, then he would be able to find the right one when they inevitably started rotating. Face down in the map, Zoro started walking. He didn't feel any tug from Claw, so that must have meant he was going in the correct direction. After a couple of minutes, they found another drain cover and popped the lid, climbing out and into some sort of armory. Claw blinked, confused, then looked at the map and flipped it to the correct side. You can't pin this on me, you gave it to me upside down, Zoro said, noticing the expression on Claw's face. You couldn't tell that it was upside down by the fact that the title of the map is on the bottom instead of the top and upside down? I just figured that it was just a weird way that the army wrote their maps. And besides, shouldn't you know how these tunnels work? You're part of the group that made these DMN things. If I completely knew how these tunnels worked, do you think I would have needed the map to begin with? Claw resisted the urge to facepalm. Instead he sighed. Well, it's easy to find an exit from here. Not to mention a snail hasn't been installed in here yet. He cut himself off, looking up in the corners of the ceiling to ensure he wouldn't eat his words, yet. There's no snail, so no one knows we're in here. We can disable the weapons and steal some ammo for ourselves. Claw said, immediately swiping boxes of sea stone bullets and shoving it in his pockets. Zoro liked that plan. Usopp did say he wanted some sea stone bullets. Perhaps the sniper was planning to melt them down into ammo for his slingshot, or maybe he just planned to use them as is. Wouldn't that be cool? As Zoro took the ammo boxes, he made the proactive decision to break the triggers in the rifles and remove the flints out of the flintlock pistols. The swordsman used his swords to slice apart the cannons. He couldn't bring himself to break any of the swords, as the only worthy death of a sword was through fair battle, which is why he was so sad when Yubashiri died. That was not fair at all. However, as Zoro was dismantling the weapons, he hadn't noticed that the clash of steel against a certain weapon had created a spark that had caught onto the short wick of an undestroyed cannon. Claw noticed too late that the wick was burning, yet he wasn't concerned. Without gunpowder and without a cannonball, the cannon was useless. Bang! Claw and Zoro's heads followed the path of the cannonball as it sailed through the large room and landed amongst barrels of pure grade A gunpowder. Boom! Instantly there was a loud and blinding explosion that shook the room and most likely the whole building, with searing heat and black smoke that rose into the anti-fire system, which was now useless as all the spigots melted shut and the water wasn't able to come through. Instead, the pipe burst open, with water pouring onto the floor in the center of the room instead of the right side where the fire was. I think we should cut our losses and beat it, Zoro said. This place still has viable weapons. No sooner after Zoro said that, a violent explosion ripped through the armory, triggering a chain reaction that set off all the other weapons in the room. Traveling through the tunnels was too dangerous, so they booked it through the door. Already the building was starting to collapse, with walls splitting and micro-explosions causing even more damage. Metal crumpled and heat, smoke and the screams of Marines filled the base. As Claw and Zoro ran, the room behind them exploded in a haze of heat, cement and shrapnel, throwing them off their feet and to the floor, which split apart and cracked beneath them. Quickly getting up and getting lost, Zoro used his swords to slice the ceiling into multiple pieces. Far less Marines were running out than Zoro expected. Maybe the rest were already dead or just suicidal. At the worst time, Zoro's ankle gave way and he collapsed to the ground just as a ring of rocks fell around Zoro, one of which fell on his head and knocked him out, creating a dome that protected him from the remainder of the collapsing building. Ugh, the swordsman groaned approximately 15 minutes later. His eyes were open, but it was dark. He blinked groggily and pushed himself up on his elbows to find his back pressing against something hard. Moving his hands around, he realized it was a rock and he shoved them aside. Slowly, his memories came back to him. He groaned again. I think I cut something I wasn't supposed to, he said, not noticing his captain standing before him. He brushed off his arms and clothes then looked around. Where'd Claw go? After seeing no signs of the blonde, Zoro shrugged. He's probably strong enough to get out on his own. Zoro! Luffy exclaimed, and he turned his head and was enveloped in a crushing hug by his captain, whose arms wrapped around him in coils. Zoro coughed out a greeting, lungs being firmly pressed. Zoro, why are you here? I thought you were supposed to be back with the others. I wasn't gonna leave you by yourself, Zoro answered. Especially not in the mother of all marine bases. Shishizi, you're so soft, Zoro. Luffy smiled and the swordsman felt his face heat up. I'm not soft. You're a dumbass, so I didn't want you getting into a bunch of trouble in a marine base. Someone needs to keep an eye on you at all times. Thanks. Did you say hi to Kobe while you were here? I wonder where he is. I hope he didn't die. It would suck if a building crushed him before he got to achieve his dream. Zoro nodded. I did say hi to him and asked him to fetch me some sake, but I don't know where he is now. I think the runt got out fine. Shishishi, good. Luffy picked up a random snail that was still in operation and dialed Nami's number. Hello? Came the timid voice of Chopper. Oi! Chopper! Where are you guys? Me and Zoro are done here, Luffy said, not mentioning how the meeting went or the destruction of the marine base at all. Zoro figured that Luffy would have immediately delved into everything that happened excitedly, almost like a kid receiving a present. Though, Zoro supposed that Luffy would prefer to reunite with the crew first and tell them everything in person. Immediately the reindeer burst into tears. Wah! Luffy! We got stuck in a storm and were swept into a scary place and now we're trapped by a giant mouth and can't get out. What? Zoro asked, confused. A more collected Robin took the receiver from Chopper. Greetings Luffy, Zoro. I trust that you two are well? The two nodded. As Chopper explained, we were caught in a sudden storm shortly after your departure. We had plans to land in Kurigana but the storm swept us into the Florian Triangle. The island we are sailing near appears to be a moving island closed off by a gate in the shape of a mouth known as Thriller Bark. That certainly makes more sense, Zoro said. So, how are we going to get there? Perhaps I can be of assistance? Kuma said, suddenly appearing behind the two. We'll call you back, Robin, Zoro said, then hung up the snail once the woman gave a confirmation. Who the hell are you? Oh, that's Kuma. He's one of the warlords, Luffy introduced, and the tension in the green-haired swordsman decreased slightly upon seeing Luffy's nonchalance. Then again, Luffy's nonchalance was not a good indicator of whether a person was to be trusted or not. Oh, okay, hello? Zoro greeted awkwardly. Hello, Kuma greeted. If there is any place in the world you would like to go, where would you go? Luffy didn't immediately answer, instead stopping to think. A rare occurrence. Then he got a look on his face as if certain dots suddenly connected. Are you gonna repel us to where we need to go? What? Zoro asked, confused. Kuma nodded. Great. Can you repel me and Zoro to Thriller Bark? That's where our nakama currently are. They say it's a moving island somewhere in the Florian Triangle. Kuma frowned. Thriller Bark is not a moving island, but Gecko Moria's ship. Instantly, Luffy deflated. Ugh, not him, wait. Does that mean you can't send us to our nakama? Judging by Luffy's reaction, Zoro guessed that this Gecko Moria was one of the warlords he met with and wasn't viewed as a good light in Luffy's eyes. Zoro frowned. If all of their nakama was on Moria's ship and Moria and Luffy didn't get along, there was a chance Moria would hurt the crew in order to get back at Luffy. Do you have the Vivre cards of any of your crewmates? Typically, I use the magnetic field of an island and maps of the islands in the Grand Line to determine where to send a person, but in the event such a case is not possible, I can use a Vivre card to repel an individual towards the owner of the card, Kuma explained. I only have the Vivre card of my brother, but he's off somewhere searching for some guy named Blackbeard and that was all the way back at Alabasta. I have no idea where he is now. Kuma hummed. I have a piece of Moria's Vivre card, well the correct term would be stole, but that was years ago. I can use his card for transportation purposes. Luffy tried not to grimace. Will that send us directly to him? It depends on the strength of the repulsion. I can hit you hard enough to get you there, but soft enough not to collide with him. Fine by me. I will have to send you one at a time as more than one person in the repulsion bubble affects the. Yeah, just do what you gotta do, Luffy said, impatient and waiting to get to his crew. Very well. From this position, arriving at Thriller Bark would take approximately 2 days, however, I can increase the strength of my repulsion to shorten the time to 3 hours. Can you make that time even shorter? No. Okay. Send Zoro first. A captain has to make sure his nakama are safe first after all. Wait, Luffy, this is. Zoro started, confused by what the hell Luffy was talking about and all of a sudden wanted Zoro to go somewhere first without him. He let the conversation play out to gain more understanding, not to be confused even further. By Zoro. Zoro didn't even get the chance to respond as he was gone in a flash, a transparent blue paw-shaped bubble surrounding him as Kuma sent him to Thriller Bark. In one moment he was standing beside Luffy, and in the next he was being swept off his feet and felt his body fly through the air. The swordsman sighed. Well, at least I can finally take a nap. Red-haired Shanks, the fourth emperor of the sea, was in a good mood. Whether his pleasant emotional state was as a result of the copious amounts of alcohol he consumed in the past several hours or simply his natural state of existence was up to debate. Though, if Shanks did not spend at least 30% of his existence borderline sober, then Ben Beckman might have assumed the former had he not been intricately aware of his captain's relationship with alcohol. Currently, the one-armed pirate was sitting on the figurehead of the Red Force, kicking his legs back and forth grinning like a schoolgirl. He hummed Bink Sake, a louder version of it being sung by his men behind him, with his face turned up to the sun. The yellow ball of fire shone upon him, reflecting his bright mood, and he used his remaining arm to adjust the hat that was no longer there but sat proudly atop the spearhead of the new generation of pirates. We should be nearing Whitebeard in half an hour. I can already see that big butt whale from here. Also, those ugly seagulls are a bit farther out in the west, but still approaching rather quickly, Lime Juice said, closing the telescope and jumping down directly from the lookout. You're going to shatter your ankles one day and I'm going to laugh for an hour and then treat you, Hongo said plainly, who was responded to with a yeah, and dismissive wave. Though, just as the citrus-named navigator said, they arrived within Whitebeard's general vicinity within half an hour and the Marines loomed in ever closer. A weird mixture of emotions formed in Shanks' gut as Moby D became less of a dot and more of a distinct figure. He'd been so caught up in the jubilee of Luffy's success that he'd nearly forgotten what his original purpose for wanting to visit was. Despite Shanks and Whitebeard's somewhat amicable relationship, an enemy was still an enemy, even in celebration. For safety's sake, Shanks let out a wave of conquerors which was sure to knock the newbies out. Those members of Whitebeard's crew who didn't know him as well as the older members had a tendency to be bull-headed, stabby, had trigger fingers and almost always were the fresh brats off the street Newgate picked up. I'll forgive you for knocking out my dear children because you announced your arrival beforehand, Whitebeard grunted, though he did not seem too upset. You're forgiving me because of what's in my hand, Shanks chuckled, holding up the calabash-shaped sake gourd in his hand. Besides, an enemy is still an enemy even in celebration. Just had to give a gentle reminder. The younger man winked. That's half empty, isn't it? I wouldn't dare, ya old geezer. Some of the newer members who managed to stay awake gasped and reached forward to attack the man who had dared to insult the one who gave them a new home. Although he'd asked for permission beforehand, he still attacked first and insulted Pops. They knew they had no chance against the young emperor, but they wouldn't stand back and let This is exactly why I knocked them out to begin with, Shanks sighed, noticing the disdain written across the newbies' faces. Whitebeard held out a hand. Relax, the brat means no harm. If he did, I would have blown him out of the water before his ship became distinguishable. He mumbled, a warm expression seeping into his wrinkled features. You're just like your a-hole guardian. That wound I received from him aches every time I see your face, brat. Shanks laughed. Glad to see he's still causing you trouble even after all this time. He turned his head towards Marco and gave a wave. What's up, Birdbrain? I see you're the 1st Division commander. Awesome. Why don't you ditch him and join my crew instead? Shut the hell up. And I've been telling you to stop calling me that for years now, you are. Eh? What was that, Birdbrain? You're joining me? Awesome. You're so childish, you are. Pops, take the sake and kick him off. We can celebrate without him. I can't believe someone like you became emperor, you are. Gururarara. You're being awfully mouthy today, brat. Shanks shrugged. I have a lot to say. Let's get drunk, I have something important to discuss with you once the celebration is over. Under the quiet of the night sky and twinkling stars, sake was forcefully replaced with water. The Whitebeards and Red Hairs partied like there was no tomorrow, drinking, singing, dancing and laughing at crew members who fell overboard before gaining their senses and diving in to rescue them. All the while, the Marines circled them, visible in all directions but never inching too close. They knew they couldn't touch the Emperors, but that didn't stop them from watching like hawks. Shanks rolled his eyes. The day has passed, time to talk about a certain pain. He'd be awake at this hour too, plotting, Shanks growled. Marco noticed. Do you want me to stay, Pops? Marco asked, sitting on the railing of the ship, his face lacking the glowing red that the other members of the pirate crew held. His devil fruit prevented him from being drunk. Whitebeard shook his head and dismissed the pirate, sending him to distribute water and medication to assist with the inevitable hangovers. You brought West Blue booze, Whitebeard commented, thinking back to the party. Although the quality isn't usually very good, it tasted halfway decent today. I actually bought it to celebrate Luffy, but I figured I'd save it for this. Besides, I've traveled the whole world by now, and nothing tastes better than the sake made with the water of my home sea. Whitebeard decided not to comment. Nostalgia was a vice. Speaking of nostalgia, there aren't many who remember about times back then. Garp, Sengoku, maybe even Tsuru, Whitebeard started, looking up at the stars that showed their faces and disappeared as they desired. You grew up so much from being a brat on Roger's ship. It was a shame he got to you before I did. I know about your various attempts you made to convince Captain to give us up, Shanks commented. It's weird we went from constantly fighting each other to you trying to bribe Captain every other time we met up to let us stay with you. Gururara, Whitebeard laughed softly, time certainly does change things. Did that funny red-nosed brat kick the bucket yet? He still hasn't returned the books he stole from my library. Buggy? I haven't seen or heard from him since we parted ways at Captain's execution. Rumor has it he's still pirating around somewhere, Shanks said solemnly. Those 22 years passed by so quickly, yet most people consider them just as legends. Even the duel between you and Hawkeye is news to my ears. When you came back from the East Blue with a missing arm, everyone was shocked, including myself. The East is one of the weakest seas, ironic considering the monsters that came from that place. Just which monster did you give your arm to? Shanks thought back to that little rubber kid and his declaration and smiled. The new age, the one we celebrated today. Whitebeard's face crinkled up into a grin. For all your impulsiveness, looks like you picked good, brat. As long as you don't regret it, make whatever decision that you wish. Shanks sighed, that's the only thing I've ever lived by. I've been on many adventures and received many wounds, but the only one that still actively aches to this day is this one. Shanks pointed to the 3 scars that dragged across his left eye, throbbing dully yet painfully. Yes, I am familiar with that wound, Whitebeard grumbled. It wasn't from Hawkeye or as a result of carelessness, it was from Teach. One of your men, though he goes by the name Blackbeard these days. How original, Shanks says, like the word was bitter on his tongue. I never liked him, you know. Even back when we were kids, he seemed sinister, but I never said anything because who was I to judge? But I know better now, and hindsight is a pain. All these years he's been waiting for a chance, not taking the position of a captain or making himself known to hide in your shadow. Shanks pointed at the older pirate. Now that he's gained power by doing the unspeakable and betraying his own, he's started to take action. In the end, he'll aim from the top with his own will instead of the boost he got. I don't have doubts he'll eventually try to take over your position as Yonko too. The night sky rumbled. Dark clouds blocked the moon and stars that illuminated the night, casting dark shadows on the 2 men sitting on the deck. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. What exactly do you want me to do, brat? I want you to stop, Ace. Whitebeard didn't move a muscle, but it was still clear that he was somewhat shocked by the request. Instead of commenting, he allowed Shanks to further elaborate on his point. The 2nd Division commander seat had been empty for over a decade, yet despite Ace's youth, you entrusted it to him. Ace is strong, I know that very well, but fame and trust complicates things. Ace and Teach cannot meet each other, it's not time. Shanks shook his head. Who are you to decide that? Whitebeard asked with a frown. You shouldn't be so interested in meddling in another crew's affairs. Whitebeard paused. Did the only reason you come was because Ace is Strawhat's brother? Shanks shook his head. I was coming anyway, but decided to take advantage of the opportunity. Gururara, you're so cheeky for saying such a thing. Whitebeard threw his head back and wiped a tear from his eye. Besides, I've already tried to stop Ace, but the brat left on his own already. What? Ace will. Let me finish first before you start making exclamations. He did leave but came back and decided to change his mind. He went after Strawhat. Shanks let out a relieved breath and the tension in his body seeped out. Whitebeard laughed. You've grown up to be a good kid, but let me give you a warning. I understand what you're trying to do, brat, but you're 100 years too early to be lecturing me. What Teach did is unforgivable, but I treat any idiot I let on my ship like a son, therefore, it's my responsibility to give Teach a lesson about that. If I let anyone else do it, where would the soul of my murdered son go? You can't live in this world without humanity and justice. Even if Ace isn't chasing Blackbeard now, he's going to eventually. If you're going to fulfill your responsibilities as Blackbeard's former captain, then you need to do so quickly. Shanks snapped, standing up, before Blackbeard does something irreversible to the world with his recklessness. I have nothing to fear. I am Whitebeard. Murakumajiri met Griffin and the heavens split, slicing a ruler straight line through the dense mass of clouds above head. A shockwave blasted from the clash, pushing the clouds further apart and once again revealing the moon and stars illuminating the night. Thunder roared and so did the fire of a cannonball. So, who was on the transponder, Nemesis? Frankie asked. Ace, she answered, but it was obvious she wasn't completely happy with how the call turned out. He offered to help, but despite the appreciation, I thought it wasn't a good idea, but he hung up before I could try to convince him otherwise. Ow! That's super of Ace to help us. Frankie cheered and struck a pose before pausing. Who the hell is Ace? Oh right. I forgot you and Robin might not know who Ace is. He's Luffy's older brother. We met him a couple months ago back in Alabasta, Nami explained. Older brother, huh? A thought bubble appeared above Frankie's head displaying a bigger, taller version of Luffy with facial hair and the same D-shaped grin. I'm Monkey D. Ace and I'm gonna be king of the pirates, not my wimpy little brother. The thought projection exclaimed as he caused billions of belly of collateral damage while eating a tower of meat. Frankie shivered. Fire Fist is Luffy's brother? Robin asked, somewhat surprised. Interesting. Oh yeah, right. I forgot Luffy's family was just as crazy as Luffy himself, Sanji sighed, taking a puff of his cigarette. What do you mean Sanji bro? Frankie raised an eyebrow. Quick family history lesson for those unaware. Luffy's brother is Fire Fist Ace, 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, his grandfather is Monkey D. Garp, hero of the Marines, and his father is Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionaries. Frankie shivered even more profusely this time, imagining Garp, Monkey D. Ace and an even older version of Luffy with a full beard as Dragon, all causing a considerable measure of destruction and food consumption. That sounds like a lot to process, so for the sake of my sanity, I'll take all that information at face value instead of thinking about the deeper implications. Fair enough, Sanji shrugged. Respectable, truly, Usopp nodded in agreement. I'm curious, Robin. What do you know of Ace? Usually with you when it comes to knowing something it's a question of how much and not how, Nami asked. Robin put a hand to her chin in thought. Admittedly I never paid much attention to him due to how preoccupied I was. I heard of another rookie crew absorbed into the ranks of Whitebeard like a dead sponge. Apparently, Ace blasted through paradise quickly before coming to head with Whitebeard and joining him for a reason that's unknown to me. What are we going to do? Brook went to the spooky island all by himself. Chopper said. Although he was still slightly afraid of the skeleton, as a doctor, he was worried for the skeleton's well-being, even though he was already dead. Personally, I think we should just stay on the Sunny until Ace comes for us, Usopp answered. We have no reason to follow him to the island. He probably lives there anyways. Robin hummed. What is it, Robin-chan? Sanji asked. Remember that big vibration from before? It appears it was the sound of the mouth-like gate closing. Most likely we were eaten. It's hard to tell through the fog, but it seems the walls attached to the gates around the island, Robin explained. Eaten. Chopper exclaimed fearfully, going pale. Wait, doesn't that mean the ship and by extension us are confined? Sanji raised a brow. I see why the ghost wanted us to leave, we'll never be able to get out. And what of Ace? How's he supposed to help us if he won't be able to get in? Usopp said. Why would this island be artificially floating around at sea? Nami pondered. We know sky islands exist but not moving ones. Purururu rang the transponder snails through the ship's speakers. Chopper at first offered to get it, but was scared that the white ghosts from before would show up. Robin offered to go with him, so the two excused themselves from the discussion to take the call. If this island is a moving one, we can't lower the anchor on the Sunny, Frankie said. Not sure why you'd want to anchor to begin with. Usopp huffed, folding his arms. For safety's sake, I suggest we dock. If the entire structure is floating, I'd like the Sunny to be moving in tandem with the island instead of just freely floating in the water. What if he gets run over by the gates? Frankie said in horror. Frankie, Usopp whined. Guys. It seems I've contracted I can't go on the island disease. Nami shivered, rubbing her shoulders and coughing and sneezing. Usopp followed suit. Relax you too, Frankie waved his hand and rolled his eyes. I said, dock, not go to the island. We all know if Luffy was here, he would have made us get off the ship one way or another. So let's just take this opportunity to relax before he comes back and starts tearing shit up again. Not to mention it would be pretty inconveniencing if Ace came and we were all split up, Sanji added. At this time, Robin and Chopper came back and explained that Luffy was finished with the Warlord meeting and that Zoro was safe and sound with him. There was a breath of relief with the news of Zoro's safety, but a look on Robin's face made them realize there was more. Chopper and Robin didn't get to finish speaking to the two as Zoro hung up and said he'd call back after someone in the background wished to speak to them. However, Zoro and Luffy for that matter, didn't return the call. Before panic could arise, Robin lifted up her hand in a calming manner. I speculate that Zoro and Luffy are on their way here and simply didn't have a chance to call back, she said. What makes you say that? Nami asked. I heard one word from the person in the background, assistance. It's not much to go off, but I have the feeling that this is the case. Sanji went hard eyes and swirly legs. Of course this is the case, Robin Schwan. You have killer instincts after all. Usopp rolled his eyes in lieu of Zoro's absence and told Robin that the unanimous decision was to dock near the island to prevent any damage to the Sunny and stay until Ace arrived. In the meantime while we wait, I have something super to show you. Frankie announced, striking a pose. It's called, the Soldier Dock System, Channel 2. The crew made various sounds of intrigue. The Soldier Dock System has 5 different channels. There are 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Each dock has a different function, Frankie proudly explained. I thought you said docks 2 and 4 were empty. Usopp asked. Oh ha ha ha. Frankie laughed, they were so special that I had to keep it a secret. Come on Usopp. Hop in for a ride. Frankie switched the dock from Channel 1 to Channel 2 and out popped the shopping boat, the Mini Mary. All the members of the crew were so excited, some were even tearing up. After all, they had some form of their lovely caravel to ride in again. The Straw Hats thanked Frankie for his lovely gift. Usopp, Chopper and Nami voted to take the Mini Mary for a spin first, taking a couple laps around the general area in the small paddle steamer. Frankie showed the rest of the crew all the different mini vehicles enclosed within the dock system, assistance paddle wheel, one-person waver, white wooden horse-eye, 4 people. Shopping boat, Mini Mary 2 and scouting submarine, Shark Submerged 3. Channel 4 is still empty, so depending on what happens, I may add some weapons. You've done an excellent job, Frankie. Luffy and Zoro will love it when they return, Robin said. Ow. A super compliment from a super lady. Frankie struck a pose. It wasn't long before trouble started. Nami's screams could be heard, but no one could see anything because of the fog. Robin pondered if the 3 on the Mini Mary were cursed or killed by a ghost, to which Usopp sweated. Suddenly, Sunny's paw-shaped anchors dropped without anyone touching them. Immediately Frankie hopped into action, trying to raise them out of the water. What the hell? The cogwheel is brand new. This can't be happening, this needs to get fixed, otherwise the ship will lose its balance. Creak. Multiple heads whipped around to see the hatch flipped open by itself, and there was the noticeable sound of an animal howling. Robin and Frankie suspected that there was someone else on the ship with them. Ghosts, devil fruit, or whatever mysterious power. I need to go rescue Nami-san and the others. I'll leave the ship to you guys, Sanji declared as he leapt off the ship. However, his legs got stuck in the air and his face slammed into the ship before he was held up in the air, spun around like a pinwheel and thrown into the deck. His face dug into the earth and carved a path until he was stopped by crashing into the galley door. My lawn! Frankie cried out, hands gripping his hair. Bye bathe! Sanji cried out, nursing his bloodied nose. My face! It looks like this thing doesn't want us to leave the ship, or for the ship to leave. Robin sprouted arms for defense, but they were pinned to her and she felt something rough and wet drag along her face and push her to the ground. Ack! Disgusting! Robin-chan! Sanji cried out, kicking at the air in front of Robin. It seemed that whatever held her released her, but Sanji's foot never landed on anything solid. He cursed before asking Robin if she was alright. He stuck a hand out to help lift her up and she wiped the slobber off herself. Yes, I am alright. Thank you, Sanji. There was another beastly howl and artificial waves rocked the Sunny and caused the ship to drift and the members aboard to stumble. DMN it. I need to get the anchors raised so I can control the ship. Frankie shouted, as a wave washed over the deck and sprayed in his face. Sanji called out to Nami, Usopp and Chopper, but there was no response from any of them. The ship violently rocked back and forth and there wasn't anything yet in the ship's super-secret weapons that could help them. For now, they just held on and prayed their missing members were safe and that Ace would arrive soon. Did you find anything? Sengoku asked, not even bothering to resist the urge to rub his temples. The dull ache pounding in the back of his head earlier evolved into a sharp pulsing pain that spread through his entire cranium. He wanted to drown in aspirin. I'm afraid not, Kuma responded. More time and a properly trained investigation team is needed. Sengoku sighed, the action doing nothing to relieve his frustration or headache. I figured that would be the case. Luckily it appears that our information archives remain relatively unscathed. He could not say the same for his office, which completely caved in, causing him to lose hundreds of important documents. Well, at least Tsuru had no reason to complain about him not finishing paperwork now. Sengoku gave orders for the cleanup of debris and to report anything suspicious to aid in the official investigation, which he would launch just as soon as he found out if the investigation division still stood. Kuma announced his departure and headed off with a nod. The fleet admiral sat on a sturdy pile of rocks and dragged his hand down his face. He knew he should be helping the cleanup, but it was like the regret had turned his bones to lead and he couldn't stand. Logically, he knew Strawhat was not to blame for this. The pirate had been well within sight the entire time, yet it was suspicious that the stronghold suddenly combusted during his first Warlord meeting. Maybe the menace to society brought hideous luck wherever he went and Strawhat needed not to move a single muscle to cause near irreparable damage. You good, Senny? Garp asked. Sengoku peered up at him over the rim of his glasses. Ask me that again. See what I will do to you. Garp got the hint yet sat down next to Sengoku, which was the last thing he wanted him to do. He didn't need another disastrous monkey in his presence. Garp was Sengoku's best friend, brother in all but blood, but he did not need the antics of the D right now. Garp let out a loud sigh that morphed into a yawn, stretching before digging into his pockets. Here, some painkillers. I know you need them. Wordlessly, Sengoku horsebacked the medication. Where's the nearest marine base? Garp asked a passing soldier, who gave her response. Garp nodded. Good. Call and report that the fleet admiral, some vice admirals and a few others will temporarily be setting up there. The marine saluted and went to fulfill her duty and Garp started talking again. Rebuilding will take a while. Luckily the harbor wasn't damaged, so a good number of marines could live on the ships until the barracks are rebuilt. I bet Akainu's gonna have a cow once he sees what he's coming back to. Bahaha. Speaking of, I wonder how that Shanks and Whitebeard meeting is going. Also, how long do you think before that Dmed Albatross catches wind of this and will be staring back at this place in fresh black ink? Probably in the next 2 or 3 days. Bah. I know that's just gonna be a complete and utter disaster. Those DMN pirates will probably get a boost of confidence from this and start running around more. Not to mention. Garp. Yes? Shut up. Not a full week and already there were severe consequences. Ever since its Irkton, Marineford had never fallen, not even after the attack of Golden Lion Shiki demanding only he get to execute Roger, yet somehow it had stumbled to one leg today under mysterious circumstances. A regular fortress could always be rebuilt, yet this was Marineford, an island situated almost exactly in the center of the entire world. To the people of the world who live in fear of evildoers coming and going amongst them, the true meaning lay in their position. And now the symbol of justice had nearly fallen completely and not even in a battle showing the will to prevail. Sengoku's mind flashed back to his meeting with the 5 elders and their warning. Admiral Kazan had borderline stomped out of the room of authority. His gaze, posture and walking pace were all typical and not out of the ordinary, but the increased volume of the slap of his loafers against the reflective tiled floors told a seasoned veteran like Sengoku all that he needed to know about how the Admiral's meeting went. Sengoku gave a sympathetic nod as he prepared to enter his own meeting with the 5 elders. He'd been given little preparation time, nearly immediately summoned once Straw Hat had accepted the invitation into the Warlords. Sengoku stood before the large semicircular double doors, elongated golden handles glistening brightly in the afternoon sun that peered through the stained glass windows, casting multicolored shadows across the hall and all its occupants. He inhaled, exhaled and tardily returned the salute that was given to him by the guards standing stiffly. Soundlessly, the doors opened and the Fleet Admiral stepped inside, the doors sealing shut behind him. "Greetings, 5 elders. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Sengoku greeted, bowing slightly before the men. "Pleasure? You should know better than that, Fleet Admiral." Ogata narrowed his eyes. "You're displeased." Sengoku knew why. It was because he invited a D to fulfill the missing warlord position. "Although there is no point in telling you what you've certainly already thought of, we thought it best to warn you about what you've done regardless," Noda said. "Your attempts to use Monkey D. Luffy as a symbolic figure of the world government's control is only meaningful to those who understand the true nature of a D. To a commoner, the 7th position has simply been filled and the significance of the holder is of no importance to them." Despite not being Sengoku's true intentions, the Fleet Admiral accepted it, allowing the elders to be satisfied with their own conclusions. "The most successful lie is the one that is made for you. I wouldn't quite say, no importance, your graces. Strawhat did publicly declare war against the world government by burning the flag, and to see him aligned with us delivers the message that no one is impervious to the far-reaching arms of our control. Symbolism is not all that matters when making a choice," Sanobe commented. "True," Sengoku responded. "My primary reason was that becoming a warlord would put somewhat of a leash on him, mitigating the damage he'd be able to cause. The requirements I've written for him are more rigid than others, and if he wishes to remain in his position, it would be best for him to follow it. Those requirements mean nothing if Straw Hat does not care about keeping his position. Straw Hat cannot be dismissed without giving the public a reasonable cause, therefore I've written it so where any action outside of those permissible calls for the immediate revoking of his position," Sengoku assured. "There is no loophole for him to exploit." "You are an intelligent man, Fleet Admiral," Hirano said, though not as a compliment. "One of the best Fleet Admirals the world government has seen. As such, I am positive you have considered the implications of your choice to position the Stormbringer closer to the gods." All the eyes of the elders simultaneously focused on him, and Sengoku resisted the urge to roll his own. Of course this meeting would circulate to the topic of the celestial dragons, whom Sengoku held no love for. If he could separate the Marines from the rest of the world government, he'd do so in a heartbeat, but as Fleet Admiral, it was a no-brainer that he was expected to operate within the dragon's best interests. "You and I both know that the warlords do not have nearly the amount of power to affect the gods you're implying with that statement. If that were so true, Doflamingo would have." Sengoku cut himself off as one of the elders raised his hands. "You need not mention that disgraceful human being to make a point," Sanobe said, his face wrinkled in disgust. "And caution is still advised," Hirano added. "Sengoku," Ogata said, using a tone of voice that drew all attention to him. The quiet room grew even quieter, as if the natural ambience had ceased to project the elder's voice even further. A chill swept through the room as the temperature dropped and the sun continued its lazy westward drift, serving to dim the room and the atmosphere. Sweat slid down Sengoku's back, but his posture and face remained ever neutral. "Yes, Your Grace." Ogata dropped his foot from the couch to the floor and stood up to his full height, crossed his arms behind his back and started strolling through the room, dragging his finger across the various surfaces in the room. He did this for several seconds before speaking. "What do you notice about the Room of Authority? It is free of imperfections. And, combined with placement of the room in Pangaea Castle, what does the Room of Authority represent?" "The perfect authority celestial dragons have over the entire world." Sengoku fought to keep the droning tone out of his voice. "Our perfect authority has many arms, one of the most notable being the Marines. Should Monkey D. Luffy trouble the Marines, Monkey D. Luffy troubles us. No other variables matter in the face of a Stormbringer." At this point, the elder was standing directly in front of Sengoku. Although the Fleet Admiral was taller, he was certainly being looked down upon. "I will say this once, so it will be in your best interest to listen well. If Monkey D. Luffy harms the integrity of the Marines as a result of becoming a warlord, I will hold you personally responsible, tried for treason against the world government and executed. Am I clear, Fleet Admiral?" "Crystal, Your Grace." Sengoku huffed under his breath, though the man currently did not have the energy to uphold the brief flash of anger that coursed through his veins at the memory. Following that anger was bone-deep exhaustion. Just, what all did he inadvertently jeopardize aside from the Marines and his own life? Garp. Yes, Senny? I'm never listening to any of your suggestions when it comes to your grandsons ever again. 3 days in the future. Sabaody, not quite an archipelago, but rather a mangrove, the very last collection of islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Bearing the moniker of simply Sabaody, it served as a critical pit stop for those wishing to pass into the New World. Or, if you were of the seedier sort, neutral grounds for the commencement of equally seedy or even more so transactions. Or, if you were hoping for some fun, the amusement park, Sabaody Park, how original, delivered a wide assortment of entertaining activities and delicious food. Balancing between the acts of magical dreamland, layover, and host of horror, it was there that Captain Blackbeard and his tribe of delinquents lay in wait for Strawhat Luffy. Docking at a grove that wasn't too far from the general populace yet far enough that they wouldn't be happened upon by random stragglers, the group of pirates bunkered down. Admittedly, they'd been waiting for him for quite a while, yet not long enough for it to be considered an unreasonable length of time by any stretch of the imagination. Nevertheless, the myriad of things to do and not to do at Sabaody did not curb any spells of restlessness that befell a certain member of the crew. Burgess, a man quick to complain and quicker to become violent when his complaints aren't addressed swift enough for his liking. Increased irritability, pacing, fidgeting and clenching of his fists were all symptoms of the ticking time bomb that included inflicting grievous harm to both body and property. Unbeknownst to anyone who weren't aware of the meanings of the telltale signs, the purple-haired strongman was currently on the verge of initiating mindless acts of destruction. Though, verge wasn't quite the word, as he'd already hospitalized 3 individuals just an hour earlier. After a lengthy chastising pertaining to not drawing in any more unwanted attention, there was nothing more for him to do but spit out questions a la Gatling gun. How long is it gonna take for Strawhat to arrive? Burgess shouted up into the canopy of the Urukuman trees. Doc Q sighed and rolled his eyes. Here we go again, he said in between coughs, with Stronger shaking his head in agreement. Captain. Burgess stomped over to Blackbeard, who looked at him with slight amusement as he laid back in a beach chair. How long do you intend to wait for someone who is so clearly inferior to you? Strawhat should be prostrating before you, pleading and begging to serve you. He had no idea just how close he was to losing his pathetic, miserable life. He swiped a sake bottle from the ground and released his frustrations upon it. The glass explosively shattered and its contents slipped between brick fingers and dripped to the ground. Zay ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed, head tilted back slightly. Burgess, my ever-loyal champion. Have patience, he waved a summoning hand and the helmsman drew closer. The lad is most likely caught up with stuffy warlord business. No doubt a dream chaser like him would have already stepped on this stone and prepared his foot to land on the next. Blackbeard's response did little to soothe the helmsman but rather fueled his agitation. And you're just okay with it? Do you think I would be sitting here if I wasn't? If you're that distressed by current circumstances, why don't you go out and drag Strawhat by the teeth here yourself? Lafitte said, his voice light and smooth. His eyes crinkled with a slight smile. I'm positive with your luck, you'll find Strawhat on this grand sea in no time. Burgess gritted his teeth and stomped right over to the navigator. Is that a bet? He huffed, clenching his fist and pushing his head against the forehead of the smug-looking navigator. No effort to stop them was made. Not even Blackbeard. Instead, the man just laughed at their antics, for their loyalty to him far outweighed any animosity they may have held for each other. He was comfortable in knowing that even if his crewmates hated each other, they'd set aside their rivalries to serve him. No doubt that you've, planned everything to the last detail. But, sniff, isn't it foolish to, hinge the entirety of your plan on Strawhat's agreement? Doc Q questioned. It had been a concern of his for quite some time and he'd only just now found the correct string of words to voice his thoughts. You've already answered your question, Blackbeard responded. There was no need to ask me. I've planned everything down to the last detail. The man rose from his seat and spread out arms. A malicious grin, showing teeth present and absent, split his face in half. Should Strawhat refuse me, I'll simply kill him and take his place. I've only taken this peaceful path first because I have a feeling that Strawhat will grow powerful very quickly and it would be a shame to lose that kind of connection. Though, I wouldn't mourn if I had to take his head. Zay ha 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 ha. But Captain. Burgess protested. But what? Blackbeard hissed. You think you'll get me to lift a finger just because you're impatient? I waited for 30 years on. Whitebeard's ship for the Yami Yami no Mi waiting days or weeks should be of no consequence to you if your desires to attain what you want are strong enough. Don't ever try to rush me ever again. Understood? Burgess deflated but quickly straightened his posture. Yes, Captain. And that goes for all of you? Yes, Captain. The crew said. Mood properly soured by Burgess' insistence, Blackbeard sighed in relief at the presence of Van Augur. The only one who hadn't ticked him off. Under the sniper's arm was a rolled newspaper bound by twine, freshly delivered but most importantly, new. Augur. Blackbeard greeted cheerfully, a tone of voice indicating that Van Augur had better not disappoint him. Did you find anything interesting? Interesting is one way to put it, he replied, handing over the paper. Curious at Van Augur's statement, Blackbeard unfolded the paper and his eyes were immediately drawn to the big, bold, black headline. A beat of silence passed then. Zay, ziha, ziha-ha-ha. Zay-ha-ha-ha-ha. Ha! Blackbeard cackled like a madman, hand covering his eyes. The birds that nested in the trees flew off in a frenzy, wings flapping and feathers falling off. Confused expressions formed on the face of the crew, but they hadn't even had the chance to voice their thoughts before Blackbeard threw the newspaper to the wind, its contents scattering down to the ground. Lafitte squatted and grasped the front page in between long slender fingers. His gray-blue eyes widened ever so slightly in surprise. Oh my, why this is highly interesting indeed. Disaster strikes. Marineford in shambles. Written by Big News Morgan. After standing irked for hundreds of years, Marine headquarters has collapsed under mysterious circumstances. Current reports have given no information regarding the cause. Strangely, Marineford's fall occurred less than several days after Monkey D. Luffy was elected as a warlord. Could this be a deliberate attack or merely pure coincidence? Regardless, due to the uptick of pirate activity in the Four Blues. Conted next page. Is this Strawhat's doing? Burgess asked incredulously, with an eyebrow raised and finger to his chin in thought. Could this have been what was taking him so long? Maybe he'd have to reconsider his opinion about the rubber pirate's tardiness. See, could be a coincidence, Doc Q suggested. It's not above Morgan to twist together unrelated occurrences. News is about entertainment to him, not truth. And what is truth? Blackbeard asked, turning towards his men. Every living being has their own definition of truth. Truth is determined by those strong enough to make theirs the reality. What does any of the drivel that comes from that bird's mouth matter to us when fate has shown us a sign of the times? Van Augur lifted a brow bearing one sentence, elaborate. Do you know what the D in my name means? In Strawhats or any bearers of the initial? It stands for destiny and danger. Danger to the gods of this world, the celestial dragons. Stormbringers who'll cast tsunamis to wipe them away from their thrones of gilded bone. Marines protect the celestials and everything that they do. Case in point, Blackbeard pointed a finger towards the direction in which the human auction house situated. By attacking the heart of the Marines, prophecy is beginning to be fulfilled. Soon, the Celestials won't have any more meat shields to summon for their every inane whim. Blackbeard donned a grin, mad and tattooing itself into the eyeballs of everyone who had borne witness to it. Sengoku was a DMN fool for letting an enemy behind the lines. He's gone senile if he genuinely believes he could control Strawhat by making him a government dog. Don't you see? This is... Can I help you, sir? A new, yet hauntingly familiar voice interrupted. All this ranting and raving is scaring the locals. As if the heat from his body evaporated at once, Blackbeard stiffly turned around. There was no need to observe the figure who no doubt now had the hair to match his surname, thin wire circular glasses and wearing a leisurely yet knowing smile. Silvers Rayleigh, Blackbeard said neutrally. How long has it been since we last saw each other? 2 decades. The last time Blackbeard saw Silvers, it was about a month before Roger's execution. Since then, he'd only seen flashes of the man, then whispers about him, then nothing at all. Of course, keeping track of the Dark King was hardly anywhere near his list of priorities. In all honesty, Blackbeard had hoped that Silvers would have forgotten about him until he made his official debut, reintroducing himself as Blackbeard of the Blackbeard Pirates. But alas, 'twas not so. Nevertheless, Silver's presence was simultaneously surprising yet unsurprising. It was the pirate world's worst-kept secret that the right wing of the Pirate King lived on Sabaody and by pure reputation alone remained unbothered. That and the fact he was retired and the Marines sure as hell wasn't going to go poking at a sleeping bear. Not long enough in my opinion, but I knew I'd see you sooner or later. Every pirate stops at Sabaody if they wish to cross into the New World without having to desert their ship. An assortment of tools hung from a belt strapped to Silver's coat, and Blackbeard recognized them as some of the tools that the local coders on the island utilized when working. You're a coder? An incredulous tone edged in his voice and he swallowed the peal of laughter that was bubbling in his throat. Doesn't seem like the kind of occupation I thought you'd pick up, let alone live on an island on the doorstep of Marineford. It seemed like all the Roger pirates carried death wishes in their blood. Why, by this time, I thought you would have followed your dear captain to the grave by now. You've always tailed him like a lost little puppy. The younger man taunted. Silver smiled. You don't know what you're talking about, Brad, it seemed to say. At least I was loyal to my owner, unlike you. You're a bad dog, Marshall, stabbing your litter mate like that. Newgate should have euthanized you. Burgess growled, charging at the other man and zipping past Blackbeard in a blur. How dare you insult the captain? Legend or not, you die now. He roared, letting out a beastly yell before suddenly collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg. A thin trail of smoke billowed from the barrel end of the pistol Blackbeard had in his hand. Quick as a flash he'd drawn it and deposited a bullet neatly into the helmsman's calf. Blood poured from the wound and the fallen champion grunted and hissed. See, Captain. While I appreciate your devotion, Blackbeard said, never breaking eye contact with Silver's. It is clear you truly have no idea what this man is capable of, otherwise you wouldn't have charged. Refrain from attacking him again. I'd hate to lose one of you over a relic from the past. Silver's Rayleigh chuckled. Relic? That's a new one. If only you were this considerate on a consistent basis. Maybe then your former captain wouldn't be griping to me every other Saturday at 3 a.m. So that's how you knew, Blackbeard narrowed his eyes. My betrayal isn't a public affair. Not so that someone like you would be privy to that information. I said, he griped. Not divulged every thread of drama that goes on in that country-sized crew. I've been around long enough to have multiple sources of information streaming in, Rayleigh waved his hand. You believe yourself to be more important than you are. Don't push your luck, Silvers, Blackbeard pointed the gun in between the former first mate's eyes. Your life may have been peaceful thus far, but I can assure you that if you cross a line, you'd wish you'd have been executed alongside your master. Is that a threat or a promise? Rayleigh folded his arms. Retired doesn't mean weak. I can turn you inside out if I wanted to right now, but appearing before the customer I have to meet in 5 minutes all bloodied up isn't very professional. How generous of you, Blackbeard sneered. I hope you treat me with the same hospitality when the time comes for you to coat my ship. The pirate captain loathed the entire idea of letting Silvers near his vessel, but he had to admit the man was one of the, if not, the best coder there was on Sabaody, and he deserved nothing but the best. You'll know depending on if you drown halfway down or not, Silvers said, taking amusement from the disgruntled expressions of Blackbeard's crewmates. He looked at the watch strapped to his wrist and whistled. It's time for me to go. The sun gets mighty ferocious this time of the day, so if you need to wet your whistle, stop on over to Shacky's Rip-Off Bar. Has the best drinks with even better prices, the man winked. Blackbeard hummed. Attempted murder or simply advertising, Silvers? I remember your abilities in the art of subtlety to be sharper than this. Silvers Rayleigh laughed, turned on his heel and walked away. You can decide that for yourself when you arrive. Upon Silver's departure, the could it even be called tense atmosphere that had unnoticeably built up amongst the crewmates dissipated. Stronger whined and collapsed to his knobby knees, sending Doc Q cascading to the floor. The sickly doctor burst into a coughing fit which took several minutes to cease. Van Auger's hands shook and Lafitte felt a wave of nausea hit him. So the old man's conquerors is still insufferable to this day, huh? Blackbeard scoffed at the plight of the crew. The Dark King was using hockey? Van Auger showed slight surprise. I hadn't even felt it. That's the point, Blackbeard groused, memories from his childhood surfacing. Imposing your will isn't always an intense showy display. Silvers most likely activated his conquerors after Burgess lunged at him. He was suppressing your desires to attack him. That's, Lafitte began, but cut himself off as Blackbeard raised a hand, indicating that he no longer wished to dwell on the subject. Blackbeard sighed, he needed a drink. Ultimately, Blackbeard, the gambling man that he was, decided to try his chances at rip-offs. Upon arriving, the seasoned pirate could easily tell that the bar had been standing there for a lengthy time. Dents, marks and stains pocked the 3 beams of the door threshold, indicating a steady stream of customers leaving their mark in a way only time could tell. Skid marks scribbled incomprehensible lines across the worn wooden floor from ages of furniture arranged through parties and bar fights. Grease, alcohol, perfume and cigar smoke all combined together to create a unique scent that would no doubt permanently cling to any surface that remained in the bar for more than a few hours. It was warm, and not from the carbon dioxide emanating from the bodies of the patrons. It was warm in a way a person was warm, full of spirit and soul, and like a comforting hug, wrapping around you and massaging you into a mode of relaxation. But as stated, Blackbeard was seasoned and saw the booths in the far corners of the room for what it was, information hubs. Though, the entire room could be an information hub if that day's patrons were careless about who and what they were speaking around. Blackbeard sat down on a large stool, the edges of the leather seating peeling away and a permanent dent in the center from all of the cheeks that had pressed their weight against it. Do you think a war's gonna happen between the Whitebeards and Red Hairs against the Marines? A patron not so quietly whispered to his companions, his voice cutting through the din of other people. It'd be a crying shame, wouldn't it? So soon after Marineford fell. Don't you think it's strange too? That it fell right after that beanpole was made warlord? Do you think it's all connected? Peals of laughter burst from the folks who sat at the scratched, rounded table with him, slapping the table and each other. One of them wiped a tear from his eye before leaning forward and pointing. What? You a government bootlicker now? The world government deserved that. And then some. It's about DMN time they got what's coming to them. Still though, he responded much more quietly after the insult and wringing his fingers. The Marines have always been cautious to avoid going to blows with the Yonkos, and now they've got two set off at them at the exact same time. How did that even happen? Oh, please. You're acting like there's already a full-blown war. This whole place would be in a tizzy if that were so. It's just rumors. Those thrice med reporters probably saw them having a shouting match or a psing contest or something, then immediately jumped to conclusions, a woman answered as she horsebacked the last of her pint. She let out a noise of satisfaction and wiped the back of her hand with her mouth and cleaned in on the woman next to her shoulders. You're disgusting. The woman shrieked in false horror, the corners of her lips twitching upwards into a smile. The group all laughed for a moment before it dulled down and the second man spoke once more. You know what? Say your little war happens. This is how I think it went down. He pointed a finger at the table and took on the aura of a campfire storyteller. It was a calm evening, and some stupid newbie tripped over a loaded cannon and boom. A hole in the side of one of the Yonkos' ship. One gets set off and the other, set off on the first one's behalf. Veins pop in their foreheads and the balance is disturbed. They're all ready to fight. Whoever's in charge, boy, they're the textbook definition of bighead. Instead of professing the error, they launch into a full-scale attack, thinking they can defeat the Yonkos and elevate himself into a higher position. He laughed pitifully and shook his head. Little did he know. Number 1, immature. Number 2, worst story of all time, the second woman who was used as a kitchen towel commented as she lit a cigarette. You're no fun. It's just like that time when you, at that point, Blackbeard stopped tuning in as they delved into personal matters the man had no interest in. He pondered on what he had paid attention to and decided there was no connection between the war and Strawhat. Though Morgan would certainly find a string of spit to connect them if he wanted to. Despite Strawhat's reputation, he simply didn't have the connections to cause a Yonko to go to war for or because of him. Yet, a little voice in Blackbeard's head went off. He didn't have the connections yet. Can I help you, sir? A woman behind the counter, presumably the owner of the bar, asked. She had jet black hair cut into a bob, wore a crop top and a crop jacket with a flared collar. In her honey-colored eyes was a world of experiences that molded her into a cool, laid-back person. This woman was definitely a pirate. You're betting on if I'll survive the new world, aren't you, Miss Shacky? Blackbeard greeted with a toothy smile as he perused the faded, laminated menu of drinks taped to the counter top. Shacky gave a quiet chuckle, voice silky and mysterious. Jumping right into business, aren't we? Well, you're correct then. A lady has to achieve her daily entertainment quota from somewhere. Drunk men and the novelty of sobriety wears off rather quickly. Blackbeard laughed. What's your prediction for me then? A veteran like yourself surely has a wide range of paths to take inspiration from. Veteran, huh? The barmaid raised a brow. Blackbeard shrugged. Real recognizes real, I suppose. Then after a moment, you don't object, do you? This would be highly embarrassing for me then. You have a keen eye, I'll give you that, Shacky commented. And for the record, I'm no fortune teller, just a gambler who has one hell of a winning streak. She set a glass on the counter with a tink. And I'd be a fool to trust you with my chips. Blackbeard feigned hurt, putting a hand to his heart and forehead. Truly? Can you not see the potential I carry? What I can do to this world? You'll do something for sure, but it's not the type of thing I'm looking for. Truth be told, I'm still waiting for the right person to place my bets on and I simply haven't found them yet. Who do you have in mind, oh mysterious maiden? Blackbeard leaned forwards, interested in who this woman had her eye on. What type of mysterious maiden would I be if I relinquished all my secrets so quickly? Now, have you found something you wish to order? A man of your constitution would surely like something hard. Blackbeard laughed. Maybe so, but I'm feeling more like a cocktail today. Now don't give me that expression, dear, he chuckled. A good pirate is well-rounded in the types of drinks he consumes. Stiff men only drink stiff beer and as a result he's incapable of adjusting when the barrel goes dry. "You've certainly got the rounded area perfectly covered," Shaki commented under her breath as she prepared his drink, a blue lagoon featuring a gummy shark and maraschino cherry pierced through with an umbrella. After the first sip, Blackbeard decided that maybe waiting for Strawhat would be more tolerable for his crew with access to drinks like these. When he opened his green-gray eyes and came face to face with rolling hills covered in a carpet of luscious green grass, Sengoku braced himself for who he'd be meeting shortly. Although it had been 10 years, the man had truly never gotten used to the vivid figments of his imagination. Spring was always Rosinante's favorite season. When he was a child, he'd collect the fallen cherry blossoms and weave of them flower crowns to place on the heads of his favorite officers. That being a grand total of Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, shy lettuce that he was. Fluffy clouds reflecting the pink, orange and indigo of the evening sky lazily drifted above head. Sengoku ran a thumb over the soft petals of the cherry blossoms that floated downwards into his lap. He remembered how they felt, silky and smooth though not actually feeling them because after all, this was a dream. A perfect recreation of the last time Sengoku saw Rosinante alive and in good health. Just as he thought of that fateful day, a mop of blonde hair peeked out from one of the hills, the gentle breeze running through his golden locks. Rosinante took one step down the hill before his ankle rolled and he came toppling down, kicking up dirt, grass and stones. He landed face down and hip up in front of Sengoku, but merely laughed and dusted himself off. In his dreams, Rosinante never looked any older than when he saw him last. His inability to imagine his son with a beard and hair as long as his own was always a bitter reminder that he'd never find out. "What do you think of my outfit?" he said, smiling. "It's something," Sengoku always replied, eyeing the fit that at first Sengoku thought ridiculous but came to realize fit him more than he originally thought. Truly, Rosinante was one beating heart. The perpetually younger man frowned and folded his arms. "Okay, what's gotten into you?" This would have been the part where Sengoku rinsed and repeated the conversation, never daring to respond any differently in fear that his illusion would break from the pressure of forming words and sounds that never existed. But, stressed beyond measure, Sengoku sighed, running a hand down his face and tensing for the moment where everything would shatter and he'd be rudely dragged back to his bleak reality. "I made a terrible decision, thinking it would be for the best. A few short days have seen it necessary to prove me wrong. Just because something didn't turn out the way you hoped doesn't mean that it was inherently terrible," Rosinante responded, shocking Sengoku that the fabricated world around him simply didn't dissipate. "You made it with the best interests of the people in mind, didn't you? That's all anyone could really ask for." Rosinante tried to encourage, but Sengoku shook his head and sighed. To anyone else he could have given a vague grunt of acknowledgement, but this was Rosinante and he never could have hid his feelings from him for long. "No. That's not true," Sengoku confessed. "If I had done it with best interests in mind, I never would have listened to Garp in the first place." His voice took on an edge then. "Everything was skewered from the beginning. I was terribly stressed after Enies and needed a measure of control. Garp's selfishness towards his troublesome idiot grandson just gave me an easy way out. I knew that this was a double-edged sword, I knew it, I just never imagined that the wound from the cut would be this deep." Rosinante was quiet for a while, a contemplative expression on his face, and Sengoku thought that his lament might have broken him, but the blonde turned to him with a straight face and said matter-of-factly, "You're jumping to conclusions. You have no proof that any of this is Strawhat's fault. It's all assumptions based on how you perceive him and your judgment is becoming clouded because of it." Rosinante adjusted his position to sit directly in front of Sengoku and not on the side of him. He leaned in close, voice low. "Have you even considered the possibility that a third party could have used Strawhat as a scapegoat?" Realization struck Sengoku like a wet fish and the scales fell from his eyes. "Of course. How could I be so blind? It's just with his streak of destruction and recklessness and the threats from the 5 elders I just..." Rosinante put his hands on his adoptive father's shoulders and smiled gently. "Pull yourself together. Your mostly level head is the reason why you've managed to survive being in this position for so long. Chin up and be strong, you've got a storm coming." "Storm, huh?" Sengoku sighed, sagging at the metaphor so commonly used to describe the DS. "I just hope I have a big enough umbrella." "I think you'll need more than an umbrella for this." "You think so?" "No so." "Sengoku!" A voice shouted, startling Sengoku out of his reverie, the world shattering like falling glass. He let out a strangled gasp, pantomiming a windmill as he scrambled for purchase on the wall behind him. He had been leaning back in the too small chair, feet crossed on the desk and arms behind him. The Fleet Admiral balanced on 2 legs of the chair for just a few seconds before planting his feet firmly on the ground and letting out a heavy sigh. "Have you finished daydreaming yet?" Garp asked, slightly amused. Except the way his neck muscles had loosened indicated that he was tense before. Daydreaming? Who, me? Never, the Fleet Admiral responded, his rapid heartbeat starting to slow. Garp was unconvinced. It was Rosinante again, wasn't it? The Vice Admiral asked rhetorically. It's been long enough for me to tell the difference between your face journeys. Last week you were kicking Doflamingo's teeth in. Never mind that, Sengoku waved a dismissive hand and resisted the urge to drag it down his face. Why are you here? At that Garp frowned once more, his neck muscles tensing again in response to the reminder. Wordlessly, he flung the manila folder across the flimsy steel desk, half the contents sliding out before they even reached the man. Normally, Sengoku would have given Garp a flat stare and yelled, but the younger man was serious. And when Garp was serious, Sengoku found it wise to be serious as well. Just as Garp predicted, new pirate uprisings were popping up all across the Four Blue like a contagious disease. If the movement wasn't squashed quickly, the Grand Line could become even more polluted than it was when Gold Roger was first executed. With the newspapers predictably carrying the news of Marineford crumbling swiftly, many were given a boost of courage to pursue the romance of the seas. It was that thrice-dead albatross most likely. He was always two-faced, happy. Enough spreading whatever it was that he was paid handsomely for and having no issue smearing that same name if someone paid him even more handsomely. DMN spineless cowards, Garp spat. Couldn't even take to the seas under normal conditions. Men who only drink milk from their mother's BRSTS won't last long in these seas, so hopefully a random cyclone gobbles them up and spits them out. Sengoku barely acknowledged Garp's rather unnecessary comment, green-gray eyes continuing to skim over the report that got bleaker with each word. The Marines were already thinned out, scattered across multiple smaller bases, and with the tensions with the Yonko thickening, Sengoku wasn't sure if they'd be prepared in the event an actual war were to break out. Admiral Sakazuki was never the best at de-escalation, but miraculously, the fights that had broken out weren't anywhere near as devastating as they could be. Hopefully the issue would dissolve by itself and Sakazuki would make a tactical retreat, but given the combination of the Admiral's personality and his own luck, Sengoku wasn't counting on it. I never thought I'd get to see someone age in real time, Garp hummed under his breath as Sengoku signed the report and stuffed it in his drawer amongst the hundreds like it. I should kill you for this. Taking it for what it was, venting frustration, Garp simply snorted and rolled his eyes. That's just the lack of sleep talking. Go take a nap. Under the Fleet Admiral's eyes were deep, dark semicircles, making him look more zombie-like than an actual human. Having to transfer to a different base completely wrecked his sleep schedule with the added misfortune of having to have Garp as a roommate. His snores were ungodly loud, causing the flimsy metal bed frame to rattle with every drawn-out breath. All his clothes were piled on the chairs, and when it wasn't on the chairs, it was on the bed. Worst of all, he kept leaving the toilet seat up. On the bright side, as the Fleet Admiral he was exempt from having his bedroom double as his office by usurping the captain of the base's office. What once was a neat, pristine room, a testament to either the cleanliness or obliviousness of the base captain, now looked like a paper factory. Solid pillars of documents touched both the ceilings and floors. The far end of the room became a wall of filing cabinets. The two chairs in front of Sengoku's desk, which were supposed to be for anyone coming to meet with him, also had sheets upon sheets of papers on them. To be honest, Sengoku had no idea what half of them were even for, yet did not throw them away in fear that on an inconspicuous day, he'd need them again. He heaved a heavy sigh. He should have organized them one time when moving in. I should kill you for this. Vice Admiral Tsuru hissed as she barged into the office, dropping another fat stack of sheets on the table, denting it and disturbing the precarious balance of the paper towers. Make sure to frame it as suicide so you don't get in trouble. Someone with a decent head would need to be here to train the new Fleet Admiral, and it certainly isn't Garp. The glasses-wearing man gave a pointed look to which Garp shrugged. Tsuru wasn't amused. She narrowed her eyes, slammed her hands on the desk, denting it. You need to fix this. Don't you think I'm trying? He barked back. Instantly pain shot through the back of his head. He needed either aspirin or alcohol. Or both. Preferably at the same time. Why don't you assist me and come up with a suggestion if you're so eager for me to get things under control? You too, Garp. Either help out or get out. Alright. Don't get your jockeys all in a twist. I was going to give you the last of my rice crackers, but since you're being mean I'll just... Out. Sengoku launched from his seat and pointed at the door. Garp rolled his eyes before leaving, slamming the door hard enough for 3 pillars of paper to collapse. Sengoku resisted the urge to sigh. Calm down, you're going to get an aneurysm at this rate, and if you're going to die, I'd like for the cause of death to be my bare hands. Tsuru rested a stack of papers on the ground and sat in the chair. It creaked under her weight and she crossed one leg over the other. Tsuru. Don't tsuru me, the woman said sternly, then gently, how about sending Strawhat to the south to deal with all the rookies? The Grand Line is a fuel source for madness. Sending him somewhere calmer might calm things down here. Do you really think Strawhat has that much power to significantly improve the state of one ocean just by leaving? Sengoku asked incredulously, an eyebrow raised. No, I don't. Tsuru said flatly. But there's no denying that Strawhat is starting to become synonymous with direct opposition against the world government. First Enies then Marineford? Anyone with basic pattern recognition skills can see the ongoing theme here. By taking him out of the equation, even just temporarily we can show the masses that Strawhat is under our control. Have you forgotten that he's a warlord now? She leaned in close. Use that against him. Sengoku considered the Vice Admiral's words for a moment. She did make a few excellent points. But you have a different idea. Tsuru said. It wasn't a question. She could read him like an open book. Sending Strawhat to the south, it could have unintended consequences, amassing allies, expanding his crew. Sending him away from the Grand Line is sending him out of reach of people who are actually capable of handling him. While I'm not one to admit defeat so early, I found it better for my health to just accept that dealing with Strawhat is a lose-lose situation. If it works for Garp, it should work for him since the two of those idiots are related. She muttered that last part under her breath. Sengoku took his glasses off his face and cleaned them with his tie before sliding them back on. The only other option I could think of is to send him and his crew out there with a kainu. If an actual war breaks out, the results will be more permanent. He grimaced at the implications. But even I know better than that. Pirates they may be, I'd still be sending a bunch of kids to die, which was too reminiscent of how Kong dealt with troublesome children in the past. Not to mention incur Garp's wrath for obvious reasons. Sengoku had never felt this mentally stumped before. What the hell was wrong with him? Did all of his critical thinking skills and training in tactics blow up along with Marineford? Mercifully, Vice Admiral Tsuru switched the topic, but it was hardly any better. You mentioned you had a meeting with the elders. Do you have to ask? They threatened to execute me if Strawhat damages the integrity of the Marines. Tsuru looked unsurprised. Well, that explains why you're operating at half capacity. She sighed and closed her eyes. When she opened them, there was a gentle yet firm look on her face. She reached forwards and grasped Sengoku's hands. Listen to me and listen well. The elders are swift with enacting their punishments. The fact that we're having this conversation and not me or Garp spreading your ashes over the roots of a willow tree is testament to the fact that those pompous gasbags haven't seen proof of what they're looking for. You can relax and breathe and think. Go take a nap, eat some food and then make your decision regarding Strawhat tomorrow. But everything can wait one more day, Sengoku, Tsuru said in a tone that indicated she wouldn't hear anything else from the man. The planet isn't going to implode if you take the steps necessary to be in the right state of mind to make important decisions. She rose from her chair and rested the stack of paper that had long since slid out of place back on her chair. Rest, Seni. I mean it. She was tired of seeing him beat himself up. When Tsuru had left, Sengoku was alone. Alone with his thoughts and alone with two decisions that each felt like lead ball in the palms of his hands. Present day. Ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum. Usopp's head throbbed in a rhythmic fashion, as if a snazzy parade drummer had taken up occupation in his skull and went to town. Groaning, he gingerly touched his forehead with cold fingers. He let out a shuddering sigh that sounded suspiciously like a whimper at the soothing sensation. Slowly but surely, the granules contributing to his fuzzy vision cleared up, allowing him to properly survey the unfamiliar area. Where are we? The long-nosed sniper winced as he pushed himself off the ground on his elbows. Nami was already standing, having already awoken and gathered her bearings. A hand was under her chin as she inspected a stone wall with a frown on her face. The wall was massive, cracked and overrun with moss, twigs, vines and other assortment of foliage. The skies above were dark purple, something Usopp hadn't noticed before, and down below sat a never-ending, musty fog. The orange-haired navigator ran her along the face of the wall before rubbing the dust off her fingers. She sighed. This is my fault. Sorry, Usopp, she sounded apologetic. I got too excited riding the Mini Mary, so I wasn't paying attention and ran us ashore. The result of which was a 30-foot drop into the bottom of a moat. Happens to the best of us, Usopp shrugged, relieved at having survived but still terrified of having fallen that far. Imagine if he had landed on a sharp rock and broken his neck, paralyzing him. Or worse, killing him. He'd never get to achieve his dream and see Luffy become the Pirate King. The shivers that ran through Usopp's body were so powerful that the energy transferred into Chopper, who Usopp was currently using as a cushion. The reindeer, in heavy point, groaned and blinked awake. Ugh, what the ahhhhhh? Chopper screamed, grogginess evaporating at once. With eyes blown wide, Chopper scrambled backwards at the corpse with its neck bent in V shape. Chopper, Chopper! Ow! Usopp exclaimed as he was thrown off the doctor's back and ran over with his butt. Noticing Nami, the reindeer transformed to Brain Point and scurried over to Nami, clutching her leg. And Nami, where are we? The small doctor cried. Nami patted his head and rubbed circles into his back. In a mode of some sort, she answered honestly. The doctor held on tighter but Nami just smiled. Don't worry. I'll find us a way out. Keeping us on course and steering us out of danger is my job as navigator. A couple months ago, if you told her she'd become the navigator of a crew whose captain became a warlord, she'd laugh in your face and then punch you. But now, she couldn't think of making any other decision. Don't you think it's kind of weird to have a moat on the edge of an island? Isn't that what beaches are for? Usopp pointed out, cracking his back. It was a little weird, but then again, this was the Grand Line. At this point, it would be even more weird if a person or thing didn't have some odd quirk. In this part of the world, normal wasn't normal and called for suspicion. Maybe it's some sort of water collection system. Chopper pitched the idea. Whatever the case, it's a good thing there weren't any bamboo shoots down here, otherwise we'd be horrifically impaled. Luckily our fall was softened by the bed of skeletons. Nami towed the corpses, making Usopp and Chopper shiver. You've been spending too much time with Robin, Usopp declared fearfully, holding up his cross at her. Luckily our blow was softened by the bed of skeletons has got to be one of the worst sentences ever heard, Chopper said, seeing Nami in a new scarier light. I'm super cute though, so you'll forgive me, right? Nami winked and lifted a foot while a finger was on her lips. Sorry, Nami. Even someone like me has to have high standards, Usopp said, eyes half-lidded. The navigator stuck her tongue out at the sniper. He then hummed. Since it looks like we're pretty close to the entrance, do you think we can stay and wait for the others to find us? It shouldn't take too long before they decide to start searching. While the idea was good in theory, in practical terms, not so much, and Chopper voiced that. I dunno. Chopper began. This moat is pretty far below sea level. If water starts filling the moat, we could all drown. Nami shivered, the hairs raising up all over her body. Don't say such a frightening thing. You're spending too much time with Robin. Like you're the one to talk. Usopp made chopping motions with his hand, all white eyes and sharp teeth. Ignoring Usopp, Nami answered Chopper. We can find our way out of the moat and get to the shore to be rescued. Experimentally, Nami tugged on a vine. For being half dead, these vines are pretty tough. Maybe we can try climbing out. High up. Nami jumped on the wall, tightening her grip on the vines. She managed to climb up maybe 7 feet before the vine split on the sharp edge of a jutted stone. Nami! Usopp shouted, sticking up his arms to catch her. She landed on his back. Thump! Usopp wheezed. Are you okay, Peachy? Nami exclaimed as she got off him and tried climbing again. Great! Chopper's ears flicked. Being a reindeer, he was gifted with advanced hearing and smelling. And said advanced hearing was alerting him to a growling sound, a low rumbling that sat in the bottom of his stomach. His blood curdled as he looked in the direction of the sound. 3 sets of sickly yellow eyes pierced through the dark shadows converging at the opposite end of the moat. The only thing Chopper's more animalistic instincts were telling him to do was run. Slowly the doctor began to step backwards. Usopp noticed this and looked towards the direction where Chopper was. The thing was stepping forwards and Usopp stepped back in conjunction with it, hair raising and back sweating. And nice puppy? Usopp squeaked, hands out placatingly. Puppy? What are you talking about? Nami's eyes widened in horror, tears starting to stream from her eyes. They flicked from the creature to Usopp and back to that thing again. Oh. Chopper. My. Nami. Go hhhhh. Usopp grabbed Chopper, bolting away as the dog suddenly launched at them with a foamy mouth. Nami leapt off the wall, joining Usopp and Chopper in their mad dash. Wait for me. She screamed, not wanting to find out if that thing could climb walls. She was too cute to get eaten. 2 pairs of feet and a pair of hooves slapped the pavement, kicking up stones and rocks and leaving a dust trail behind them. Usopp pumped his scrawny arms, heart beating in his eardrums as Chopper screamed his head off, jumped on Nami's back and held the crucifix around his neck towards the creature. Nami repositioned Chopper to hold him tightly in her arms. Bow! Wow! Khan! The creature roared, causing the trio to wince at the sound. You've killed us. You've killed us, Nami. Hell is real and you've sent us straight to the gates. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Usopp. Nami cried, too frightened to correct him and state that she was too cute to go to hell. Chopper. You can speak to animals, right? Usopp panted, "Tell Cerberus to stop and we'll feed him Nami's juicy bones." "Are you crazy?" Nami screeched, sticking an arm out to swipe at Usopp. "Chopper, don't listen to him. Tell Cerberus that Usopp would make a better sacrifice. There's less meat on him, so he can get to the bones much quicker. Stop trying to sacrifice each other." Chopper wailed. "Bow. Wow. Khan." The creature barked again, this time sounding much closer. The coward trio screamed again, legs transforming into blurs as their pace accelerated. "Wait a second," Chopper said, panting in between breaths. He'd been so afraid that he failed to notice one crucial detail. "I don't think this is hell. Cerberus is a three-headed dog, but one of the heads is a fox." All of them skidded to a stop, even Cerberus. He looked at them with hurt in his eyes, especially the fox head. The fox convened with the other two heads before all of them got angry and growled, beginning the chase once more, this time even faster. "Bow. Wow. Gone. Look at what you've done, Chopper." It got mad and started saying, "Gone." Usopp cried. "I'm sorry." Although the world around them were smudged streaks, the staircase leading them out of the nightmare was as clear as day. On all fours the group leaped up the stairs, hightailing it into the branches of a tree where they clutched on for dear life. Cerberus dashed right under the tree the three were hiding in. He sniffed and whipped his heads right and left to search for them, but in the end, the search was fruitless and with a disgruntled expression slinked back down into the moat. You'd think for a guard dog, he'd have the sense to look up. Luckily for them, he never did, and Nami let out a relieved breath. This is why she was a cat person. "What are we going to do now?" Usopp whispered, in case Cerberus' hearing made up for his lack of ability to smell. "We've gone too far in the forest. Plus, it's pretty risky to wait somewhere we can be spotted," Chopper added, still catching his breath. "I agree." A new voice suddenly popped up. Usopp, Chopper and Nami screamed, turning pale as a sheet of paper. Usopp passed out, eyes rolling into the back of his head, and as he slid out of the tree, Nami gripped onto the sniper's nose. "I apologize for the fright," the voice said, coming out of the shadows to reveal himself as a bat creature. "My name is Hilden and I thought that you might have been a bit helpless out here. I only wanted to assist. When night falls, the forest gets unimaginably dangerous. Why don't you come into the safety of the carriage and I'll escort you to Dr. Hogback." Chopper gasped in recognition of the name. Dr. Hogback. Maybe they'd finally get somewhere safe to wait for their crew after all. "Abi. Nabi, by Bose. I can't breathe, Nabi." Well, that could have gone much better. Sabo thought to himself, dusting off the thin sheet of white that clouded his blue coat. He didn't know when he'd lost Roronoa in the madness, but trusted the pirate hunter was strong enough to take care of himself. Even for paradise, you didn't make it this far in the Grand Line without muscle, a good head on your shoulders or luck. Finding a good shadow to duck into, the young blonde examined the damage and whistled quietly. Marineford in shambles? Impressive win for the revolutionaries. Sabo couldn't help but smile to himself. Although it wasn't quite what he came to achieve, Dragon couldn't really say no to any amount of catastrophic damage inflicted on government property. Over in the distance, Sabo noticed Kuma and figured that this would be as good an opportunity as any to convene and get on the same page. Sabo pushed his haki from the core of his being, stretching it and weaving it around the wreckage until it enveloped itself over the other revolutionary. Kuma pushed his haki back toward Sabo as a sign of reception and formally took his leave from the fleet admiral. "I wish to aid them," Kuma says. "I've been following their journey for a while. They are not nearly strong enough for the dangers that lie ahead." Sabo nods, knowing who Kuma is referring to. "The Straw Hats, right? Let's go somewhere a bit more secure." Momwaro was a short 3 hours away. Kuma used his powers on Sabo and himself to travel there. Once arriving, they gave a short greeting to the Okama who welcomed them before stopping at a restaurant they usually frequented. Toppling corrupt infrastructures was work that sure whipped up an appetite after all. They were led to a private room and left. Sabo had been there so often, all the staff had remembered his order by the back of their hands. Koala kept telling Sabo that he needed to try something new whenever he went there, but the ramen they served was the first bowl of ramen Sabo ate after being rescued. It reminded him that ramen was his favorite food, and since then, he couldn't be bothered to try something new. Besides, he ate different kinds of food everywhere else he went, so eating just one thing here wasn't the end of the world. Kuma simply ordered a cup of coffee. While waiting for their orders to be brought, they started talking. "You first," Sabo said. Even though Sabo was chief of staff, Kuma was still one of the founders of the revolutionary and as such, always saw it fit to let the older man speak first. Don't get him wrong, Sabo was always willing to flip the hierarchy of any organized institution on his head, it's just that this was different. He actually respected this organized institution. His organization helped people, not oppressed them. As formidable as an opponent Strawhat may be, he must not be allowed to enter into the new world, even with the added benefit of becoming a warlord. I've already informed Dragon of my opinions and he agreed with me, Kuma responded. What do you plan to do? Sabo asked, curious and interested. You're not one to have a thought without a corresponding action. Kuma was silent. That meant either Kuma didn't have something in mind, rare, or that the older man wasn't willing or allowed to state it. Sabo smiled. It's okay if you can't tell me. I trust that you know what you're doing. Even if I'm technically second in command, you've been at this for longer than I have and have more wisdom regarding the matter. Kuma smiled in return. Don't shortchange yourself, Sabo. Becoming second to Dragon isn't light work. You've earned it fully and I trust in your wisdom as well. At that moment, the food arrived and the two lapsed into comfortable silence as they ate. After taking a swig of his spicy beef broth, Sabo asked how long it would take to repel him to Thriller Bark. He wished to meet Strawhat there. With the trajectory and angle, it would take about 4 days with my normal speed and 5 hours with my increased speed. After thinking about it for a moment, Sabo made a decision. Let's give Strawhat time to recollect with his crew. He finished off the last of his food. If it's going to take 4 days with your fruit powers, then I'm better off using a boat. That way I can at least shower, eat, and sleep. I shall come with you since I have business on Thriller Bark as well. 4 days should be a suitable amount of time for Gecko Moria to be neutral towards my presence. Why, what did you do? Sabo asked, already starting to laugh. I pushed him into a wall, the man answered simply. Sabo burst out laughing, imagining the scenario. You should have pushed him into the ocean, he said. It would have been one less nuisance on the seas. For everybody. That's what Jinbei said. After paying, the two were off to prepare for the journey ahead. The residents of the Kamabaka Kingdom were more than happy to lend the duo a boat as well as gift them with suitable supplies for the trip. With nods, the two set sail. Let this all be worth it. Sabo thought. Striker rocked gently on the calm ocean waves, just a few hundreds yards before the roiling waves of the storm rings that announced the entrance to the Florian Triangle. The difference between the two weather patterns were as clear as night and day, posing as one of the many textbook examples of how the Grand Line consistently ignored the laws of physics. There weren't even any laws of nature where the Grand Line was concerned. Rolling dark thunder clouds spread across the inky sky with purple lightning bolts striking the waters beneath. For all its wild behavior, its pouring rain and howling winds remained firmly confined behind its invisible borders. Even the thunderclaps, which should have been trying its best to burst his eardrums, sounded oddly muffled. It was as if the sound was struggling to pass through a thick glass wall. On the side Ace was on, the sky was a bright blue, clear, with fluffy clouds drifting lazily across the warm sun. With a determined look to protect what was his brothers, Ace blasted full force into the storm. The brightness of his flames cut through the darkness like a beam of light. Though that burst of determination only lasted a few minutes before Ace realized he shouldn't have hung up so quickly on Nami. The thought of getting them out of there superseded asking them any specifics. Although he entered the general area, they could have sailed anywhere by now. The freckled pirate slammed the palm of his hand against his forehead. Stupid. 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 He groaned, accentuating each lament with a slap. He dropped down cross-legged on the boat, a plume of smoke blowing out his nose as he let out a heavy sigh. Now what? Tonk. With surprise, Ace looked over to see a barrel bumping into the side of the striker. It was well put together, with red and gold cords sealing it tightly. Ace didn't have to ponder, he knew exactly what it was, a trap for unsuspecting sailors. Ace thought to ignore it, but wondered if the Straw Hats may have fallen for a similar trap earlier. Where there was one, there were surely more. Taking the gamble, Ace fired at it with his finger, igniting it and sending up fireworks that exploded in bright flashes of red. If the Straw Hats were not captured by the owners of this particular trap, then Ace would simply leave, or beat them up if need be, until he found his kid brother's crew. Shortly after setting the trap off, a humongous shadowy object presented itself, growing closer and clearer. Ace squinted his eyes, peering past the fog. What he saw was a giant purple mouth. Okay, not quite what he was expecting from this place. He hoped it was just a creepy gate or something. He was not up to being swallowed by a sea king at the moment. Again after 5 months would be too soon. Leaning slightly over to the side, balancing, Ace noticed a wall connected to the mouth. Ah, so it was a gate. That's a relief. Ace thought as he sailed through. Water from the ascending top lip drizzled over him, momentarily snuffing out the small flames Ace had liking across his body as a light source. It didn't take long before he found a ship that was like a bright drop of yellow acrylic paint on a dark canvas, almost blinding against the dreary purple. Wow, what a stupid-looking ship, Ace thought aloud. Maybe they got trapped as well. I wonder if they saw Luffy's crew anywhere. It wouldn't hurt to ask a couple of questions. Upon closer inspection, the vessel was much, much larger than Ace had originally thought. Although the design and colors were dumb, Ace couldn't really crap on the amount of detail that went into building it as well as the engineering. That was Water 7 level work right there. Whoever built the thing must have been like a kid in a candy store. Pulling up the striker to the side of the ship, which was shown to be stuck firmly in webs, Ace dropped his small anchor and ensured his own vessel would not get stuck as well. Ace cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Hello up there. Permission to come aboard?" "Ow. Who goes there?" responded a manly voice. "I'll give you a super butt kicking if you don't reveal yourself." The guy threatened, though it sounded like the threat came from a place of fear. "I'm down here," Ace shouted, and a hair of blonde hair poked over the edge. Ace recognized the man, with a swirl for an eyebrow and smoking 3 cigars at once. It was Sanji, the cook. Wait, did that mean this ugly ship was Luffy's? Swallowing his previous thoughts, Ace re-evaluated his opinion and decided that this was a pretty sick ship. Even if the design was just a little bit dumb. "Oi, Ace," Sanji hailed, a smile on his face. The blonde's head disappeared for a second, a rope ladder replacing it as there was no room for a gangplank to be dropped. Ace climbed up the ladder and leaped over the edge, his feet touching something soft when he landed. He looked down to see a bed of live grass completely covering the deck. There was even a huge tree, with benches surrounding it. Okay, so maybe this ship did have a little bit of charm to it. "You must be Portgasdeet, Ace. My name is Nico Robin, it's a pleasure to meet you." A tall, tan woman with straight black hair and a sultry voice stuck her hand out. She had piercing blue eyes, but they looked at him with softness. Ace's body moved on autopilot as he mentally blue-screened. Holy crap. Luffy got the devil child to join his ship? Did he even know what this woman was capable of? Apparently, his face wasn't all that cordial as Robin gave him a gentle look and said, "It's all right, Ace. I'm sure a knowledge pirate like you is aware of the government version of my past. I won't bring any harm to your brother. Honest. He's fully converted me to the light side," she smiled warmly. Ace's mind, face and body finally synced with one another again. "He declared war for you. That's enough proof for me. I apologize though, for my facial insult. I should trust my brother's judgment more." Ace gracefully bowed his head. "There's no need. I'm glad that Luffy has someone as protective as you in his life." Ace took her hand and shook it, trying not to blush at the compliment. They were soft yet the grip was firm. Too firm. If he wasn't made of flames, Ace thought that she might have snapped all the bones in his hands at once. "It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Ow. I'm the SUUUUPPPEER shipwright Frankie." An even taller guy with electric blue hair, no pants, and weird arms struck an even weirder pose. Was this guy a pervert or something? Ace was glad he was no longer physically able to sweat. Luffy sure really knew how to pick gem. "So you were the one that built this ship? What happened to the Going Merry?" He kind of had an idea what happened. The Grand Line wasn't built for caravels, but he couldn't help but ask. "She was such a cute little ship. She died a warrior's death, protecting those she loves," Frankie answered solemnly. Ace put his hat across his chest. "May she rest in peace." After a few more seconds to pay respects, Ace put his hat back on his head and his fist on his hips. "So, what happened here?" He gestured to all the webs. With a heavy sigh, Sanji lit a 4th cigarette, already having snuffed out his previous 3, and explained the events leading up to being trapped. Ace listened attentively, making sure he had all the details to know how to progress. Normally, with his own crew, he'd just let things play out. Everyone knew how to take care of themselves, but this was his brother's crew. They turned to him while their captain and first mate was gone. This placed a huge responsibility on Ace's shoulders, and he'd be dead if he failed any of them while he was here. Luffy would probably kick the sheet out of him if he did. Although Luffy was never able to beat him in a fight, that didn't mean Luffy would make it easy to win. Since the Sunny isn't going anywhere anytime soon, there shouldn't be any problem leaving him to go rescue everyone else, Frankie said. "I can always use my powers to take periodic surveys of the ship as well," Robin supplied, closing her eyes, and sprouting them all along the railings and mast. "Creepy but cool. Ace, why don't you rest your neat little ship in one of the empty channels of our ship so no bozo tries to ride off with it?" Frankie suggested, thumbing down below. "The what of your ship?" It was then that Ace realized that the Sunny was far cooler than Ace originally thought. Striker fit easily into the empty channels of the docking system, and Ace was able to get a sneak peek at the other miniature vessels as well. He was so not jealous. Nah. Both Moby D and Piece of Spadil were far better. That's right. Frankie grinned at the small yet reluctant stars that sparkled in Ace's eyes. Alright, boys. Let's get moving. Hopping down from the Sunny, the group of pirates made their way to what they thought was the entrance of the island, leading them to a staircase heading downward. This is strange, Sanji commented with a raised brow. The light grew dimmer as the staircase continued to descend and the chef wondered if this was safe. If it's the only option, then we have no choice but to proceed, Ace said, leading the charge. Careful, it's steep, Frankie warned, holding out his arm for Robin to grasp onto as the woman nearly slipped. Thank you, the woman smiled. The group walked for a few minutes down the rocky path, towing multiple skeletons out of the way. Looking back at the others, Ace made sure they were okay. So far, none of them appeared to be frightened or nervous, which was a good sign. It meant that everyone would be level-headed in the event something suddenly went pear-shaped. This is quite an entrance, Ace thought, looking around before his eyes caught onto something. His eyes dropped down to look at footprints. The scattered earth was cold and wet whereas the dirt around it was dry, meaning that it was recently exposed. Could Usopp, Nami and Chopper have been down here? The marks in the ground indicated running, and they were running in the direction that they just came from. The question was, what was it they're running from? The man frowned. Grr. A sound emanated from the darkness. Ace looked up to see 2 rows of sharp teeth taking up most of his vision. Careful not to jolt, Ace backed away slowly, as not to agitate the creature into attacking. Is that Cerberus? Sanji asked incredulously. Have we all died and gone to hell? Obviously not, since we're all here and I super don't belong in hell. Says the man who has connections to the literal underground and ran a gang that beat the PSS out of Usopp for sheets and giggles. Had connections. Says a man who had connections to the literal underground, Frankie pointed out matter-of-factly with an upwards finger. That is such a cute creature. Its teeth are so sharp I'm sure it'll be able to easily shred us apart. I wonder if we can tame it, Robin wondered. Sanji, I'm hungry. Do you think we could eat this thing? Ace asked, his stomach rumbling loudly. He forgot to pack lunch before he left Moby and now he was starting to regret it. Arf! Cerberus barked in shock, stepping back ever so slightly. Definitely not. The meat looks too rotten. If we eat it we might die, the chef replied, blowing out smoke. We could dice it up and use it on Nami-san's tangerine trees, though. They have such an affinity for flesh, I've started feeding them the kitchen scraps. Nami-san greatly appreciates no longer having to spend money on fertilizer. Woof! Cerberus barked again, all jaws agape in offense. Ah, crap. Well, I do agree with Miss Robin that it might make for a nice pet, Ace grinned, stepping closer towards the dog. He stuck his hand out for the dog to shake his paw, but in a flash, the central head bit down on him. The teeth went through his flame body, piercing him but inflicting no damage. Ace stepped back, the top half of his body regenerating with a frown on his face. You bstrd! Ace shouted angrily, punching the dog into the wall with a flaming fist. He punched the dog into the wall. Sanji and Frankie sweated. Whoosh! And set it on fire. What? It had the audacity to stick out its tongue at me, Ace defended after seeing the stares from Sanji and Frankie. Robin simply chuckled. I can see that you and Luffy were certainly cut from the same cloth. And at that, Sanji started questioning everything he knew about Ace. When they first met in Alabasta, he seemed calm, composed and with his head screwed on his shoulders the right way. But after seeing the pirate set a 3-headed dog on fire for sticking its tongue at him, Sanji truly had to wonder if Ace was any different from Luffy at all. 3 days in the future. Sengoku, whether he knew it or not, always had a certain way with timing. Bartholomew Kuma. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I need you to deliver a message to Monkey D. Luffy. Very well. Yes, a certain way with timing. Indeed. Present day. Riding in the stagecoach gleefully provided by the bat creature person thing, Hilden did little to provide a sense of safety and comfort to Nami. Not only was a literal Cerberus prowling around, but they were still technically stuck in the Florian Triangle on an island that, once again, had a literal Cerberus prowling around. And, yet, the only thing that had her focus was the feeling that the horses pulling them were just a little different. Not that different was an inherently bad thing, of course. She'd spent more than enough time in the Grand Line to learn that there were more than enough weird people in the world to dispel the notion that there was a standard for what normal was. Relatively speaking. It's just that, she was already freaked out by the 3-headed dog, the bat creature thing, the dark murky island under the dark murky sky. So could you really blame her for having heightened senses? Her orange eyes swiveled over to Usopp, examining his demeanor and noticing he seemed calm. Not strangely calm, just calm. Seeing the neurotic sniper pointedly not freaking out over the horses or Hilden served well in easing Nami's own nerves. If there was one thing fully dependable about Usopp, it was his sensitivity towards danger that had nothing to do with his usual cowardice. Unlike the muscle-headed Zoro and Luffy, who she hoped were okay, Usopp didn't attract or welcome danger like a Dmed magnet. If Usopp felt he was safe, and he would 100% voice it if he felt otherwise, Nami would try to relax. Hilden poured a smooth stream of red wine into a glass. Nami wasn't exactly sure how she got into her hand. Perhaps, he pressed it into her fingers when she wasn't paying attention. Maybe she grabbed it in an attempt to ground herself. Or she might have seen it twinkle in her peripheral vision and attempted to pocket it. Either way, she was now holding a glass of wine, swirling it listlessly in the glass with no intention to drink it. She wouldn't take any chances. "Thank you so much for rescuing us out there." Usopp thanked with full honesty, the reindeer doctor nodding beside him in agreement, adding that he thought Cerberus was imaginary. Hilden smiled, mouth full of sharp teeth. "There are many dangerous and strange animals in the forest. It's no problem at all to save lost souls. If you wish to meet up with the rest of your nakama, waiting in the mansion is the best idea." Chopper bounced in seat, having done so once Hilden revealed that Chopper's source of excitement, a doctor named Hogback, resided in the mansion they were headed towards. "I can't wait to meet Dr. Hogback. It's every doctor's dream." "Is the guy that famous?" Usopp asked with a raised brow, and Nami expressed the same. "I've never heard you get excited over any doctor other than Doctorine," she said. "Dr. Hogback is a genius surgeon, and not a single doctor worth their salt don't know his name. Dr. Hogback acquired all the fame and wealth he could as a doctor and has claimed the respect of doctors around the entire world." Chopper explained, stars twinkling in his eyes as his arms were raised high in praise. "Is this guy like the Gold Roger of doctors?" Nami asked, thinking of ways to take advantage of this momentous meeting for Chopper and pilfer some of the good doctor's money. If he was even nearly as rich as Gold Roger was, then he wouldn't notice if a couple $100 billion belly was missing, right? Usopp folded his arms and leaned back in the cushioned seat. "I've never heard of him, and no doctor on Syrup has ever mentioned him. Obviously he isn't as famous as a doctor if his name hasn't reached the blues. Maybe he's only famous in the Grand Line," Nami surmised. In that case, if Hogback wasn't as rich as she thought, then she would have to lower the theft amount from a couple $100 billion to a couple $100 million. With a huff, Chopper batted for Hogback. "It's completely natural why many haven't heard of him, considering that he disappeared a few years ago. Some say it was abduction or murder, even though no one had any clues." Nami smiled as Chopper shared the doctor's history, not that she cared for it, but seeing Chopper passionately talk about his interests filled her with a warmth that pushed away the anxiety settling on her shoulders. As Chopper wondered if he could get an autograph from Hogback, Nami thought she heard a weird chuffing noise outside and peered between the thick, velvet curtains that covered the windows to the stagecoach. Basking under the beams of the moonlight was a large Lee. "Kaya!" Nami screamed, cutting off her own internal dialogue as the lion, standing in the middle of the forest, whipped its head around to reveal the face of a middle-aged man. The redhead spilled her untouched wine all over Chopper as her hand jerked upwards at Usopp's reactionary scream. "Don't scare people like that." Usopp wheezed, face pale as a sheet and hand clutching at his rapidly beating heart. There was AAO this." Nami babbled as she hastily scribbled out on a notepad the creature that she saw outside. Narrowing his eyes, Usopp observed the drawing with visible scrutiny. "I don't believe you. Like you're the one to talk, you Dmed liar." Taking her palm, Nami pushed Usopp's face against the window. "Feast with your eyes. It burns. It burns." Usopp screamed in absolute horror at the sights that beheld him just beyond the thin glass of the stagecoach. All of Usopp's worst nightmares were out there singing and dancing in the middle of the forest, illuminated by the beams of the moon, ghosts, spiders, and poorly maintained trees. Truly, Usopp was in a waking nightmare. The long-nosed sniper forced his eyes shut, the lids dragging against the glass, but he could still hear the mocking chuckles and high-pitched shrieks of the forest's unholy inhabitants. "It's time to stop the carriage now," Nami whirled on Hilden. It wasn't a question or plea. Hilden, nonplussed, simply blinked, and with that wide shark-toothed smile of his asked if Nami was seeing hallucinations. The navigator's eye twitched. The nerve. Unbeknownst to Usopp, he prevented Nami from releasing a choice string of words by blurting, "That wasn't a hallucination. There's something out there. Something strange lives in this forest." Hilden nodded in agreement as if Usopp just stated the ocean was blue. "This forest is indeed strange," he said. "The dense fog has the tendency to instill deep fear amongst the weak-willed, and coupled with the stress it causes, some people start to see things. Even the strange and dangerous animals that reside here can fall victim to it or appear even more twisted and malformed to those unused to their presence." "Thank goodness." Chopper let out a relieved breath as he liked off the last of the wine that saturated his fur. It's just hallucinations, not real monsters. I think hallucinations are a bad thing, Chopper, Nami reminded the young doctor. Turning to Hilden, Nami asked if the three of them could be returned to the shore. We'll figure out something from there. Chopper started crying. If we go back, I might never get to see Dr. Hogback. And my autograph? Guilt swelled within Nami's chest, patting him on the head as Usopp sympathized with the Zoan fruit user. I'm sorry you have to miss your chance, Chopper, but at times like these, it's important to listen to my something's very wrong sensor. Nami nodded sagely. It was the same ever-reliant sensor that kept Nami safe while in the company of the sniper. Usopp gently grasped Chopper by the shoulders. Do you want to die trying to meet him or live to see another day without laying eyes upon him? He asked seriously. Chopper sniffled. I choose life. Going on adventures with you guys is far more important. With Chopper's statement, Hilden seemed to understand the pirate's final decision as he stated he was going to tell his men to stop the carriage and turn them around. About 10 minutes after Hilden left, Nami grew incredibly impatient and confused as all they needed to do was simply turn around, unless they were stuck in the mud, at which they should have come back and said something. Peeking her head out of the window, Nami was greeted to the sight of Hilden and the strange horses running away, abandoning them in the middle of a graveyard. Come back you DMN BSTRDS! She angrily shrieked, a mixture of anger and fear laced in her voice, waving a fist at them. As they all disappeared from view, Nami groaned, rubbing her temples as she felt a migraine starting to form. Crack. Every ear in the stagecoach honed in on that sound, all noise evaporating at once into vapor. What's that sound? Chopper asked, ears falling and shrinking into Nami's side. Crack, crack, crack. The sound persisted, growing louder and more frequent till it was all around. Usopp dared to peek outside to see what made the noise when an elongated hand amongst the emerging hands burst from the ground and dragged itself down the stagecoach window. Usopp screamed loudly, his terror-fueled exclamation serving as a cue for the stagecoach to rattle and shake horribly. Multiple hands burst through the stagecoach from the sides and bottoms, shattering the glass and punching through the wooden floor as the gnarled and bandaged hands groped for anything to crush within skin and bone hands. Rhea! A creature emerged, the wooden floor of the stagecoach exploding as it forced its way through. It's a ZZ dash, Usopp stuttered. Zombie! Nami screamed as the carriage was enveloped with what was thought to be creatures as mythical as the Cerberus. Oi, Zoro! Oi, oi! Wake up Zoro, we've arrived! Grunting, the green-haired swordsman felt the incessant taps of his captain's rubbery hand against his cheek long before he even heard his overly enthusiastic voice. Zoro's eyelids twitched before slowly opening, his vision blurry before quickly clearing to find the smiling visage of his captain staring down at him from above. Feeling the position of his body, Zoro realized he was splayed out in some sort of divot. With a slight groan, Zoro drew all of his limbs to himself before yawning and scratching his hair. Remnants of ash rained down from Zoro's scalp, landing in and mixing with the soft dirt beneath him. Where the hell are we? Looking up above, Zoro saw a dark purple sky, the moon full and illuminating the world beneath it. Was it nighttime already? Well, Zoro was still tired, so he didn't mind going back to sleep so soon. Zoro laid back down in his hole and turned over to his side, using his hands as a makeshift pillow. Wake me up when it gets bright. Shishishi. Silly Zoro. You can't sleep at the door of someone's house. Luffy said, vigorously shaking the swordsman. Zoro swatted Luffy's hand away, tucked his own hand under him, was silent for a few seconds, then widened his eyes once the rubber man's words registered in his brain. House. He repeated. He thought they were supposed to be sent to some ship, island place. Yeah. The bear guy dropped us in front of a castle. Hey. Maybe a ghost princess lives inside the creepy castle. Maybe you can find some ghost treasure to give to Nami as an apology. Luffy cheerfully suggested, once again being too enthusiastic for this late in the night. Why do I need to get ghost treasure as an apology? Last time I checked, I didn't do anything to the witch, he scowled, sitting upright. Do you really think Nami won't be upset when she finds out you exploded a marine base? For the stress alone she'll tax you to hell and back, let alone all the collard green damages. You have to give her treasure or sink further into debt. Either way you won't escape her wrath. Luffy shook his head and waved a finger. Collateral, and don't act so smug just because you weren't the one to cause mass destruction to public property this time. Zoro karate chopped Luffy in the back of his neck, causing the rubber man's head to rapidly bob up and down. Plus I wasn't the only one. The swordsman stood up and dusted himself off, with Luffy standing up and repeating the motion. When he stood, he saw two identical paw prints in the ground side by side. There was another guy too. A blondie in a fancy schmancy coat named Claw. He was from the revolutionaries. I think he wanted to form an alliance with you. Revolutionaries? Luffy's interest was slightly piqued. Are they some kind of weird pirate crew? What are they revolutionizing against? Being a pirate isn't that revolutionary. Stifling his surprise at the fact that Luffy somehow knew what the word revolutionary was and used it correctly, Zoro answered, "Nah. They're some kind of anti-government organization." "Sounds boring," Luffy said flatly. "I don't need anyone's help to go against the government. I can do that on my own." Luffy has done more than simply go against them. Being a pirate was inherently against the government. No, Luffy had to take it a step further, something he had no qualms about doing, and actually declare war. It was all for Robin though, so Zoro had no issues either. "The guy I met with said his job was to bust SLV trade. I thought that was already made illegal, but I guess not. Maybe since you're a warlord, you can get information regarding that much easier than they can." "Eh?" Luffy had a disgusted look on his face. "I told him I would kill him if he got in your way." "He said he wouldn't," Zoro provided, understanding the root cause of Luffy's hesitance. "Oh, okay. Well, let's find our crew and we can talk about it together. Robin knows a lot of things, so maybe she can tell us more about the revs." Luffy smiled, waving a summoning hand for Zoro to follow him. Craning his neck to look up at the castle, Luffy asked, "Do you think this is where that dumb leak lives?" "I don't want to go in there," he SCKS. "But what if our Nakama are already inside?" He frowned. "That's most likely the case. Our crew never stays in one place for too long, whether voluntarily or involuntarily." Zoro palmed the hilt of his swords, knowing without a shadow of a doubt that they wouldn't leave without some sort of confrontation. It was getting to be a stubborn pattern of operation. "Ready when you are, Captain." "Yosh! Let's go find our friends." Dashing forward, Luffy sprinted through the tunnel running through the middle of the castle, at the end of which was a courtyard. Though this courtyard was not what had the two pirates' attention. No, it was a random spot on the wall that was brightly illuminated and showing a well, despite the fact that the moon's rays, the seemingly only source of light in this place, did not pass through those walls. "Zoro, go check it out." "Why do I have to check it out?" "You do it," Zoro grumbled as he stalked toward the well-lit well. With the intention to do nothing more than a cursory glance, Zoro looked down the well only for something to rapidly shoot upwards and collide with his skull. "Gah!" Zoro held his head, stumbling backwards, and looked up to see a blonde-haired, gray-skinned woman with the most emotionless face Zoro had ever seen standing ramrod straight in the well bucket while holding a stack of plates. "Welcome," she said in an equally flat and monotone expression as her face. "What the? Hi, well lady." Luffy jogged a big forwards, greeting her with a smile and a wave of his hand. "Have you seen our? 1 dish, 2 dishes, 3 dishes, 4 dishes, 5 dishes, 6 dishes, 7 dishes, 8 dish. Ack. Zoro, why is she throwing plates at us?" Luffy cried out as he dodged the shards of flying porcelain from the plates exploding against the ground. "How am I supposed to shatter? No," Zoro responded, drawing Sandai Katetsu from its sheath. He could hear the cook's voice suddenly pop up in his head, "Don't you dare cut that woman," and promptly squashed it with an oversized boot. "You weren't invited in," the woman exclaimed as she flung the remaining plates like frisbees. Warlord Monkey D. Luffy and his trusted first mate pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, eeped, as the weaponized dishware cut through the air with dangerous precision. Quickly, Zoro sliced apart all the flying plates with Katetsu, reducing them to shards that clattered noisily to the ground. Satisfied that she now had nothing to attack them with, Zoro sheathed his sword. However, the destruction of her plates did nothing to stop the well lady as she leaped up in the air and attempted to gouge out one of Zoro's eyes with the heel of her pointed shoe. In shock by sudden bodily attack, Zoro grabbed the woman by the ankles and bodily flung her to the side. She slammed hard against the wall, destroying a portion of it, and bonelessly slumped to the ground. Once again, the idiot love cook's annoying voice was summoned to Zoro's mind, "How dare you kill a woman?" But Zoro willed it away as he narrowed his eyes at the woman, who for all intents and purposes should be injured, pop up in a rough, puppet-like manner. "What are you? Some kind of fleshy robot like Frankie or something?" "Frankie's much cooler," Luffy exclaimed before ducking under a steady stream of new plates that she somehow managed to procure and began tossing like shuriken. "Get out. 9 dishes, 10 dishes. Enough, Sindri-chan." A new, slightly high-pitched voice bellowed, causing the weird well lady to abruptly cease throwing plates and stand statue-like. Amusing as it was to see them flail, it would do no good to render all of us without proper eating ware. From the darkness emerged a fanged, smiling figure. Long purple or black, Zoro couldn't tell with the poor lighting, hair cascaded down to his legs, looking as though it was fused to his back. It was hard to tell his expression with the small sunglasses covering his eyes, which Zoro thought was dumb since it was already dark as hell, but judging by his light chuckling, it was obvious that the man took pleasure in the recent occurrence. You must forgive her, he defended. A long time ago, this woman was engaged to a rich man. In order to test his love, she broke 10 dishes from his treasure, but because of that the engagement nulled and she was tossed away sniveling. Her past is tragic indeed. For this reason, she hates dishes. The world would be far better without dishes. How is any of that our fault? Zoro sweated while Luffy dug his finger in his nose and flicked the booger onto the ground. Foss foss foss. The man laughed gratingly. Regardless of her past, you did just walk up to my house unannounced. I suggest you leave quickly as I am expecting 2 guests to arrive shortly. Who even are you anyway? You look like an idiot, Luffy said plainly. A wordless sound of shock emanated from the man, a pained smile was on his face, which twitched slightly. Who am I? Who am I? Why, I am the world-famous Dr. Hogback, the genius surgeon. Foss foss foss. As the man laughed at his brilliance and fame, he only received blank stares. Never heard of you, Luffy and Zoro simultaneously deadpanned. The man froze in shock again before collecting himself and clearing his throat. Well, this certainly cannot do. He hummed in consideration. 4 people, definitely pushing it today, no matter, I'll make an exception. Come in while I wait for my other guest. Quickly. Passing a glance to each other, Zoro and Luffy stepped inside, directed to a large dining room area. A large table sat in the middle of the room and in front of a fireplace, surrounded by chairs with crosses for backs. Lit chandeliers and mounted candles illuminated the red brick walls, purple velvet curtains and various paintings of men and women with the same pale skin and vacant stare as the well lady. Now, what is your purpose for being, oh my? You two are positively filthy. What on earth happened? Hogback exclaimed as the candlelight lay bare Zoro and Luffy's dirt-caked forms. Dusting off from the landing of Kuma did nothing to overall clean themselves from the explosions at Marineford. Zoro was worse off than Luffy by far, with ash and soot clinging stubbornly to his dulled hair, clothing and skin, making him resemble a coal miner more than a pirate. Luffy had a thin, but still visible layer of dust clinging to him that simple rubbing wouldn't erase. Luffy jabbed a thumb at Zoro. Zoro blew up Marineford. You can't expose that information so casually. Zoro yelled, whacking his captain on the back of his head before attempting to strangle him. Sure, at this point the news was probably spread all over the world, but Zoro doubted they actually listed an individual as responsible. While Zoro knew it didn't really matter if people knew it was him that blew up the titular marine base, there was still a certain level of tact which needed to be had. Tact that Luffy obviously lacked. Foss foss foss. You must be Straw Hat Luffy then. My, you've certainly ruffled Moria-sama's feathers. He was greatly displeased when he returned from his meeting, Hogback informed. That statement caused the two to pause and Zoro released his grip from Luffy's neck. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot this was the leak ship. Chiller Park, or something like that, Luffy said, then answered Hogback's original question. We're here because we came to reunite with the rest of our crew. Are you sure that's a wise thing to say? Zoro asked, now knowing that Moria held some type of animosity towards Luffy, and his crewmates were more than likely scattered across the ship. Was Moria the type of guy to take revenge by punishing those close to the object of his ire? Zoro didn't know, but he'd be dead if he let anyone get hurt. Hogback merely laughed and Zoro's eyebrow twitched. Oh, you don't need to worry about him. You're not the first fellow warlord to PSS off Moria-sama and you surely won't be the last. As long as you stay out of Moria-sama's sight, you can safely gather your crew and leave. What will he do if we're caught? Zoro frowned. This was an important question. None of us exactly got permission to board his ship. Zoro didn't know nor care much for the arbitrary rules of old-age pirates, but if there was one rule Zoro didn't mind following, as long as it benefited him, was getting permission to board another's vessel. Depending on how seriously a pirate took it, it could make or break a relationship. The amount of times Zoro was given free rides, meals and an easy target turning his bounty hunting days were uncountable. All because he asked. Moria-sama is surprisingly lenient when it comes to that. Since most people confuse this place for a moving island, especially with the gate, it's easier to let people roam about and leave naturally rather than hunting everyone down and kicking them out. It's a big ship, you know. Even I myself have gotten lost from time to time. Foss foss foss. Zoro frowned, his question not quite being answered. The situation Hogback was describing were for random pirates, not pirates with the same status as Moria. Were warlords and their crews even allowed to fight each other? Would Luffy get in trouble for kicking Moria's butt? There was so much Zoro and the others didn't know about the intricacies of warlord politics. Luffy's decision to accept was honestly sudden and they should have taken more time to research, but once Luffy got the idea in his head that it would help, then there was no deterring him from that path. As always, Zoro, Luffy and the remainder of the Straw Hat Pirates would have to play this new journey by ear. Just don't break anything or snoop into places where you have no business, then everything will be peachy keen. Unfortunately, Dr. Hogback was speaking to the wrong set of individuals. Here is the pudding, the monotone well lady announced, carrying a tray of flan. Without using any sort of utensil, she scooped the flan with her bare hands and dropped it on the table. Sindri-chan. Can you at least serve the pudding on a dish? Or even a cup if it's that vexing? Can you grant me that one wish? Hogback exclaimed. Zoro bit back a sigh, quickly getting tired of the eccentric doctor's dramatics. It reminded Zoro of a discount version of Usopp, all of the dramatics, but none of the charm to back it up. The world would be better without dishes. Hogback sighed but quickly recuperated, mouth turning back up into a smile. Well, there's no need to worry about that as the tablecloth was expeditiously cleaned for events such as this. I'm less worried about the cloth and more the well lady's hands, Zoro mumbled to himself, eyes striking the flan with suspicion and mouth turning into a slight grimace. Thank you for the food. Luffy clapped his hands together before bending towards the table and slurping the pudding directly with his mouth. Wow! This is so good. I'll have to ask Sanji to make some. At least use a spoon, dumbass. Zoro chastised before huffing and sliding his hands under the tablecloth and bringing the flan up to his lips to slurp it instead of liking the table like his idiotic captain and the weird surgeon. Zoro fought from showing expression on his face as the admittedly delicious flan melted all over his tongue. The love cook could definitely whip up an infinitely better version of this. The bath is ready, well lady addressed Zoro and Luffy. It would be wise for you to enter since you are dirty. Ensure great care in smearing the dirt along the car. Don't tell them that. Hogback interrupted before chuckling. Don't mind Sindri-chan. She has quite the habit of skipping key words. She intended to say, ensure great care in avoiding smearing the dirt along the carpet. Zoro rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever, the swordsman didn't particularly care about the weird fleshy robot maid or her quirks. Just show us the way. In the bathroom, Zoro scrubbed himself off with rigor. Dirt and ash slid down his muscular frame, trapped within the soapy bubbles that dragged it down and through the drain. Slowly yet surely, Zoro's hair returned to its previous shine. Below him, Luffy sat cross-legged on the floor, scrubbing himself. Even though Luffy didn't become weak when showering as opposed to bathing, he still sat down to ensure he wouldn't slip. Not that preventing a fall was worth much since Luffy was impervious to blunt force trauma, but it was a rare occurrence of regard for his safety that Zoro was glad existed. I guess bathing twice a week isn't so bad, Zoro grumbled thoughtfully as his flesh was released from the burden of extra sweat and dust. Zoro's soiled clothing and haramaki were folded and placed on the shelf in such a manner that concealed all of the Warlord's files while Luffy just had his clothes dumped in a loose pile on the shelf under Zoro's, his prized hat resting beside it. Zoro hoped that he would be able to find the rest of the crew and get to the Sunny soon, knowing that with their egregious luck he'd somehow lose all the DMN files before the night was out. Bleg, I hate taking baths. Zoro. Bathe me. Bathe yourself. You're already half done anyways. You don't have to soak if you don't want to, but I'm going, the swordsman rinsed off, then stepped into the tub, sighing in relief as the hot water soothed his tense. Splash. Blub gub gul bugub. Are you trying to drown? Zoro roared at his moronic captain, pulling him up from the water as the rubber man was unable to do it himself. When the swordsman retrieved his captain, he was thanked with a jet of water spit directly in his face, causing him to sputter. I'll drown you for real, you little sheet. Zoro hissed, forcefully shoving Luffy's head for a few seconds before pulling him up after the rubberman tapped out. Shishishi. Luffy laughed weakly, water pouring out of his mouth. You think this is funny? A vein throbbed in Zoro's forehead and he fought to keep the corner of his lips from ticking upwards at this captain's antics. Something about this place is weird, but I don't know what. Oh, are you talking about the mole people? A beat. The what? Yeah, the mole people, Luffy said as if Zoro was dumb, head resting against the edge of the tub across from Zoro, arms out on either side of him. While you were sleeping, I looked down in my bubble as we were flying and I saw a bunch of people coming up from underground. It was difficult to see because I was moving so fast and was far away, but yeah, it was like a bunch of tiny ants popping up out of the ground and fighting over a piece of food. I think it was a boulder they were shaking or something. I dunno. I don't see any mole people around here. Do they even exist? I know that one lady Usopp defeated back in Alabasta was a mole person, but that was because of a devil fruit, so she doesn't count. Maybe the people who got lost on this ship got turned into mole people and have to live underground forever. Zoro surmised. I want to invite a mole person to the crew. I wonder if they poop. Zoro splashed water all over his captain's face. The day you invite a mole person to the crew is the day I quit. Wah! Zoro, please don't quit the crew. Then don't invite a mole person. Zoro sighed and sunk further into the water. We should probably get out now and find the rest of the crew before they wind up in trouble. Draining the water, Zoro stepped out of the tub and helped the weakened paramecia fruit user out. Taking a towel, the two dried themselves off before putting on the same ruined clothes as their hosts did not provide them with any clean garments. Luffy went over to open the bathroom door to let the steam out, and as Zoro unfolded his haramaki, he was struck with the horrid realization that every file on the Warlords he had stolen was stolen. A deep frown settled into Zoro's face, then morphed into a scowl as Luffy made an exclamation. Hey! Ace's card thing is gone. It was right under the ribbon, where could it have gone? Someone must have snuck. No, the doors were shut the entire time. We only opened them after most of our clothes were on. Whoever stole our stuff was already inside and have been the entire time. So it's a mystery then? Yeah, a mystery, a very troubling mystery. Zoro palmed the hilt of his swords, symbolic of his readiness to fight whatever adversary they may face. Who knew what could happen if Luffy's file fell into the hands of the wrong person? Ow! Fire bro, I don't think there was a super need to turn that poor pooch into barbecue. Frankie sympathized with the pathetic, sizzling creature that trembled and whined pitifully in the corner that it found to escape Ace's brutality. Robin smiled in awe of the creature's resilience. It's amazing that it managed to survive with all of those injuries. She clasped her hands together. I wonder if Chopper-san would be willing to help me dissect it. What are you, Robin sis, an archaeologist or a mad scientist? Frankie sweated. Considering that one of the heads is a fox, I highly doubt this is a legitimate creature. Do you think it's some kind of fleshy robot like Frankie? Sanji examined the smoking beast by pressing against it with his foot. If it was a fleshy robot, then it should have exploded when it came in contact with Fire Bro's flames, Frankie explained. Electronics and fire don't mix. Unless it is a fire-producing electronic like me, the super and superior cyborg Frankie. Ow! The eccentric teal-haired man struck his signature pose. As the crew talked, Ace climbed on top of the creature, ignoring the way it tensed under him. Crossing his legs, he patted the creature and grinned. I've always wanted a pet dog, but the population of wolves were too scared to come out of the forest because we kept eating all of them. Man, Luffy's gonna be so jealous. You and Luffy bro were raised in a forest? Frankie pet a brow. That explains literally everything about him. Sanji looked exasperated yet haunted as he thought back to everything he knew about his shitty rubber captain. If Luffy could strike admiration into the hearts of dangerous wild animals, then he could certainly strike fear. Admiration? Ace raised an eyebrow, a curious smile on his face. Alabasta. Kung Fu Dugong. Challenged. 1. New master, Sanji summarized shortly. Ace snorted in response with a, sounds about right. Frankie hopped aboard the dog's back while Sanji and Robin preferred to walk alongside it. Sanji was weary of the rotten creature and didn't want any mystery fluids it may ooze to stain his suit. That and he would be able to attack possible enemies much faster with his feet already planted on the ground. Robin stood beside the dog's heads, patting it gently with a smile on her face. She was quite enamored by the creature. You seem so downtrodden, Cerberus-san. She scratched under the dog's first chin and used extra arms to scratch under the extra chins. Cerberus leaned into the touches, eyes closing in joy before remembering Robin was with the crazy fireman and whipped his head away with an indignant huff. Try not to sympathize with him too much, it'll wound his pride. Ace chuckled down at the black-haired woman. Oi! Nami-san. Usup. Chopper. Sanji called out in an attempt to locate his missing crewmates. This dumb island gave Sanji the creeps. It was dark, foggy, musky, not to mention weird animals like the Cerberus were prowling around. Sanji couldn't imagine how terrified his 3 crewmates would be, especially his precious Nami-san. Concealed by the fog were 2 figures, their shadows shifting in tandem with the low-hanging clouds. Narrowing his eyes, Ace peered into the distance to see what they were. Then he saw it, a middle-aged man-tree and a wounded unicorn having a tea party. The sight gave him pause for a split second before he shrugged. He'd seen far weirder things on his own ship. Grinning, Ace leapt upwards and kicked the man-tree to the side, pinning it to the ground with its foot. All right, Driftwood. Have you seen my little brother around? Strawhat? Scar under left eye? Stupid grin. Terrified, the man-tree shook its head as far as it could move under Ace's boot. Tears welled in its eyes, and no. Please let us go. The tree pleaded and wailed. Still pinning the tree, Ace whipped around, grabbed the unicorn by the face and dragged it closer to him. Strawhat? Scar? Grin. The unicorn shook its head, terrified. Sanji sweated at the display, once again reassessing his opinion of the Whitebeard pirate. I wonder if this counts as animal abuse, he whispered to Frankie, visible eye taking a passing glance at Cerberus, who looked terrified on the tree and unicorn's behalf. I don't even think those things are legitimate animals, Frankie whispered back, also sweating. He was glad Luffy had a passionate person like Firebro in his life. He could see where Luffy might have gotten it from, but for the love of Gold Roger he was intense. Don't get too caught up in these two, Ace-san. Luffy may be deeper within the island, Robin advised. Right, Ace said, dropping the battered creatures. Pitifully, they crawled away, and Cerberus found it in himself to glare menacingly and direct a paw towards the beaten figures. What, were they your friends? Sorry, Ace bowed towards Cerberus. Cerberus looked like he didn't believe Ace was being sincere, which he wasn't, but huffed and bent to allow Ace to climb back on without the need for the pirate to pull on his fur. Robin giggled at the exchanges. It seemed that even without Luffy their day would still be filled with much excitement. Nami banged on the door of the castle with a fist, cold, shivering, wet and angry. Mud caked her form from the crown of her head to the soles of her feet. Moss smeared against her clothes and her arms and legs sported quite a few nicks when the Dmed zombies scratched at her. All she wanted was a bath, to find Luffy and go home to Sunny. Usopp and Chopper were in no better state than her. The snipers. Protective garbs were shredded and covered in mud while he sported multiple bite marks that left him paranoid of turning into a zombie himself. Chopper's fur was matted down and heavy with mud, the top of his hat slightly crumpled from one of the beats grabbing onto it to drag the doctor down. I think we should find another way to get back, Nami, Usopp squealed in a small voice, more afraid of being on the receiving end of Nami's ire for making such a statement than the outside. Nami was clearly the more dangerous of the two. No way in hell. The redhead didn't look at Usopp, continuing to slam her fist against the door. I refuse to go back out there and get eaten. Damn it. Why wasn't anybody answering? I wanted to see Dr. Hogback, Chopper sniffled, hugging Nami's leg. But we were abandoned by Hilden to be eaten by zombies. Momentarily, Nami paused her onslaught on the thick oak doors to bend down and comfort Chopper with a hug and bag rub. It'll be okay, Chopper. We just have to wait until someone from the crew finds us. Usopp sighed, this has gotta be one of the top 10 weirdest days of my life. Chased by fast zombies that have no stamina, he sat on the edge of a nearby well that had an unnatural light illuminating it. Well, at least we're safe for now, wow. Usopp cried out as the edge of the well crumbled, causing the sniper to tumble back first into it. He managed to tangle his ankles within the ropes to hold himself up, but the rotten wooden structure splintered and shattered under the weight of the sniper, his ammo and his additional accessories. Usopp! Chopper and Nami cried out, rushing towards the well. They peered down into the dark well, careful not to press their own weight against the stone structure lest they fall in themselves. Are you okay? Chopper shouted down into the hole. Yeah, Usopp answered with a slight hiss. Nami heard shuffling echoing against the well walls. These rocks are too unstable for me to climb up with, looks like there's a tunnel at the bottom of this thing, so I'll use that to find a way out. Okay, Nami nodded, even though Usopp probably wouldn't be able to see her. Nami? Yeah? Can you and Chopper come with me please? I'm scared. We can all escape together. What? No way. Chopper and Nami adamantly refused, shaking their heads whilst making an X shape with their arms. Usopp pleaded and Nami was sure the sniper was down on his knees and shaking hands folded in prayer up at him. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. No. Yes, damn it and oh. Mimi. Alright, fine. The orange-haired navigator relented, steeling herself. But you're going to have to catch me. Nami convinced herself that going down with Usopp was safer than splitting up. What if there was an enemy that he needed help facing and she wasn't there to support him? Neither Usopp or Nami were hardcore close-range fighters, but at least she could have a bit more leeway with her climb attack than he could with Kabuto. With a slight grunt, Nami vaulted over the edge and sked in a breath as she fell a longer distance than she initially thought. Usopp caught her, knees buckling slightly at the force of her landing, and he gently rested her down. The bottom of the well was moist and filled with lots of moss and other bioluminescent vegetation that lit up the dark tunnel. Alright, Chopper, your turn. Nami called out. Looking up she could hardly see the silhouette of Chopper's signature hat. The reindeer doctor dropped down, with Nami catching him in her slender arms. Thanks guys. This means a lot, Usopp thanked. Yeah, Nami waved, though a smile creeped up on her face. Let's just find a way out of here. Growling, this isn't what I wanted. Not at all. An indignant and invisible creature stomped his foot against the ground. Huffing out a sigh, he tried to wipe away the horrors he saw in his mind's eye and found that the more he attempted to banish the visions, the more they returned with vivid vengeance. Instead, he focused on the consolation prizes he snatched. Although my search for a bride failed, I can't say my venture was completely fruitless. Clutched in his invisible hands was information akin to pure liquid gold, an extensive, detailed report on each and every warlord of the sea. The amount of belly this information was worth would be more than enough to help Moria-sama become king of the pirates, on top of allowing Absalom the ability to buy whichever and however many brides he saw fit. He giggled at the prospect of a large harem of gorgeous, beautiful women all fawning over him. When the algae-headed brute, and his small noodle-like companion, barged in and stripped bare, folding his clothes gently over the thick manila folders before even remembering to close the DMN bathroom doors, he knew it was important. Of course, that thought came long after being horribly flashed, a traumatic event that he still had yet to recover from. Not even the all-enshrouding steam that aided in the theft of the intruders were enough to block the images from his mind. The creature shuddered. The green one's own was so veiny. Once again attempting to redirect the course of his thoughts, he examined his other prize, a vivre card with the word ace written on it. Honestly, he hadn't even seen this until he'd gotten close to the visibly old yet pristine straw hat. He wondered who this ace fellow was, especially considering that vivre cards were rare for Paradise. For a moment, his mind shifted to Fire Fist Ace, 2nd Division Command of the Whitebeard Pirates. Then with a laugh, he dismissed the contender. For as much as an infamous upstart Strawhat was, an upstart was still an upstart, and there was no way he knew the notorious pirate enough to be granted a vivre card, an innocuous thing that would lead to the owner's doom if fell in the wrong hands. Regardless of who it was on the opposite end, it wouldn't hurt to give it to his master if it meant something to Strawhat. Moria-sama will certainly be pleased with my gifts, the creature chuckled to himself. Absalom, Hogback greeted with a knowing tone and mischievous smile. The carefully constructed mood Absalom had built up was instantly shattered by the presence of the round doctor. You! He hissed, dashing towards Hogback and grabbing him by his fishnet shirt, which tore under his claws. Don't greet me so casually. You knew I was in the bathroom waiting for that beautiful redhead to show up, and instead you let Sindri direct those disgusting men in there. Foss. Did I? Hogback responded in amusement. Regardless, I wouldn't have given the girl to you had she arrived at the mansion to begin with. The zombies must have gotten to the poor girl. So much for that bounty on her head. Bounty? Absalom questioned with a raised eyebrow, not that anyone could see it. Yes. She, the Tanuki and the Long Nose are all part of the same crew, all of whom have bounties on their heads, the doctor informed. The uncute moss-haired one has a bounty exceeding 100 mil and his equally uncute captain at 300 mil, a disembodied, feminine voice supplied then giggled. Members of a Warlord's crew, they're going to be such a fun challenge for our night attacks. The men in the bath, Absalom realized, ignoring the last part of what the woman had said. With bounties like those, Absalom would have been in trouble had he been caught. Not that they would have been able to defeat him, of course, it just would have been more trouble than it was worth. Men? Oh. Horror. Absalom must have trapped himself in hell with that awful habit of his. The disembodied voice laughed. Serves an uncute person like you right. Absalom growled. Laugh it up, Perona, just you wait. Soon, I'll have a bride that's far cuter than those abominations of yours. Shut it, you old pervert. Negative. A ghost flew towards and through Absalom, his spirit being dragged down as though an anchor dropped on it, and with it, his physical body. He collapsed on his hands and knees, head hitting the dirt and dropping the files and vivre card that shifted towards its owner. I'm not even worthy to die and be reborn as a barnacle. Absalom muttered with self-loathing in his voice. What are these? Dr. Hogback said, picking up a file at random. It was Luffy's. He briefly scanned the contents. He grabbed another folder, another warlord. All of them were detailed reports of Moria's colleagues. A wicked smile crept up on his face. Foss. My, what a day filled with fortune. Moria-sama will be pleased once I bring him this information, and with it I'll be given leeway to expand my experiments beyond the Florian Triangle. Hey, don't go stealing my hard work and claiming it as yours. Don't you know the amount of suffering inflicted on me in the process of retrieving those files? What kind of doctor plagiarizes? Absalom shouted, launching at Hogback. Perona, still disembodied, turned her attention towards her ghosts. Tonight will certainly turn out to be interesting. I hope you're all prepared for what's about to happen. Zoro and Luffy stormed down the second-floor hallway of the mansion, hoping that they would somehow cross paths with the one who stole their belongings before it was too late. Stupid invisible man stealing Ace's card. I'm gonna beat him up. Cracking his knuckles, smoke blew through Luffy's nose like a raging bull. Although Zoro was upset about their things being stolen, his focus was mainly on how they were stolen to begin with. How was someone able to be in the bathroom the entire time without him noticing? Obviously the answer had to be some sort of invisibility devil fruit, but what were the chances of someone waiting in the bathroom to rob them, or slip in through that brief PRD of time Zoro accidentally left the bathroom door open? It must have been a trap. That weird-looking doctor must have known. Zoro ground his teeth. What a bunch of weirdos. Who robs people in the bathroom? Finding themselves back in that initial dining hall, the two pirates walked into the significantly dimmed room as all the illuminating candles save for the chandeliers had been snuffed out. The lack of light had caused the room to take on an eerie aura, and all of the paintings looking as though they were trying to pierce Zoro's heart with their pupils did little to help that case. Luffy's cry of excitement cut through the silence, and instinctively Zoro turned his head towards him. His rubber captain was looking at a large portrait of a woman with a calm, serene smile on her face. Luffy grasped at the golden frame, dulled down by the grime coating. Do you think this picture will look good in the sunnies? Hey! Who do you think you are, you pervert? You can't touch people without their permission. The painting suddenly exclaimed, the serene look morphing into an angry expression. Hilden! Hilden, you bstrd! Why are they here instead of the other ones? Ah! Luffy screamed, flinging his arms in the air and with it catapulting the talking painting across the room. It clattered noisily face down to the ground, but Luffy and Zoro could still hear muffled indignant screaming. What the hell? What the hell? Inanimate objects didn't talk. Or at least Zoro didn't think they did. That painting. It said, other ones, could it possibly mean his nakama or other people who got stuck on the island? And who was Hilden? Was that weird doctor's full name Hogback Hilden? Zoro growled again, so it was a trap. It's just that he and Luffy fell for it instead of some other poor sap. Zoro drew Katetsu. Now look at what you've done. You blew our cover, Lona Misa. A new voice bellowed. Zoro and Luffy whipped around and up to see the mounted pig from before looking down on them. I am the leader of the zombies in this room, Buichuk-sama. The pig announced haughtily. Don't think you can even take a single step out of this room. Don't tell me what to do. The pig talk MPPH. Luffy's mouth was muffled by Lona Misa, who stretched from under its frame to wrap its elongated body around the warlord. I won't let any of you escape. It declared as it constricted the rubberman, causing him to wheeze. Luffy. With a slash, Zoro sliced the body of the painting at the frame. I've been cut. I'm dead. I'm dead. Lona Misa screeched before realizing it was completely fine. Using the painting's distraction as an opening, Luffy used Gum Gum Balloon to expand himself, forcing the painting to let go of him, then deflated and kicked the frame and severed body across the room. Two swords grazed Zoro's head, mowing off a few slivers of hair before being embedded in the bare skin rug below their feet, that began to shift and raise. Whoa! Zoro exclaimed, tumbling as he lost his footing on the large, fluffy creature. Who is it that stabbed my back with a sword? Diamenu Buhisama. Find a different technique. The bear rug grumbled angrily as it flipped around to smack the pig off the wall. Whose side are you on? The pig exclaimed as it fell. Whoa! That bear rug is awesome, let's keep it. Stars were in Luffy's eyes as he danced around to keep balance with the bear rug's movements. No! The witch will kill us. Besides, why are all these inanimate objects coming to life anyway? Is it some sort of devil fruit power? Zoro's mind flashed back to the conversation in the bathroom. His eyes widened. Everything in this room is a mole person. The people who get lost here are turned into inanimate objects. It's not just the people outside. Did you not hear me when I said I was in control of the Zom Dash? Shut up! Zoro and Luffy yelled, both kicking the pig head out of the window, shattering the glass. Zoro looked up, honing in on the candles and its flames. Zoro didn't know how to defeat mole people yet, but he knew what could defeat rugs and paintings. Positioning Katetsu, Zoro delivered a flying slash that cut the candles down from the chandelier, with the fire raining down on the mole people and instantly setting them ablaze. While they howled, Luffy and Zoro aimed for the door, but it was locked tight. No problem, Luffy raised his fists while Katetsu was already poised. Oh no you don't. The bear rug, now fully coated in hot flames, exclaimed, swiped a burning paw at Luffy and Zoro. They flew backwards with the wall, with rubble collapsing on top of them. Zoro quickly shoved the rocks off and reoriented himself, but Luffy wasn't so lucky. Zoro, wait, I'm stuck. The warlord exclaimed as he attempted to pull his leg out, which only stretched rather than being released. Pistol! He shouted, delivering a hard punch to the large chunk of stone. Luffy's leg snapped back into place just in time to dodge a slam from the bear rug and disappear behind the fireplace. Luffy! Zoro ignored the flaming bear rug and made a break towards the fireplace. Bodily shoving his weight against it, it flipped around swallowing Zoro as well. The mole people from the outside began to bang against the wall, but the two pirates held their weight against it. When they quit, Luffy and Zoro sagged against the secret passage door. Neither of them said anything as they took a few seconds to breathe. Then, what the hell was that? Luffy asked, eyes still staring straight ahead. Mole people, Zoro grunted before sitting and standing up, pulling Luffy with him. Now let's get the hell out of here. I don't want to stick around to find out if there's any more. We need to find our stuff. Although Ace's mystery card had barely weighed anything, Luffy suddenly felt its absence. He pushed his hand further on his head to add more weight to it. Ace said that card will lead me back to him someday. You know what it looks like, so if we get split up you'll recognize it. What was it that they stole from you so I can take it if I see it? Folders with all information regarding the Warlords, including you, Zoro answered. He never intended to keep that a secret, there was just never a good moment to show Luffy what he got. Shishishi. Don't look so serious, Zoro. There probably isn't even anything that really matters on that dumb paper anyways. Luffy put his arms behind his head. And even if there is, and bad people find out, nothing will change. I'll kick their butts as I always do. Somehow, Luffy's infuriating trend of minimizing and simplifying important things served well in the shorter man's favor and soothed the swordsman rather than stoke the flames of his ire. You're right, Zoro said, and that was all that he needed to say. I really wish we could get the hell out of here, Kobe's fellow prisoner whined for the nth time, and while Kobe agreed, he could do without all the useless complaining. There wasn't anything any of them could do to escape except wait to be freed. The Whitebeard pirates pulled no punches, strapping them down with seastone chains in a seastone cell with seastone bars. Normal chains weren't even a consideration. Nope. They instantly elected to use the single most indestructible rock on the planet. Kobe would have liked to pretend it's because the Whitebeard saw them as a legitimate threat, but the reality was that it was easier to use seastone everything from the get-go instead of making the fatal mistake of incorrectly binding a strong devil fruit user. Letting out a small sigh, Kobe leaned his head back against the cell wall in the corner away from his huddled comrades, mulling over how things even got to this point. He knew from the moment that Admiral Sakazuki brought out the cannons, things were going to go south. For one, all of the cannons on this particular vessel had some sort of manufacturing issue. It was supposed to be a newer model cannon designed by the ever-elusive Dr. Vegapunk that allowed for faster reload and launch times, but all it was super sensitive, which made it super annoying. From what Kobe knew from Garp-san's complaining was that the genius scientist himself didn't believe in the weapon's stability, but the higher-ups wanted them out as fast as possible. Now look at where they are. Stuck in the Whitebeard's brig, all because some bozo tripped over a spool of rope and backflipped over the preloaded cannons, another mistake given the DMN thing's sensitivity, setting it off and blowing a hole in the side of Red-Haired's ship. From the immense amount of pressure emanating from the Yonko that made him weak and feel like throwing up, which Kobe knew was Conqueror's Haki, Kobe felt that things would then go from bad to worse. I can't believe we got captured. Another Marine exclaimed in frustration. You should be lucky all we did was get captured and not killed. Kobe finally snapped loudly at the other Marines. They were all just standard soldiers facing two Yonko crews at the same time. None of them ever stood a chance. Whitebeard didn't kill prisoners, or at least he hoped the Yonko didn't. It would SCK tremendously if he died before achieving his dream, all because of some other idiots. He wondered how Luffy and Zoro were doing and if they managed to reunite with their crew. Don't think you can shout at us just because the Marine hero personally trains you. You're not that special. Obviously I am, since he's training me and not you. Is what he would have said had he had the energy and will to clap back. It wasn't even worth it anyway. Truthfully, Kobe was more sore about his capture than anyone else here. He was training under the Marine hero, so he should have lasted much longer than he did. To protect his pride, Kobe just chalked it up to performance anxiety, as the mad dog who swept him up somehow had his eyes boring into Kobe's back even when the Admiral wasn't facing him at all. Vibrations and gunfire and stomping all raged overhead, maintaining the intensity it's had for the last hour. Kobe could find some relief in the fact that it wasn't a full-blown war that exploded between the Marines and Yonkos, just a drawn-on skirmish that resulted in injuries, yes, but thankfully no deaths. Which was honestly shocking considering this was Admiral Sakazuki leading the charge, but maybe the magma fruit user was too busy with Whitebeard and Red-Haired to lay waste low-profile pirates. Hopefully this fight breaks up soon, Kobe mumbled to himself. Kobe would continue to sit in that cell for the next 3 days, sleep deftly eluding him as more and more Marines crowded the brigs. Stars sparkled in Luffy's eyes as though he wasn't attacked just 5 seconds ago. Wow, a mystery hallway hiding behind a fireplace. He bounced on the ball of his feet. So cool. I wonder if Frankie could install a mystery hallway somewhere in the Sunny. I think the Sunny has enough mystery hallways as is, the swordsman replied, cracking his back and neck. They rotate too much for my liking. Makes it difficult to find the bathroom in the middle of the night. Shishishi. I think I heard you fall overboard that one time. No, you didn't. Aside from the annoyance of having Ace's special card stolen, Luffy was not at all bothered about the situation they found themselves in. Putting his hands behind his head, he whistled a jaunty tune as he and Zoro progressed down the hallway. Zoro seemed less tense than before, more like his neutral self, which was good. Luffy didn't need Zoro being distracted about things that didn't matter. Zoro always made sure that Luffy wasn't too distracted by things that didn't matter, so Luffy saw it fit to return the favor. Rattle. 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 The two paused in the middle of the hallway. Do you hear that sound? Zoro asked, looking around for the source of the noise. I think they're coming from the paintings. Luffy pointed at the jostling frames. Roar. Oh great. More mole people. Zoro scked his teeth, a small vein bulging in his forehead as he slashed in half the paintings closest to them, taking out his frustration on them and dodging as they twisted and turned to lunge at him. It did nothing of course, and even after Zoro brought them down, they still wailed ghoulishly and declared future defeat by the hands of Moria. TCH, I'm tired of these dumbass, let's just book it. Luffy nodded in agreement, a grin on his face as he coiled one arm around Zoro and stretched the other down the length of the hallway to grab onto the doorknob, ignoring how some of the paintings stretched out and bit him. Zoro began to sweat, growing pale at the realization of what he'd just done. This isn't what I meant, and you know, it. Lifting his feet off the ground, Luffy launched the two down the hallway, facial features pulled back to reveal white chompers. Luffy hollered and whipped, the paintings cracking apart as they blasted by. Barreling headfirst into the door, Luffy and Zoro broke it off its rusty hinges and skidded into the room. The momentum only stopped after bodily crashing into a bookshelf. Hoo-hoo! That was fun. Luffy pumped his arms. Zoro grabbed a fistful of Luffy's shirt and shook him. I'll cut you in half one of these days. An open book slid down from his head, revealing an angered expression. Shishishi, sorry, Zoro. With a huff, he was released, giving him a chance to observe their surroundings. Nearest to him was a large portrait of a woman. Luffy nearly jumped backwards before realizing it wasn't moving or making noise. It was normal. Zoro narrowed his eyes at it, drawing closer and poking it with his swords just in case. Not a mole person, he concluded with a click of his sword back in its sheath. It looks like the maid girl, just less gray and without the scars. And dead-eyed expression, Zoro looked around, obviously noting the room was covered wall to wall with pictures of herself. Is this her room? I can see why she would have so many pictures of herself up. She looked way prettier before. Makino called that kind of thing narcissism. Narcissism. Look at all these newspapers. Zoro leafed through a random one. Victoria Sindri, apparently she was an actress. A real famous one at that. Never heard of her before, though. Actresses are rich, right? Let's see if there's anything in here we can get for Nami. She won't notice if something's missing. No, hold on Luffy. I distinctly remember the hog guy saying she was a servant that got kicked out for violently throwing dishes. Why would she be a rich actress? Does that kind of thing really matter? Luffy folded his arms and tilted his head. I guess not, but it bothers me a little he would lie to our faces about something trivial. Makes you wonder what else he's lied about that might actually be important. Zoro flipped through the newspapers some more, mumbling aloud briefly. As Zoro continued to read, Luffy looked around for anything that could be of value, but all he saw was photos, articles and books about Sindri. He huffed in disappointment. Where was the money? The jewels? The trophies? He didn't even think it was possible to have so much detailed information on one person's life like this. Was this actually narcissism or just obsession? Sindri is a mole person, Zoro said, sounding oddly grave. Angry, almost. She fell off a stage and died 10 years ago. But how is she a mole person? We came to the conclusion that it was the people who died here that got transformed, but she died on a stage while performing on some other island. Meaning, someone brought her corpse here to transform her. If all of what I said is true, that means being transformed isn't a natural result of this place. Someone intentionally did this. Dead people, whether they die here or not, are being transformed into mole people against their will. Oh. Luffy understood. Their freedom in death was being taken. His fists clenched. He could see why Zoro was set off, even if he had no personal attachments. Luffy was set off too. But it's not them who comes back, Zoro added, sitting atop a strange treasure chest that Luffy had somehow missed before. The swordsman absent-mindedly fiddled with the latches as he spoke. Not really. Sindri looked lifeless. It's probably just the body that's brought back to life, not the soul. Made to be servants. Every mole person here was most likely brought back or turned to inanimate objects without permission. I can't imagine willingly agreeing to be a bear rug for eternity. The leak guy, Luffy said, a frown on his face. It has to be him. It's his ship, isn't it? He's the captain, so he's responsible for everything that goes on here, and I'm gonna kick his butt. Zoro palmed the hilt of his blades. I was going to ask if it's wise to attack another warlord, but when you say it with that tone then it really doesn't matter. Wah. Zoro's last fidget with the latch opened it and he suddenly went flying. Launched into yet another bookshelf. Rah! As if I'll let you attack Moria-sama. The jack-in-the-box mole person swiped at Luffy with its long claws. Luffy effortlessly dodged the attack and jumped in the air, using the elasticity of his legs to boost him higher than the mole person. Gomu Gomu no axe. Luffy brought the full weight of his foot down on the head of the mole person, pushing it back down in its box. Zoro! The swordsman rushed over and closed the lid, latching it shut. The box shifted and shuffled with the force of the mole person attempting to pop out again. Muffled shouts, curses and declarations of defeat still poured through the leather. Zoro stomped on the box before kicking it into the ruined bookshelf. Let's go find that freak, Luffy cracked his knuckles. It seems Luffy's into making all sorts of people his nakama. Ace smiled as he observed the new additions to Luffy's crew. Call it unwise if you will, but somehow, Ace instinctively trusted these people with the well-being of his baby brother. Though dumb and at times naive, Luffy was an excellent judge of character. Far better than even Ace, who had to learn very quickly how to gauge a person with just a few short interactions, and even then there were times where Ace missed a key detail. He knew Luffy would never pick sleazy, unloyal and weak people as members of his crew. Who else but the cream of the crop would willingly follow Luffy into raining terror on Enies Lobby and practically declaring war on the world government just for one person? An idiotic directionally challenged swordsman, a long-nosed lair, a gorgeous navigator, an equally gorgeous archaeologist, a raccoon dog, a perverted robot and a handsome martially gifted chef is quite the group, isn't it? Sanji combed through his blonde hair, blowing out a puff of smoke from the cigarette Ace lit for him earlier. I'm not a robot, I'm a super cyborg. Frankie snapped. So you're not denying the pervert allegations? Ace raised a brow, a mild chuckle escaping him. I'm a pervert because I refuse to wear pants. Others are perverts because they are SXL deviants. We are not the same. Frankie defended. Respecting women flows through my veins like cola. Ow! He struck a pose atop Cerberus' back. Whatever you are, it's certainly not human anymore. Definitely abnormal, and no, that's not a compliment, Sanji quickly added once he saw the cyborg blushing and becoming bashful. There's a common denominator here, Robin spoke aloud, shifting the currently casual nature of the air to something a little more focused. What's up? The Whitebeard pirate prompted, wondering what the archaeologist had deduced. Bandages, scars and tattooed numbers, each of these items have been present on all of the creatures we've encountered. They are being monitored by someone, and whoever is monitoring them is most likely monitoring us as well. Freaky, but that's to be expected from someone who willingly lives in a dump like this. Wait, Ace pulled on a tuft of fur, halting Cerberus and the Strawhats. His observation tingled, sensing a presence. Someone, some things here. Negative, a soft, echoing voice chanted. You guys hear that too? Frankie looked around for the source of the noise. There. Sanji pointed. A white being, a ghost, slipped from between the branches of the decaying trees. It continued its soft chant, multiplying as it danced with waving arms and longed-out tongues. Hollowed eyes made it difficult to see exactly where it was looking, but somehow Ace felt that it was staring directly at them. Those were the same creatures that invaded the ship while we were eating with Brook. This must be what Nami was screaming at. Ace remembered the terrified shrieks of the orange-haired navigator when he was on call with her. His freckled face formed into a frown. They didn't seem particularly hostile, more mindless if anything, but looks could be deceitful. They don't seem dangerous, so let's just leave them alone and hope they return the favor. Ace had already antagonized several of the beings here, but something about these ones made him halt in his tracks. One of the ghosts sailed close to Ace, its tail brushing against the fire Logia's face. He tried not to flinch at how ice-cold it felt. Of course, Ace just had to jinx things, for as soon as he said that, one suddenly zipped through Frankie's body. A gasp escaped him, more shocked than pained, and everyone froze, all eyes pinned on him. Frankie looked down at his chest, expecting something to perhaps melt or explode before he shrugged. Huh? I guess whatever it was trying to do didn't work. Just like me, nothing I ever try to do works. Maybe my death will finally be the one thing I get right? Why did you sink to the ground? What's with the sudden depression? Sanji shouted before a ghost ripped through his back. The chef dropped like lead, mouth agape and cigarette hitting the dirt floor. He looked more depressed and hollow than Frankie did. I'm worthless. A worthless failure. Should have never been born. Should have died on that rock. I'm not capable of anything. No one could love someone as useless as me. Tears streamed down Sanji's face and his visible bright blue eye dulled considerably. These ghosts sure know how to break your spirit, huh? Ace joked nervously. Holy crap. I believe that is the exact mechanic of these ghosts. Whoever is touched by them will have their will weakened. Devil fruit, power. It has to be. I can't imagine anything natural causing something like this. In fact, nothing about this place is normal. First a three-headed dog, sentient trees, and now this. Overcoming the inflicted depression, Sanji and Frankie popped up from the ground, incensed. Whoever's in charge of these ghosts, I'll chop them up and bake them into a pie. They must have a weakness. I'll eradicate them, then PSS on the shallow grave I'll make them dig. Ace hoped his status as a Logia would add some defense against the spirit-breaking ghosts if they ever came back for a second attack. They couldn't pass through him if he dematerialized before they got the chance, right? He didn't want to imagine the things that would spill from his mouth should his will be forcefully weakened. It seemed that the ghosts targeted self-worth, something of which Ace severely struggled with to this day. He didn't want to say anything that would link him to being the biological child because he was only Whitebeard's son of the Pirate King. He doubted he'd receive any actual flack from Luffy's crew about it, but you really never knew. It was better to keep it a secret. It wasn't something worth acknowledging anyways. Ace's stomach growled loudly and he suddenly felt weak. His tongue lolled out of his mouth and he fell to his knees. Ugh, so hungry, need, ghost pepper energy boost. So he's just as dramatic as Luffy when it comes to food too, huh? Why don't we stop here in the graveyard and eat? I need a bottle of cola myself right about now. Dumbass, it'll make the food taste bad. Plus we're in a hurry. Ace had fallen right in front of a cross-shaped headstone. The dirt shifted and pushed outward, a gnarly hand reaching out to grip onto Ace's wrist before pulling itself outward. Attached to the gnarly hand was a gnarly person, withered and bandaged with strands of scraggly white hair clinging desperately to the partially fleshed skull. Ace blinked. Let me just put you back where you belong. There, Ace ripped the hand off and shoved it and the owner down in the hole before covering it with dirt and patting it sealed. I'm not going back in like that, you fool. Tough talk for some old guy with major injuries. That is clearly a zombie. Sanji and Frankie shouted while Robin just giggled. The noise awoke more zombies from their slumber, shouting angrily on the first zombie's behalf about being dismissed and underestimating their strength. Ace and Sanji sweated, sharing the sentiment that they didn't believe zombies could be so lively. I wonder how fun they would be to fight. Ace cracked his knuckles, sporting a devilish grin. Sanji lifted his leg up, lighting a new cigarette in silent agreement. Frankie struck his signature pose and Robin crossed her hands in front of her chest, a soft yet equally dangerous smile on her face. We'll show you just how fun. The zombies accepted the challenge, charging first. One pitiful beatdown later. So, what did we learn today? Ace crossed his arms, the last embers of flame flickering away from his body. Don't start what you can't finish, the battered zombies muttered, large goose eggs adding to their roster of injuries. Even if you were the ones to technically start it. What was that? Nothing. Nothing. Humph. Now that that's settled, what are you guys doing anyways? Rotting, walking around. Rotting some more. It's what zombies do, you know, one of them said in a tone that was clearly criticizing Ace. Are you joking with me? He raised an ignited fist. No, we're not. We're sorry. They shook their heads and held their hands up placatingly. Did a man with a long nose, an orange-haired woman and a reindeer that bears striking resemblance to a tanuki pass through here? Robin asked. While the zombies were quick to answer Robin in the positives, they were quicker to regret having answered. This raised suspicion in Ace. They claimed they were not allowed to answer such questions. If they were useless, then there was no point wasting time talking. After confirming one last time if they wanted to continue refusing to answer them, Ace and the Strawhats had stuffed the zombies back in their holes, upside down. I think I missed one, Ace said, preparing to strike the zombie down before it waved its cane wildly. Wait. Don't attack me. I'm not a zombie, just some old guy with major injuries. Ace looked at him with skepticism. He looked like he belonged in the other category. We're kind of busy and on a time schedule. What do you want? The man gulped and a small light shined in his eyes. You guys look horrendously strong. There's someone I want you to, need you to beat. This guy, he's stolen something really important. Collected hundreds of victims and they're all here on this island. Trapped and hiding, unable to fight back. If you defeat him, they'll be saved. Why? We're pirates, not heroes. What was in it for them aside from risk of injury? While Ace loved a good fight, he wasn't fond of fighting the battles of random people, especially if it might entail putting people he cared about or was under his protection in the line of fire. Wait a second, Ace, Sanji said, eye narrowing. Something's wrong with this guy. He doesn't have a shadow. Alighting his hand and holding it up to the man, Ace saw where Sanji was right. What the hell? None of the victims do. This is what was stolen from us, the man solemnly confirmed. What kind of thing has the ability to do this? Not a thing, a person. A man named Gecko Moria. One of the 7 warlords. Gecko Moria is a formidable man. His first bounty far surpassed even that of Luffy's current bounty. Robin had a hand to her chin. Sanji hummed, taking a drag from his cigarette. This makes things more complicated. If Luffy were some random pirate to Moria, we might be more inclined to help, but they're both warlords. Can we really just kick Moria's butt like that? Is there some kind of rule about warlord infighting? The injured man skipped over everything the chef had said and responded to the part that tickled his ear. Your captain is a warlord too? Then maybe your captain can just ask Moria to return our shadow since they're peers. The man looked hopeful. Too hopeful for the weight of what he was asking. Sorry to dash your spirits, but that's naive, Ace said. The warlords have a reputation for being constantly and consistently antagonistic towards each other. Moria will not release your shadow simply because Luffy asked. Not to mention Luffy hasn't been one for even a month yet, Sanji added. He and Moria have only met for the first time only a couple days ago. Granted, Moria even attended that meeting in the first place. So this is a recent development? The man looked surprised. Not much news finds its way down here in the forest. The last major piece of news I heard was a man named Red-Haired Shanks being dubbed an Emperor of the Sea, but that was ages ago. How long have you been down here? Ace grimaced. That was old news. 20 years, 20 awful years, the man began to break down and sob. Some stay and wander aimlessly through the forest fearing the zombies, others escape and return to the sea but either live in fear of it or give themselves up to it. Either way, with this shadowless body we are no less undead than the zombies that torment us. My one dream is to feel the sun once more before I die. Ace felt terrible now, and Frankie began to sob, tears streaming behind his sunglasses. The freckled Logia sighed. Well, I'm not the captain, obviously. I'm not even part of the crew, just a guest. I can give suggestions but what happens is ultimately up to them. Ace thumbed to the 3 straw hats behind him. If this Moria guy steals people's shadows, he's essentially stealing their freedom and that isn't something Luffy's just going to let slide if and when he finds out. He's going to kick but regardless of their statuses, Sanji said. So you're saying, the man clasped his hands together. We'll help, Robin said. But only because assisting you means assisting our captain. I don't care if the reason is selfish at all. The man cried out in joy. For the first time in so many years, I actually have hope. A cacophony of cheers and encouragement burst from the forest, enough to frighten the birds and awaken the rest of the dead, who willingly went back to sleep once Ace shot a nasty glare at them. Gaining a hope that was stripped so long ago or a hope that was never even there, even without being physically present, Luffy managed to shine brightly in the darkest of places. Ace couldn't help but smile proudly at the person that his little brother simply was. Nami hated this place. It was cold. It was wet. It was scary. She was filthy. She wanted to return to the sunny and take a nice long shower. The navigator shivered, rubbing her arms despite there being no airflow in the tunnel. Goosebumps raised on her skin. Usopp's teeth were chattering loudly in fear, echoing across the stone walls. He held up his cross in his hands, stretched out to ward away evil. Chopper hung close beside him, holding out the spear the sniper offered him. This is a strange well, Nami finally said, the first sound that wasn't clacking teeth or footsteps. First of all there's a tunnel at the bottom of it, there's glowing plants, and it's wet despite not seemingly connected to a waterway at all. I was thinking that too. Usopp agreed. See, could this be a fake well or something? A decoy? Maybe it leads back to the moat? No, that doesn't make any sense. It's all dried up and filled with skeletons, wetness due to transpiration from the plants and condensation. Chopper theorized. I hope this doesn't lead back to the moat, Nami groused. I'd hate to end up back where we started after almost being eaten and come face to face with Cerberus again. Usopp and Chopper shuddered in agreement, phantom panic coursing through their veins. At the blessed end of the tunnel was a wooden staircase, rotten and showing clear signs of extended use. Atop the staircase were a set of double doors, the ones you'd find attached to a home that lead to a basement. Do you think the doors lead inside the mansion? Usopp asked. I don't know, Nami replied, putting her hands against the door. She pushed it gently but it did not budge. The door was locked. She put her shoulders against it and applied more pressure but she only got it to creak once before Chopper shushed her. There's someone talking on the other side. Quieting down, the trio pressed their ears against the door. Foss foss foss. Obnoxious laughter filtered through. Look Sindri-chan. It's near completion. Look at this excellent marionette. It's genius, a work of art. I hope it fails at the very last step. Your violent words are consistently horrifying. Dinner's ready. What's on tonight's menu? Spaghetti soup. There was a wet splash and a large clatter, bringing forth a loud exclamation from the mystery man. He chastised Sindri for dropping it on the table instead of leaving it in the pot, but her only response was that all plates should cease to exist. Stop making soup-based items if you're going to be this insistent on not using dishware. But never mind that, you almost destroyed these files. Do you know how valuable they are? It's not every day where detailed information about the Warlords falls into your lap. Nami's eyes widened and she, Usopp and Chopper all looked at each other with similar expressions. Is this man some kind of marine? Why would he file files on the Warlords? If this guy has files on the Warlords, then that means he has files on Luffy, Usopp said. The government's most likely been monitoring him for a while then compiled everything and made it a file when he accepted. I think an important question is how they got in a spook place like this. Shouldn't that be, I don't know, classified information? Chopper asked. Guard the laboratory, Sindri. I'll clean myself off then present these files to Moria-sama. Footsteps that were difficult to hear grew dimmer and dimmer before they were accompanied by the creaking and then shutting off a door. The man had left. It wasn't long before Sindri followed suit, ignoring the man's command. Let's get out of here, Nami said. Transforming to his human form, Chopper punched the basement door open causing dust and splinters to fly everywhere. Usopp and Nami coughed, waving away the cloud as they entered the room. It was filled with strange machines, lined with coffins and had chains with hooks on the end hanging from the ceiling. Is this a lab or a torture chamber? Usopp commented. Whatever it is, we're not supposed to be here, so let's find the exit before we get in trouble. Nami looked around before her eyes were drawn and locked onto the centerpiece of the room. A gray body laying deathly still on a metal table. Usopp jumped behind Nami with a screen who was staring at the corpse trying to pinpoint something that was awfully familiar about it. She lightly gasped when she made the connection. On the body were stitches and a number, the same kind of things that were on the zombies that attacked them in the graveyard. This is a zombie, Nami said. But it hasn't been revived like the other ones. The mystery man said it was almost complete, Chopper said. So that means revival is the last step. It's just, how? I wonder if it's Hogback who's reviving all the zombies, Usopp said. When it grew silent he turned his head to find Nami and Usopp blinking at him. What? It makes sense, doesn't it? Hogback lives on this island. Hogback is a genius surgeon. Hogback plus being a genius plus an endless supply of corpses equals zombies. And Chopper said it himself, no one's ever come close to his accomplishments. Bringing back the dead should count as such a thing. After listening to the sniper's explanation, Nami found herself agreeing with him. It was completely plausible. However, Chopper frowned. The only people who could be saved with medicine are those who are still alive, no matter how powerful the body of the deceased. Do you think the people are alive and Hogback is simply physically modifying them to become zombies instead? Nami suggested. Her orange eyes flicked once more to the body, looking for any sort of movement. Is Hogback going to try to turn the Warlords into zombies and present that idea to this Moria guy? She meant to keep such a thought internal but a scolding from Usopp and Chopper telling her not to say such scary things showed otherwise. We shouldn't let Luffy's file fall into the hands of such a scary guy. What are you saying, Nami? Usopp's legs began to shake. We can't let Hogback get the green light to turn Luffy into a zombie. She unattached her climb attack from her side and pieced it together. We're going to follow Hogback and stop him from giving those files. Where did the sudden bravery come from? Usopp and Chopper exclaimed. You're going to do what? Eep! Nami shrieked, jumping behind Usopp. Protect me! Coward! Hogback and the woman, who looked a whole lot like a zombie, presumed to be Sindri, stood in the open doorway. Sindri! I told you to stand guard. It's unsanitary for civilians to be walking around in here. I will fail you when you need me most because I do not care about your desires. Hogback sighed. At least you're being honest about it. Nami's eyes flashed, looking for a quick exit, but it landed on something valuable, the files. Chopper. And Nami's eyes caught each other and they nodded. Chopper began fanboying over Hogback, singing his praises and completely enrapturing the attention of Hogback. He riddled Hogback with compliments of his studies, the man greedily drinking them up. Meanwhile, Nami snuck closer and closer towards the files, hand stretched out to grab them and dash. Hilden was supposed to introduce me to you, but that never happened. I was indeed aware I'd have you as visitors, so imagine my surprise when you didn't show up. My apologies for that, and what I'm about to do next. Sindri. Immediately the blonde woman began tossing plates at Nami, the flying shards forcing her to inch back away from the files and shield herself behind a coffin. Yo ho ho! You were fast, but not fast enough. A new, familiar voice laughed. What the hell? Brook. But it was not Brook. It was a samurai zombie, skin still clinging to bone and a sword by his side. But how could it have Brook's exact voice and laugh? Something strange was going on here. I don't need to ask how much you've heard since you were already heading towards those files. Hogback stalked towards Nami's hiding place. You've clearly heard enough. What are you going to do to us? Fear froze Usopp in place. Hogback grinned, laughing as he pointed towards a ticking clock on a wall with a staircase built into it. Oh, you'll see shortly. The night attacks are about to start soon. Attacks starring you, the guests of this island. Attacks? You can't attack us. We're part of a Warlord's crew. Nami found faux bravery, stepping out from behind the coffin to point at Hogback. The doctor simply laughed. Foss. Isn't that a coincidence? Well, so are we. Moria-sama. Moria-sama. 3 small zombies shrieked as they bolted down the cobwebbed hallways. It was almost time for the night attacks. The first one they would have had in a few days, and the zombies would be dead if they allowed their master to miss it. Moria-sama had always been particularly excited for it, eager to see what new, fresh shadows he could snatch and add to his ever-growing collection of zombies. Their voices stretched farther than their strides, floating on the airwaves, but Moria-sama had always been a heavy sleeper. Waking him up without use of force was always a pipe dream. Go for it, bow! The zombie with a straw bag for a head nodded as he pulled back his bowstring and let the arrow fly. It hit its target dead on, Moria-sama's snot bubble. It popped with a loud bang, stirring their master out of his sleep. Moria-sama grumbled, turning on his side and snuggling deeper into his mountain of pillows. Go away, he commanded without opening his eyes. I'm having such a wonderfully bad dream. That's great news. The zombies chirped. But it's time for the night hunt. You've been asleep ever since you've returned from your meeting. Moria-sama scoffed, his eyes still not opening as he waved them away. Don't remind me about that. Just do it without me this time, I'm not in the mood. Oh no. Did a stray negative hollow hit their beloved master? But master, we've scoped out our most high-spirited contender for the ultimate shadow yet. He's been the talk of the seas ever since the destruction of Enies Lobby. Joro, a blue zombie with one eye said. It seemed that something tickled in the back of Moria-sama's mind as he opened his eyes halfway and turned towards them, sitting up and leaning back against his pillows. Tell me, was the person wearing a straw hat? Eagerly, the zombies confirmed with a nod. Moria-sama shot up, fully awake. What is that stupid brat doing on my ship? Their master seethed. Do you know who he is, sir? Moria-sama rolled his eyes. Crocodile's annoying replacement. He and his crew are currently aboard the ship. Should we call off the night attack considering his status? Neen asked. Of course not. Moria-sama snapped. Find Strawhat and bring him to me. I'll meet you in the throne room. It had hardly been a few minutes before Moria-sama's command was fulfilled. Zombies much stronger than the 3 were commanded to attack, and so they did. Strawhat and the green-haired swordsman had been caught off guard, bound and transported to Moria-sama's throne room where he gloriously sat upon his large chair. Apparently the 2 had been looking for him anyways, shouting loudly, bursting through every single door in attempts to locate their master. Well, the 2 smaller pirates had gotten their wish. Ha, he really does look like a giant leek, the swordsman said, causing a vein to bulge in Moria-sama's horned forehead. I'm going to kick your butt. Strawhat shouted before Moria-sama could retaliate. The zombies could laugh. Kick Moria-sama's butt? Preposterous. Moria-sama was going to become king of the pirates. There was no one who could defeat him and his army. Eh? What the hell for? As far as I remember, you're the antagonistic one. Moria-sama was so amazing at keeping his composure at the obvious threat. He didn't look at all bothered. Such a display of confidence. You're turning dead people into mole people and taking away their freedom. A beat of silence. What the hell are you talking about? Once Strawhat explained, raucous laughter rang through the throne room. If the zombies had functioning stomachs, it would hurt and they'd keel over from the hard laughter. Tears welled in Moria-sama's eyes and he wiped them away, taking a few shuddering breaths to regain himself. A for effort, their master chuckled. Your stupidity has greatly increased my mood. There is no such thing as mole people. These are zombies and they have been miraculously brought back to life by the power of my devil fruit. I don't care about how it happens. I'll still kick your butt. You'll find out how it happens anyway, Moria-sama threatened. It appears both the Strawhat and the swordsman threatened as their neutral expressions turned into frowns. What are you talking about? The swordsman demanded. In a few short minutes will be time for the night attacks, hunting games where the prey is any poor unfortunate soul unlucky enough to get caught here. Tonight's meat is you and your crew and they will be hunted down by my supreme officers. Moria-sama smiled wickedly, his gloriously sharp teeth shining. From there, everything devolved into a shouting match, with Moria-sama and Strawhat throwing insults and threats at each other. The swordsman butted in with his own comments as well and soon Moria-sama brought everything to a halt with a loud shout. Fine. Let's make a deal. If you and your cohort survive the night attacks without getting your shadows stolen, or if you somehow manage to retrieve them, you all can leave Thriller Bark safely. That's not a deal. That's something we already planned to do, Strawhat responded. I wasn't finished. If you lose, the ones that are captured remain on the island and Strawhat has to resign from being a warlord. That's still uneven, Zoro said. Moria-sama huffed and threw his hands up in the air. You people are such beggars. Very well, if Strawhat wins, which he won't, they all can go free and I'll resign from my position. Is that balanced enough for you? High stakes on both sides. Strawhat and the swordsman looked towards each other and shrugged. Sounds good enough. Oh, Moria-sama. Such an excellent and willing negotiator. Moria-sama clasped his hands together, a devilishly handsome grin on his face. Perfect. He lunged towards Strawhat and the swordsman, faster than anyone would expect a pirate of his size to. The two smaller pirates writhed in Moria-sama's magnificent claws. Hit the lights. Moria-sama demanded and Bao eagerly fulfilled the command. Bright floodlights hit the two pirates, their shadows being casted across Moria-sama's body. Pinching their shadows between two of his fingers, he peeled the black forms off of himself, leaving Strawhat and the swordsman dangling in the air. The two's eyes widened in shock. Such a delicious expression that only Moria-sama was capable of pulling from his victims. Kishishishishi. Sleep tight. Snip. Immediately the two lapsed into unconsciousness as their shadows were severed from their bodies, falling limply to the floor. Both shadows struggled within Moria-sama's grip. Cast their bodies out somewhere, Moria-sama ordered with a flip of his other wrist. What are you planning to do with them, Moria-sama? The three zombies asked. I'll shove the swordsman into some random swordfighter. As for Strawhat, despite how annoying he is, I can't deny his fighting spirit is indeed worth that of 300 million belly. With his shadow, the strongest special zombie in history will be born and I'll use it to become Pirate King. Kishishishi. Kishishishi. They weren't given the chance to react before Hogback ordered the samurai to strike. With these night attacks already started, it was already clear to Usopp there was no way for the three of them to back out without any kind of confrontation. Knock them into the Shadow Realm. Send them where the light never strikes. Usopp's teeth chattered a storm, but despite this, his eyes focused on the brook-like samurai zombie. Of all the enemies in the room, the zombie was the most dangerous. He was the only one with an actual weapon and thus the capacity to hurt them. Nami's climb attack was pointed towards the zombie's direction, a firm look in her eye contrasting her trembling hands. She was waiting for the moment to strike if need be, just like him. What was particularly unnerving was how relaxed the zombie was. Usopp knew by now that a relaxed enemy meant either a wicked strong opponent confident in their capabilities or a cocky weakling trying to cover up the fact that they were terrified. Given Usopp's experience, this zombie fit the first category. Every step made Usopp's knuckles clench tighter around Jinga Pachinko. Wow! What a lovely princess! The hollow darkness of the skeletal zombie's eyes seemed to light up at the look of Nami. You're so beautiful. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to show me your panties. Like hell I will. Nami immediately shot back, her fear evaporating and replaced with anger. Then she froze. Something's wrong here, she murmured under her breath. To sound and act like Brook is one thing, but to ask the exact stupid question as him on top of that. Usopp racked his brain, the neurons firing at a mile per minute as he tried to connect the pieces of this spooky puzzle together. This is what he knew. Back on the Sunny, Brook said a man stole his shadow. Now, there was some undead goon acting exactly like him. The voice. The laugh. The perversion. This has to be interlinked. Though, the sniper didn't get to ponder further on this mystery as Hogback interrupted his thoughts to boast about the zombie skill. Ryuma here is on a different level than those average zombies you've met in the graveyard. He's a general, blessed with a special body from the land of Wano in the New World. Truth or not, the myth that surrounds him is one that's been handed down for generations. He is the man who cut down a flying dragon. There's no escape for you. Unsheathing his sword, Ryuma continued his steady stride and passed them by without even swinging his sword, prompting Usopp to make a noise of confusion. Then, Ryuma asked Sindri to open a pathway as he would basically like to have dinner early. Not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, the three Straw Hats, all on the same wavelength, made a break for the wide-open door without even looking at each other. No need to announce plans to run, just do it. Usopp didn't even complete a single run cycle before a sharp pain blossomed across his abdomen. Blood dripped from his mouth. When did he? Was all Usopp thought before the world went black and he landed on the ground. Robin led the Straw Hats and their guest to the front entrance of the mansion, opening her eyes in slight surprise at the damaged state of the dining hall. The large door was a gust of wind away from being blown off its bent hinges. Littered on the cracked tile floors were a slew of overturned tables, burnt curtains, torn tapestry, and sliced paintings. Clearly an altercation had taken place here. The only question was, who were the dueling parties? Force of habit dictated that Robin always held a certain level of wariness, but she was fully on guard now, crossing her arms in front of her. There was no indication that the attackers were no longer in the vicinity. Similarly, the casual air that surrounded Ace since his arrival shifted to something more akin to professionalism. Flames flicked across his shoulders and the tips of his fingers. A twitch in his burgundy eyes and the way it flipped about searchingly indicated to Robin that the Whitebeard pirate was noticing something that she was not. Is this where Gecko Moria lives? For a powerful warlord, this place looks like a pigsty. I don't care how he lives, Frankie. Only if Nami-san and the others were hurt. There's someone in here, Ace said. His voice was low and his eyes searched upwards now as opposed to all around. He locked onto an animal mantelpiece just as it opened its mouth. There. Bye he. He laughed. Another zombie. So, not only people and plants could become zombies, but also inanimate objects. Just what was the limit? She kicked away a painting that was near to her foot just in case. Ah, so you were able to notice my presence before I even spoke? The pig looked towards Ace, then surveyed the rest of the group. You're all quite courageous, or most likely, stupid, to just enter this place and casually say the master's name. Unfortunately for you, brazenly walking in here will be your last mistake. Sanji struck first, planting the top of his foot into a picture zombie and sending it careening across the room. Robin followed suit, her arms already in position to attack an elongated painting that was admittedly rather gorgeous. Deathly pale skin, thin jet black hair, sunken eyes and rosy cheeks, truly a work of art. She twisted it until she ripped herself apart trying to escape. For how pretty you are, it's quite unladylike for you to open your mouth so wide, but your appeal was already ruined by jutting out of the frame. Spears thrown by the more mobile of the zombies broke along Frankie's metal skin. The cyborg then grabbed them and smashed their heads together. Falling into unconsciousness, the last words muttered by the zombies were, "Must be those DMN maniacs Nakama." Maniac was not a word that Robin would attribute to either Usopp, Nami or Chopper, so by process of elimination, they were referring to Luffy and Zoro. Where are they? Where's my brother? Ace set multiple of the clawing paintings ablaze before focusing his attention on the mantelpiece that quickly began to beg for his false life. I know where they are. I'll tell you. Just please don't hurt me. Quickly, before I turn you into rotten bacon. You guys are looking for the green-haired swordsman and rubber straw hat man, right? They passed through here not too long ago and are sleeping in the bedroom upstairs. They're safe there, honest. Ace narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Robin was inclined to disbelieve as well. Although Zoro had a propensity for sleeping anywhere in any circumstance, he would not fall asleep so near to a battleground, no matter how minor it may be. Not to mention Luffy would be too wound up to sleep after a short skirmish. This would be a warm-up to him, not grounds for a nap. Before Robin could further question the mounted animal, Frankie spoke. Cook bro's gone. The lack of threatening to bake the pig for refusing to release Nami's whereabouts was all Robin needed to conclude that Sanji was in fact gone. Robin and Frankie spared a singular glance at each other before shrugging. Ace raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't you guys be worried? Robin couldn't help the small smile that crossed her face. We believe in Sanji's strength and ability to take care of himself. From what I heard, he lived in a floating restaurant that dealt with pirates all the time. A few zombies should be of no issue to him. Wait. So that blondie on the Baratai was Sanji this whole time? I thought he looked vaguely familiar even all the way back in Alabasta, but I didn't want to say anything in case I was wrong. I actually visited once and saw him take on 3 pirates by himself and won. Those moves were pretty cool. He kicked me through a window for falling asleep on my plate and spilling the food, Then when I fished myself from the sea, he called me an uncouth beast and made me eat it off the floor. Whoa? Cookbro did that to a whitebeard pirate? That, honestly kind of sounds like him. He has no respect for people who wastes food. Ace laughed. I wasn't a whitebeard pirate at the time. I was just starting my journey. At first I was super set off, for days and weeks afterward even. I beat down any blondie in a fight I had twice as hard and imagined Sanji's face, but looking back on it that was definitely an overreaction. It's actually pretty hilarious now that I can recognize teen angst for what it is. Sanji-san is not one to cut corners when it comes to his values, even at a cost to himself. His determination to uphold what he believes in is truly admirable. Frankie chuckled. Ha ha ha. Cookbro would backflip over the moon if he ever heard you say that. After being ignored for so long, the pig began to get irritated. Growling, keep chatting it up you fools. You're only losing time in the race to rescue your nakama, and you shouldn't get too cocky just because you have a whitebeard pirate by your side. Once they all start disappearing, you'll panic and get scared. It'll be what you all deserve. Frankie pinched the mantelpiece's mouth shut and sighed in annoyance. Do all members of Warlord crews get treated this way when visiting, or are we the exception? A beat. You're members of the what? Yeah, that straw hat man you're referring to is their captain, the newly instated Warlord Luffy, Ace provided, a serious look replacing the smirk that would have otherwise been present. And not only have you attacked him, but you've also attacked his nakama. How do you think your master would feel when he finds out you've attacked his peer? APSSSSH. Moria-sama doesn't care about any of the other warlords or their crews. This assault on you Straw Hats is of no consequence. Is that so? How rude, Robin said, using her extra arms to rip the decorative piece from the wall and toss it to herself. Since you won't be honest with us no matter how many threats we use, we'll simply have to use you as a guide. Let us hope you're not subscribed to mutually assured destruction. Things won't end safely for you missing nakama, a zombie groaned helplessly from the floor. One after the other, you'll lose them, and that fear you can't save anyone from the master's power is real. Even if you're part of a warlord's crew, there's no guarantee Moria-sama knows that, and soon they'll be victims of the night attacks. Robin did not like the sound of that, but she had grown tired of the zombies' ramblings and no longer wanted to facilitate conversation with them. Everyone would leave Thriller Bark. Gecko Moria and Night Attack Speed Med. Ace. With a nod of his head, the whitebeard pirate set the room ablaze. The sound of screeching zombies filled Robin's ears, and it was like sweet music. She'd fight for them the same way they fought for her. No one threatened her nakama. Oblivious to the fiery torment of their peers, hordes of zombies sang and danced happily under the glistening moon. Convening at the front of the mansion, they sang of the capture of their enemies, how this night was a night purely for the zombies, which was honestly redundant as every night was a night for the zombies. Not a single pirate would escape their grasp. Absalom, fueled by righteous, manly fury, barged into a repurposed chapel. Rows of coffins were neatly lined across either side of the ornately decorated hall, zombie guards clad in silver and golden armor standing dutifully by each load-bearing pillar. Open your eyes, General Zombies. Absalom instructed, raising his arms in the air. Upon this mighty declaration, fists punched through the tops of flimsy lacquered coffins, giving rise to great warriors. Catch the Straw Hat pirate crew. Offer them to the master, but bring the Mosshead and Redhead to me. Absalom clenched his fist and gritted his teeth as the unholy images flashed within his mind's eye once more. He superimposed images of the gorgeous Redhead over to them. She was the one that he would unequivocally make his bride. He refused to believe Hogback was telling the truth that she was killed by zombies, and that Mosshead nuisance would pay for disrespecting him in such a manner. Absalom would have preferred the head of Monkey D. Luffy as well, but since he had so much respect for his master, he would leave the pathetic excuse for a new warlord over to his much more experienced and powerful peer. Ugh. Absalom even hated to place them in the same category. Go quickly. He shouted at the lingering zombies. Especially you, Captain John. Your infamous reputation is crying. The pink-haired drunk merely laughed and continued to saunter away. Absalom wasn't one to question his master too often, but he definitely should have spoken up about using a drunkard to awaken the corpse of a rocks pirate. Though it wasn't just John who was troublesome, all of the general zombies tended to be stubborn. For as powerful as they were still fleshbags reanimated with the shadows of subpar individuals. At times it felt less like wielding a powerful army and more like corralling children. Absalom shook his head. With his faithful zombies now on the hunt for the Straw Hats, the enhanced human decided to hunt down Hogback and take back what was rightfully his. He could imagine the praise from his master now. Oh Absama. Wait. That wasn't how Moria-sama addressed him. Oh Absama. Wait. That wasn't how Moria-sama sounded. Marry me. Jaya! Lola! Absalom screamed out, nearly jumping out of his hardened skin. He took a few deep breaths to slow down his racing heart. None of the zombies frightened Absalom like Lola could. She always managed to find him no matter what he was doing. Her stealth was incredible despite the fact that she was a big, loud, bright pink warthog. And her persistence. Oh, her persistence. The woman simply didn't understand the concept that no meant no. He rejected her hundreds, no, thousands of times, and yet she still pursued him romantically. Truly, she was the most terrifying of the general zombies. Unfortunately, Absalom couldn't exactly blame him for her insane obsession with him. Her belief of entitlement to his affections was the result of being the host for a pirate known for her thousands of proposals towards men. What are you doing? Absalom hissed. If the general zombies were stubborn, then Lola was the most stubborn of them all. Go out and fight already. Obey your commander. I'll only obey if you marry me. Never. I'm human. I'll only accept a human bride. You're a female zombie warthog. It'll never work. We're just too incompatible. I see, Lola nodded her head sagely, a hand under her enormous chin. She then pulled out a piece of blue paper and rested it on a nearby table. Pulling out a brush from nowhere, she painted her hoof, stamped it on the paper and then painted one of Absalom's fingers with it. Absalom raised a brow and took a sideways glance at the paper she was roughly guiding his arm towards. Certificate of marriage. This certificate is presented to Absalom Lola for participating in marrying. Groom bride. Whoa. Let go. With a mighty kick? The table and form flew to the opposite end of the room. How horrible. What kind of sick and twisted individual you are to get me to sign that without my consent? It wasn't even a real marriage certificate, just some random, ugly, out-of-place certificate the crazy woman plucked from somewhere in the mansion and edited, poorly at that, but Absalom treated it as if it were a bowl of hot coals. It might as well have been with how doomed Absalom's future would have been if he'd got even a smidgen of a fingerprint on it. Lola paid no attention to his words or his distress. Oh, I just can't hold it anymore. That mouth of yours is so wild. Give me your finger, Absalom. I love you. Gah! The man exclaimed as he rapidly dodged Lola's attempts to manhandle him. He did not feel like being hunted by a dead animal for the rest of his life. However, he had a plan that would quench Lola's desire for him once and for all. Bridal martial arts. Kiss of the vow. Lola had gone from attempting to assault him with her fists to attempting to assault him with her lips. Wait a minute. Absalom riskily paused and stuck a hand out, panting. Surely, you are a woman of reason, yes? I am a man of commitment and dedication. I don't two-time, and since I've already decided on the woman I'm gonna marry, I can't marry you. It'll bring dishonor to my name. Although she's a weak woman deep inside, she's still strong-willed and unlike you has the beauty fitting to me, my bride. So see, your curse over me has to shatter. I can't allow that, Absama. I'll erase that woman so I can have you all to myself. With a speed not thought possible for a zombie warthog, Lola dashed away. Uncharacteristically, Absalom chased after her. Hogback would have to wait, his new goal was now stopping Lola from tearing apart his future bride. Chopper awoke to two squirrels trying to behead him. Moonlight bounced off the sharp edge of the blade into his eye socket, awakening him fully in the nick of time. Turning to Heavy Point, he batted the two attackers away before they could cut him. Wasting no time, he scrambled upwards to find Usopp and Nami laying on the ground. Oh no! Usopp! Nami! Pull yourself together, open your eyes. On the surface there didn't seem to be any harm to them aside from a few bruises, but there was no telling right away if they had hit their heads as they collapsed. Or what happened in between being struck down, stuffed in a coffin and transported here. Thankfully, the two awoke with no signs of head trauma. Just regular trauma. Usopp groaned, his first words mumbling about the samurai. He looked towards his abdomen and realized there was no blood. He practically melted in relief. They were all only hit with the back of the sword. Nami, always observant, noticed that the ground was a little wet, so they must be outside. Chopper decided that it was important to point out that they were being transported by the squirrels, who were now running away. In the background, Usopp freaked out about the coffin. DMN, those three woke up. Trouble. Let's call our friends. Chopper didn't like the sound of that. They were even more lost than they were before, deep in enemy territory with no way to contact the rest of the crew. Having to deal with more zombies wasn't exactly something Chopper wanted to do. This looks like the back of the mansion, maybe? Nami said. We've been carried quite a distance. How long were we out? Not the back, but more like the middle. Look. Chopper pointed out to an even weirder building that was behind them. How could such a huge building like that be hidden? Nami narrowed her eyes before peering over the edge of the wall. This dot we're not outside on the ground. We're outside on a bridge. It's connecting the mansion and this building in front of us. Usopp gawked. Bridge? It's so wide, this is literally an entire forest. Nami hummed. Even if this forest is weird, this obviously isn't the location where we're supposed to be at. If we hadn't woken up, those squirrels would have taken us to that new building for sure. Usopp's teeth chattered and his knees shook. Do you think this is where we might have been turned into Z-zombies? Jaya. It's lucky I managed to wake up. We should run. Chopper said and Usopp quickly agreed, however Nami didn't agree so easily. Running away isn't a smart idea. Since we made such a scene from being scared, we'll only guarantee ourselves more terrifying experiences. Don't be the voice of reason, Nami, Chopper whined. Let's just run. Yeah. There's a strong response in my something is bad sensor. Don't be moronic. I'm scared too, but we still need to make wise decisions. Nami would have convinced Chopper if it weren't for that weird look in her eye. The kind of look she always got when money or treasure was on her mind. Which way should we go? Front or back? That's definitely something to think about, Usopp said. Going back means returning to the mansion and running back into that samurai guy again, but going forward means getting more lost and running into someone scarier. If it were up to Chopper, he would prefer to go back the way they came. Sure, they might run into the samurai again, but they could also regroup with the rest of the crew, who Chopper was positive was looking for them. However, he didn't get the chance to voice his opinion as they were all distracted by a trio of small, blue animals. They looked to be penguins, but what were penguins doing in the middle of a forest on a creepy island in the Florian Triangle? Numbers. The middle penguin announced, and on the count of 3 they turned around. Usopp flinched away, particularly at the penguin with the face of a dog. An imaginary bead of sweat dropped down the side of Chopper's face. Of course they wouldn't be normal penguins. Nothing is normal on the Grand Line. Good day. We are the penguin-zombie combination. Trio. It's Trio. I'm the new guy. Oh. Sorry. Please excuse us, we're still getting used to the new routine. As if we care. Chopper shouted and looked behind him for a way to escape, only to run into the penguin's own nakama, the wild zombies. Welcome to Perona-sama's Wonder Garden. Chopper, Usopp and Nami screamed. Their weirdness makes them loathsome. The wild zombies didn't like that and immediately decided to beat them and tie them up. All of the animals charged towards the trio with a loud charge and ginormous weapons. This was really bad. Chopper urged Usopp to fire, who had already prepared an instant kill attack. However, 2 of the penguins from earlier kicked Usopp in the back, knocking him down. The shot misfired, and the sling flew out of Usopp's hand. Chopper ran to grab it and in the process, let his guard down. Nami's warning came too late as Chopper was hit in the chest with a spiked ball as large as him. He coughed, blood spitting from his lips as he was launched a few feet away. He heard Nami call out for Usopp and himself, but he wasn't able to overcome the pain in time to help her. All Chopper could do was watch Nami brace herself for an oncoming attack by a zombie hippo who promised to half-kill her before the dog penguin from before intercepted. Stop it! He shouted, kicking the hippo away in a manner that reminded Chopper of one of Sanji's moves. For its weight, the hippo gained serious airtime as it spun away midair like a top. His companions looked at him in shock, reminding him that Chopper, Usopp and Nami were the enemy. The dog penguin stood protectively in front of Nami. I don't know who that lady is, but even if it's under the master's orders, even if I die, I will never kick a woman. If you want to complain, then come at me, you shitty zombies. Chopper's eyes widened. Sanji? Frankie, Robin, Ace and the mantelpiece zombie walked in silence down the hall. Frankie felt that the current situation was totally unsuper. Sure, Frankie believed in all his missing nakama, but the big question was what exactly was making them disappear all silent like? It had to be one of the zombies, it was the only type of enemy they encountered thus far. But, those guys were so loud and obnoxious you could hear them coming from a mile away. Could it be trapdoors? Zombie-operated trapdoors? Zombie trapdoors? Trapdoors were kind of cool, it would explain why Sanji was silent when being kidnapped. He probably wasn't given enough time to make noise. Maybe he should install some trapdoors in the sunny. Yeah, a trapdoor with a slide under it that slides people straight to the brig. Sanji would probably appreciate a trapdoor right in front of the fridge, triggered when the door is opened outside of time Sanji would set it to. At the end of the hall, the animal head began to chuckle ominously, breaking the silence that Ace had threatened him into. Standing ahead, Robin spoke first. It feels as though we're outside, even though we're in the middle of the hall. What is that? Ace asked. It's like a battle arena. The pig zombie's chuckles grew louder and louder until it became full-blown laughing. It was then that Frankie realized they were led into a trap. A glint caught Frankie's robotic eye and he looked upwards to see a dark figure leaping down from above wielding a sword. The cyborg only had a moment to dodge and the sword buried itself in the ground instead of Frankie's head. Just what the hell was that thing? When the smoke cleared, the mysterious and dangerous figure revealed itself to be moving armor. So super. It was definitely a zombie though, considering how its body was moving despite being impaled with spears. That zombie has some nice armor. Too bad I don't take kindly to your surprise. Strong right. Frankie punched the zombie dead center in the chest. He expected the metal to simply crumple beneath the weight, it looked old and worn, but instead the zombie tanked the hit. From within the helmet, a mischievous light glinted and the zombie swung his sword towards Frankie's head. Whoa! The cyborg bent his head backward to dodge and the compressed air from the slash destroyed a part of the wall behind him. Frankie had to admit, for a dead guy his sword skills were pretty good. Time to up the ante. Weapons left. That definitely sent the zombie a few feet backward. However, he easily got back up and began to charge again. This time, he managed to strike Frankie dead center in his right arm. Frankie let out a grunt as the zombie drew his sword in a slashing move. Though, thanks to his metallic enhancements, the attack didn't do any more than tear a bit of synthetic skin and drew a few drops of blood from the remaining minor blood vessels in his arms. Frankie grabbed the back of the zombie's head. Frankie growled, "I won't be beaten," and bodily flung the zombie to the other end of the room, by a twinkling corpse. The zombie crash landed into the wooden fence on the opposite side of the arena, breaking it apart. Frankie thought that might have done the trick, but once again the zombie stood up undeterred. "He's still standing," Ace said in negative awe. "That's kind of unsettling. He's totally different from the zombies we've faced so far. Set it on fire, bro." "I don't think that's wise. The armor'll protect the corpse inside, and I don't think we need a flaming zombie running around trying to attack us." The animal mantelpiece began to cackle anew. "Noticing his resilience and the futility of fighting him is the smartest thing you've done since arriving here. This zombie is truly terrifying. He doesn't feel pain at all. He's an armored general zombie, a firm warrior with a big name while he was alive. All of the armored generals are. The leader of the knights of some kingdom, a brutal criminal, a legendary samurai, a pirate and a martial artist. Now imagine them immortal. There is no way for you to win. Bye hehehe. None of your nakama are safe and you're gonna regret this. The next smartest thing you can do is lay down and die. Shut the hell up." Frankie kicked the pig down the hall, relieved when the echoing sound of his laughter was silenced by the wall zombie sealing the entrance to the hall. "Wait. Wall zombie? That was our only way out," Robin said. "Looks like we'll have to fight our way through." Frankie cracked his mechanical knuckles. "As much as I'd like to put some dents in these annoying but zombies, I don't think battling these guys are worth it," Ace said. "Facing them one by one with the intent for total defeat will only exhaust us and we'll have no strength left to take on Moria." Robin looked around. "If we escape this hall, we can get to the courtyard." "All right," Frankie said, drawing his shades down. "We'll meet there then. Make sure we all don't disappear on each other. Here we go." Robin spread her arms and restrained the zombies. Frankie used strong right to punch a few of them out of his way and Ace targeted the joints of the zombie's armor to melt it, making it difficult to move as opposed to setting the entire creature on fire. "Itoryu, 360-pound cannon." "Whoa!" Frankie exclaimed as he barely avoided the attack. That technique, it was Zoro's, but Zoro would never be so careless as to let one of his attacks nearly hit a crew member. Frankie hoped for the best but prepared for the worst. "Zoro bro? Is that you? A wound on one's back is a warrior's shame. Despite that, I'm covered in wounds," the weird-looking zombie announced. He had a toothpaste mustache and nails in his head, had a turkey stuck to the back of his head and wore what looked to be a green diaper. "Who the hell are you?" Ace asked. "My name is Jigoro," the zombie answered simply and the fighting began anew. Fresh fire. Frankie breathed out, dousing the smaller, weaker zombies in flames to stun them. "Get the buckets ready." Fwish. You've got to be kidding me. After a few more minutes of duking it out, Frankie met up with Robin in the courtyard. But Ace was missing. The cyborg wasn't immediately worried about it. He was a Whitebeard commander, for goodness sakes, he could hold his own. Plus, Ace had to be more cautious with his attacks to prevent the zombies from being a worse problem later on, so it probably took time to dispatch them. The only issue was actually waiting for him. The zombies that picked themselves up were running and would catch up to them soon. "Ace!" Frankie shouted into the arena, just to ensure that Ace hadn't disappeared for real amidst his flames and the smoke and the zombies. "Frankie!" Ace shouted, however his voice didn't come from the midst of zombies, but higher up. The voice came from a web-encased coffin dangling on a chain. Was Ace in there? I can't get out. They've cuffed me with Seastone. And just like that, Ace was gone. Into a hole in the building opposite to them. Frankie wondered if Luffy was gonna be said that they lost his brother. Well, sheet, Ace hissed as he struggled against the Seastone chains forcing him to be tangible. With an angered huff he sat back, deciding to preserve what little energy the Seastone didn't sap from him. This is what I get for being in but. In his consideration of the Straw Hats, he'd become overly cautious and in the process subconsciously underestimated their capabilities. Truly it was an insult, considering the hell they most likely had to go through to regain Nico Robin from the world government's clutches. Now look at him, chained up in a wooden box being towed to who knows where. When I get out of here, I'm going all out. I should trust Luffy put together a strong crew that wouldn't get in my way. When Ace met the Straw Hats at Alabasta, he didn't get to see them fight before he blasted off after Blackbeard. Without a gauge of their strength, Ace never formed definitive opinions about their battle capabilities and in the end, that affected how he treated them even though he trusted them to take care of his bungling little brother. Ace admitted Luffy's character judgment was stronger than his. Luffy would never choose weak people to be on his crew. But for Ace, a person whose belief in other people was shattered from a young age, seeing was believing. It seemed that after all this time, Ace still needed to learn how to be a better brother towards Luffy. Sabo would never make this kind of mistake. At the thought of the long-gone blonde brother, Ace's heart panged. Although Ace never forgot about him, he no longer thought about Sabo as often as he used to when he first went out to sea. At first, Ace felt like a terrible brother once he realized he was thinking about Sabo less and less. He called Makino in the middle of the night once, too disturbed, and filled with self-loathing, to let himself rest. Makino assured him he wasn't being a bad brother, but Sabo was now an unforgettable part of him and no longer a foreign concept needed to be refreshed by his memories. He was relieved to hear that and no longer had any problems falling asleep that night. As the low, muffled clunks of the chain filtered into his ears, Ace was filled with determination. If we can't rescue him, then we should at least know where he's going, Frankie said as he and Robin, who nodded in agreement, swiftly crossed the bridge in a chase after Ace. He, I won't let you go, a shadowed creature croaked in laughter. Blood dripped from the wounds they received from the general zombies, creating a tiny trail for enemies to follow, but the two paid it no mind. They'd received worse injuries in the past, and whoever decided to follow them would only be rushing into their defeat. Hey! Stop running, don't ignore me. A gigantic palm smacked itself in the middle of the bridge and blocked the path. Frankie and Robin skidded to a stop. Attached to the hand was a long, purple and yellow striped arm that disappeared over the edge of the bridge. Get out of our way! Frankie shouted. Or show yourself, and prepare for a super butt kicking. With pleasure. The owner of the arm cackled with glee and revealed itself to be an unholy cross between a spider and a monkey. Frankie's jaw dropped in shock at the size of the beast in front of them. It was the biggest zombie Frankie had ever seen. Oh, another? Ah, it seems we really have it going on tonight. How marvelous. I'm sure the master is pleased. Ace's shouts had drawn the attention of the zombie and he tilted his large head towards the source of the noise and watched it disappear into the hole. DMN it. How were they supposed to track Ace now, or know where any of the others went? What are you talking about? Where's that coffin going? Frankie demanded, pointing a large finger at the spider monkey. No need to worry your spiky cerulean head over it, the spider monkey gave a non-answer. You'll be joining them soon enough and it'll be by my hands and the encroaching armored warriors that your journey as a crew will come to an end. Frankie growled, baring teeth. Oi, oi! Are you trying to PSS me off by showing those pearls of yours? Don't make me laugh. Some Blondie, Mosshead and Straw Hat Idiot were already captured. They were the first to be in the clutches of Moria-sama, so our track record is nice and solid. DMN, so that just left him and Robin and Nami, Usopp and Chopper wherever they were. Frankie sized up the spider monkey, they desperately needed to get this zombie out of the way. Already it appeared to have an arrogant personality and Frankie would use that to his advantage. Frankie huffed. Don't know if you're stupider as a spider or a monkey, but I'm guessing you're the one who tied down Sunny with those super disgusting webs of yours. Don't you know the Thousand Sunny is the ship of dreams that's carrying the future Pirate King? But of course, a stupid big-eared BSTRD like you wouldn't know that. Stupid. Ha? The stupid monkey put two hands to his ears and squinted his eyes. Are you fearful of the wonderful and terrifying abilities of the mysterious four? Perona's ability is particularly devious. To lower the self-worth of another, he shivered. Robin, ever perceptive, said, those big ears of yours look to be quite powerful. Do they aid in your information gathering, or are they really just for show? The idiot monkey blinked at them stupidly. Huh? Those stupid things really are just for show. With an opponent who can't hear their taunts, it would be difficult to exploit the faults in his personality. Frankie looked behind him, his robotic ears catching the sounds of the stampeding general zombies. He needed another distraction and fast. "This isn't good," he muttered. "We're blocked from all sides. We need an urgent counterplan, so do you mind leaving it to me?" Robin smiled gently at him. "Do whatever you wish. I'll find a way to compensate." Frankie grinned, his face heating up. Wow, it felt good to be seen as a reliable person. Ha 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 ha. Words that tickle the ears. "I won't disappoint you, Nico Robin. Kuda, vent. Kra. Kra. Krak. Boom. In a mighty explosion of rock and dust, the bridge split apart beneath them, piece by piece succumbing to the iron grip of gravity. It took a moment for the idiot monkey to realize what happened, declaring the obvious before beginning to fall. Behind the two straw hats, the armored zombies arrived just in time to meet their downfall. Literally. They poured off the edge of the crumbling platform like a waterfall. Frankie and Robin would only be suspended in the air for so long before they too fell. "I'm still working on it," Frankie chuckled as they began to sink. "I guess you can call this a task failed successfully." "How violent," Robin crossed her arms under her chin. "Allow me to compensate." Cien Fleur. Wing. Two large wings made from Robin's soft, delicate hands bloomed from her back and helped whisk the two into the air just as their section of the bridge completely collapsed. She looked like an angel. "Whoa! You can fly? That's totally super." Only for about 5 seconds, Robin grunted as the outer feathers of the wing began disappearing into pink petals. "Don't worry, Robin, that's good time. Strong right?" Frankie shot out his arm and latched onto the small piece of the bridge that was left behind. He drew the chain to pull them forward. "If we can get to the entrance, we can go after Fire Bro." At that moment, Robin's wings gave out completely. "Sorry, I am unable to go further." Gravity immediately took hold and Frankie swung downward with increasing momentum. "Yow!" Frankie hollered, urging his hand to reel him in faster. Robin deftly leapt from Frankie's shoulders and landed safely on the broken platform, though in the process slammed Frankie face first into the wall. "It's not over yet, but it will take some time for them to regroup and find us again," Robin observed. She peered over the edge, finding a Frankie who hauled himself upward. She brushed the pebbles from his shirt and picked them out his fake skin once he made it to the top. "You did well." Frankie's face heated up. "Aw shucks, well hey. You used me like a footstool. You were a very excellent footstool. The best footstool I've ever used. Hey, you BSTRDS." The spider monkey shouted from below. His screechy voice echoed throughout the chasm, indignant at being ignored. "I'm a spider on top of being a monkey, so don't care." Frankie bellowed. "I'll be over there soon enough." "Okay." Growling. "Take me seriously." "Nah. How dare huh?" The idiot monkey lifted his head and attention to the violent violet sky. Someone was falling. The person, shrouded in smoke and mystery, garnered for themselves a wholly captivated audience. All eyes were pinned watching their descent and mighty crash in the center of the courtyard. "Don't mind me. I'm all old bones." "What the hell?" Nami's breath shook as her legs trembled. "Just what the hell is going on?" All around Nami were the unconscious bodies of those freakish abominations. Lying on the ground, thoroughly defeated by another freakish abomination that acted suspiciously like Sanji. Even the remaining zombies were in shock, but for a completely different reason. Why can he defy them? He's even as strong as a general. Dogpen folded his arms, stanced strong and sure, and made a bold declaration. "My power is one that can't be judged by ordinary means. It's the power to make the impossible possible. Like a hurricane, it'll blow everything away. Its name is love." A speech that would once make Nami cringe in embarrassment only terrified her. It was the exact sort of stupid shit Sanji would say while lighting a cigarette. Either this dog penguin zombie imprinted onto Sanji, or the worse, that this was Sanji. Her mind flashed back to Ryuma. He laughed like Brook and shared perverse mannerisms unbefitting of a samurai. Could what have happened to Brook also happen to Sanji? Usopp's next works revealed he was sharing the same train of thought. "Hey Dogpen, you're an awful lot like Sanji. Do you know anything about him?" Encouraged by the lack of instant, vicious attack, Chopper piped up. "Yeah. We're his friends, so could you. Don't you dare talk to me. I didn't ask you DMN mongrels a single thing." Usopp and Chopper screamed, dodging the furious kicks of the Sanji-esque zombie. "Never mind. He really is our enemy," Chopper wailed, tears streaming from his face. Clouds of dust caught the trio's attention, and as the two humanoid globs grew bigger, so did the rumbling of the earth. "Great." Nami clasped her hands together, rapidly reaching her breaking point. "More freaks to make things difficult." 3 I found you. You a thieving cod. A giant. Pink. Boar in a wedding dress. Screeched loudly and angrily at her. Smoke bellowed from her nostrils and her eyes were red with anger. What? But I haven't even stolen anything yet. She didn't even do anything? Why was she being targeted? Usopp and Chopper were right there. The smarter part of Nami didn't get a chance to remind her to run away from the raging animal before she descended upon her, swinging a giant axe. I won't give Absama to you. The zombie screeched. Wait. Nami uselessly held her hands up, too slow to escape. Crack. Spinning wildly, the head of the axe flew away, catapulted by the intervention of Dog Pen. The zombie boar was shocked, but nowhere near as shocked as Dog Pen, who just seemed to realize the weight of his actions. He backed away, sweat pouring down his face. Forgive me, my lady. Dog Pen stammered, planting his face in the ground. I can't permit any lady to be harmed while in my sight. The zombie rolled her eyes and huffed in that order. Steam blew from her snout. Whatever. Don't interrupt any longer. Her demand was punctuated with a slap that sent Dog Pen crashing into a nearby wall. Blood dripped from his head. Nami looked at him in horror, but the horror was soon directed toward herself when the zombie once again honed on her. Listen. She pleaded. I have no idea who this the person is, and I promise you, you can have him all to yourself. I won't steal him, just please don't kill me. Ah. Grabbed and swept off her feet, Nami was whisked away, much to the increasing ire of the pink zombie. I'm being kidnapped. Usopp, Chopper, help. Nami grunted and shrieked, pounding her fists against the invisible force binding her waist to it. She felt an arm and a shoulder and then finally a terrifying animal face. The invisible being, a man, laughed. I see you're already getting handsy. Don't worry, my new bride, we'll hold the ceremony right now. I've already finished the preparations. Revealing himself, the invisible man proved himself to be some half-human, half-lion hybrid. He was no less ugly than the zombies that roamed this place. The only difference was that he didn't smell like rotten flesh and wasn't covered in random flesh patches. My name is Absalom, your husband-to-be. I went through immense psychological torture to get to you, so remember it well. Cold air radiated from Nami's being and her face darkened. I have no idea who you are, but if you think I'll let my body shine for an arrogant, hideous beast that kidnaps women, you need to think again. Thunder charge. A tortured scream ripped through Absalom's throat as volts of lightning racked his very being. He convulsed, dropping Nami in the process. She rolled away from him, sprung up and dashed off. Go! 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 She yelled at Usopp and Chopper. That's not a normal person. The two didn't need to be told twice, and Usopp gave his own agreeing comment. Just look at him, he's a freak. And so is that boar. Said Boar roared. Come back here. I won't let you run away, you husband-attacking thieving cat. See? Go away. Go away. I already told you I don't want him. Leave me alone. Nami's shrieks and the pounding of her heartbeat in her ears blocked the sounds of the commotion behind her. All she could make out was a large crash, and that was enough additional zombie drama for her. Behind her, the rumble of the earthquake stomps of the zombie boar grew closer and closer. Tears began streaming from Nami's face. Being this drop-dead gorgeous truly was a pain at times. It's a pain in the butt how you're the one they're targeting. Let's split into groups to make things easier. Easier for who, Usopp, you cold-hearted BSTRD? She said with no heat in her voice, for she knew if the positions were reversed, she'd suggest the same thing. The image of a manic blue boar bull rushing Usopp under the pretense the sniper wanted to steal his bride would be far more amusing if she weren't facing that exact scenario. Time began to blur as exhaustion nestled itself in Nami's bones. She didn't know how long she'd been running, or where she was running to. The zombie was extremely persistent, matching her speed, turning neatly on sharp corners and jumping overhead when Nami had squeezed herself between narrow spaces. Usopp and Chopper had taken to jumping on her, holding onto her tusks in an attempt to halt her, but the effort had long proven itself to be futile. Their fists bounced uselessly off the reinforced hide, turning redder and redder with each attempt. Now, they were just screaming in terror, holding on for dear life as she barreled after Nami. They were now just screaming in terror, holding on for dear life. Nami's lungs started to hurt and her throat was drying up. Even after all that she endured, she still wasn't built for long, intense endurance running. With a cough, Nami tripped over a stone, planting face first into the ground and sliding with the remaining momentum. Spitting out dirt, she flipped on her back just in time to see the zombie flick Usopp and Chopper off her tusks like flies. I'm gonna take Absalom as my husband. You'll have to accept it. She raised her axe high again. I already accept it. In fact, I wholly endorse it. You can have him all to yourself. I only wanted to congratulate him on how keep the Twofio Alukid Tagathur. Nami was breathing heavily and her eyes were squeezed tight enough to see white. When the pain of being chopped to bits didn't come, she hesitantly opened her eyes. The axe was less than an inch from her face. The zombie squinted her eyes at Nami in suspicion. I don't believe you. Any half-decent woman would want Absalom as her groom. How do I know you're not trying to lead me into a false sense of security than him for yourself? That's because, Nami's eyes glanced around, then landed on Usopp. I'm not a woman. I'm really a man, an Okama. Honest. I just wanted to give my support for you and Absalom's relationship. With a heart-stopping thunk, the axe landed right next to Nami's head. The zombie fell to her knees, kicking up a thin mist of dust. Tears began to fall from her face as she sniffled. Really? Her voice was small now, a total 180 from the rage it carried seconds prior. No one has ever supported my feelings before. There was probably a reason for that, Nami thought, but instead put a smile on her face. She shuffled to her knees and held the zombie's hooves in her hands. Raise your head, my friend. That's what friendship is about, supporting each other. Let's introduce ourselves as new friends now. I'm Namazo, so I'm called Nami. Friendship? Right, well then, I'm Lola. As it turned out, Lola was quite pleasant to have a conversation with. Despite being bound to loyalty, she didn't care all that much about Gecko Moria, the other zombies or people trapped on Thriller Bark, which, as it turned out, wasn't an island but a huge ship. News to her. All Lola wanted was to marry Absalom. Using that piece of information, Nami led the conversation, slowly gaining Lola's trust by suggesting ways she could trick Absalom into a marriage. Usopp and Chopper began questioning the morality of it all, but they had no room to talk since they weren't the ones in danger of wanting to be wed by a freakazoid. When Nami's life was on the line, anything went. By the way, Lola, Nami said, testing the threads of trust. This was the moment of truth. Her end goal. I lost something in the treasure room and I need to get it back. But with everyone around her being so hostile, I had to keep running for my life and now I'm lost. Can you point me to the way to get there? Lola sighed with fond exasperation. Perfect. You shouldn't be so forgetful, Nami. Luckily you were very close. It's right by Perona-sama's room. As Nami received the specifics, Usopp announced that Absalom returned. Renewed, Lola quickly jumped up. Great. Nami said, reinforcing all the work she put in. Now really is your chance, Lola. I'll never see him again after this, so do your best to be the best couple. Lola grinned. It was still terrifying, even though she wasn't out for Nami's blood anymore. Thank you. I owe this encouragement to you, Absalom. She yelled out, bursting towards her freaky groom. While Lola kept Absalom occupied, Nami, Chopper and Usopp made a run for it. It was a little weird to no longer feel anger radiating from behind her as she ran, but this was the far better alternative. She thought about all the money that must be stored up after years of robbing poor fools also trapped in the Florian Triangle. Usopp said she was acting weird, but that wasn't important. What was really important was that they finally found a safe place to hide. She should have known she wasn't that lucky. Perona's happiness at seeing Absalom inadvertently punish himself for being a nasty pervert blended into the happiness at being assigned to loot the 2 ships caught in Talaran's spider webs. That was about an hour ago. Now the only thing that remained was extreme disappointment. There's not a single treasure chest on this old, decrepit ship. And all the chests are empty on the other one. What kind of pirates are they? Combined, the loot on the 2 ships were worth a grand spanking total of 1,000 belly. Pocket change. Even the few pieces of jewelry owned by the women weren't worth taking. It'd be like taking the money from a pauper's collection can. None of their ugly clothes or equipment or tools had any sort of monetary value worth keeping or leaving the Florian Triangle to sell. It was almost astonishing how poor the Strawhats were. Was this really the ship of a man who defeated Crocodile and replaced him? Perona had only met the Sandy Warlord a few times. Her opinion of him could be summed up in a few words: uncute from style to mannerisms but devastatingly rich. Perona was sure any Marines who were paid off of Crocodile's 20% would be weeping, crying, and pleading to be put on another payroll once they realized the Strawhats had nothing to offer. She could remember from her youth the times Crocodile threw shut-up money at her face whenever a meeting Moria dragged her to had gotten particularly dull and she started to complain. Crocodile was the furthest thing from a cheerful giver. He simply had that much to feel comfortable giving away. She cried deliberately once and was promptly barred from attending meetings. Perona theorized Crocodile saw she was right on the cusp of fully awakening the fascinating ability to exploit other people and decided to nip it in the bud. How rude and inconsiderate. Since we're already here, let's just take all the food supplies. The Strawhats won't survive the night, so it's best not to let it go to waste, she sighed and the zombies dutifully followed. Perona-sama. Hilden, she greeted. Perona-sama, Moria-sama is calling for all members of the Mysterious Four. Eh? What does the master want? Perona raised her brows in slight surprise. It was rare that he all called them together for a meeting. Either Moria-sama spoke with them individually, sent messengers, or they had discussions amongst themselves that they summarized for him. Strawhat Luffy has been captured, and Moria-sama has decided to use him for number 900. Perona's eyes widened. Number 900, seriously? Just how strong is this Straw Hat? Anything else? Hilden nodded enthusiastically. A man referred to as Fire Fist Ace by the Straw Hats has been reported captured as well. Perona's eyes nearly bugged out of its sockets. What is he doing here? And what do you mean, captured? Do you idiots not know who Fire Fist is? He's the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard. Whitebeard. If Fire Fist puts in a bad word, we'll have a target on our backs, and if Whitebeard decides to retaliate, we'll be ruined. Ruined? Moria-sama's warlord status be demed. The ghost princess clutched at her twin tails and began to pace. Her mind ran through various possible scenarios before she stood still. Oh. I bet Moria-sama needs me for my charm and negotiation skills to apologize for your horrendous blunder. Negotiation skills? Shut up. Cutting a deal with a Whitebeard representative? Oh, I'm not yet ready for this kind of pressure. Tell Moria-sama I'm coming. I just need to find an even cuter outfit. What awaited her was a sight even more disappointing than the empty ships. In fact, it was even angering. Absalom, you pervert. What are you doing in my room? Get out. Even worse was that Kamashi attempted to speak to her. How many times did she have to tell him his voice was horrible and it was preferable if he never spoke at all? You're as mean as ever to Kamashi. Shut up. He's my underling, so I can treat him however I please. More importantly, did you hear the news? Moria-sama called us all together for number 900's debut and the capture of Fire Fist Ace. Absalom didn't seem that shocked. Instead, he had an expression of someone who just had their beliefs confirmed. Hilden said something along those lines, but I was too busy running from Lola to digest it. He put his hands together, breathed in and breathed out. Are those two events related? Is Moria-sama trying to use him for 900? No offense to the master, but that's insane. Absalom-sama, Hilden tried. Is he trying to get us flattened by Whitebeard? Absalom-sama. Number 900 may be the zombie to make the master the pirate king, but Whitebeard won't tolerate it for a single second. Absalom-sama. What? He screeched at the bat zombie. Hilden, nonplussed, said, along with the pirates there's another intruder, that chivalrous swordsman, humming. Perona didn't know who that was, but from the look on Absalom's face, it seemed to be even more disappointing news. Someone just fell from the sky. A zombie exclaimed. Frankie and Robin looked over the edge and down at the smoking crater. Its shape was familiar. While Frankie was deliberating on who exactly formed such a unique shape, Robin tapped his shoulder, suggesting they should flee while everyone else was distracted. However, the monkey broke his stupor too quickly for the Straw Hats to put that plan in motion. Hey! Just because some stranger is here doesn't mean you can run away from me. Thick ropes of webbing weave together to form a new bridge. You won't escape no matter how much you try. Yeah, Frankie said, looking around for anything that could help them escape. His cybernetic eyes glanced upon two pieces of collapsed pillar that were mostly intact. Buy me some time, I'm gonna make a weapon. Robin nodded. Irritated that he was being ignored, the spider monkey launched his sticky webs from his hands towards Robin, inadvertently giving her an idea. 6 arms bloomed around the monkey's eyeballs, pulling his eyelids wide open. A 7th and 8th arm appeared, reared back and punched him square in the eyeball. Reaha! He screeched, slapping his web-filled hand into his eyeball and becoming entangled in his own webs as he writhed in pain. This single act gave Frankie just enough to complete his weapon, giant nunchucks made by attaching regular nunchucks to stone pillars. Now I have a weapon large enough to defeat that ugly beast. Frankie ran forward, building momentum. Heavy, nunchuck. Frankie spun on his heel, and the loose end smacked the monkey directly in his jaw. There was an audible crack. The spectating zombies winced in sympathy as the monkey was flung backwards into a spin. Frankie swung again and again and again. Blood sprayed with each hit, painting the courtyard a bright red. Shards of broken teeth whizzed into the necks of zombies who were too close. Multiple monkey hands flailed around in attempts to grab Frankie and stop the pillar but were halted by the simple fact he couldn't see through the blood and cement chunks lodged in his eye. Stop. Stop. I said stop, you bstrd. The monkey finally spit out through multiple blows. By luck, a random shot hit Frankie's nunchucks and pinned it to the far wall. He grinned, flashing a shattered smile, but Frankie did not share the amusement. Weapons left. Boom. 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 Heavy breathing quieted down to shallow wheezing as Frankie's rockets rendered the beast unconscious. Hearing a grunt behind him, Frankie whizzed around to find Robin ensnared by webs and surrounded by what looked to be literal spider mice. I apologize. I let my guard down and didn't hear them coming. Webs cold, wet and sticky, hit Frankie from behind as went to free Robin. He fell flat on the ground, unable to move. Much to Frankie's disbelief, the spider monkey rose from the ground again. He could see the cheeky grin through the torn flesh. "It's gonna take a lot more than that to get me down," he boasted, rejuvenated now that Frankie and Robin were at his mercy. He introduced his underlings, the spider mice. 500 of the little pests were scuttling around Thriller Bark, having never lost its prey and capturing them in complete silence. Strings engineered by the ingenious Dr. Hogback ensured that their webs were uncuttable. When all seemed hopeless, when it seemed that Frankie and Robin would be shipped into Moria's hands just like their nakama, a song rose out. "Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Bink's brew. Sea wind blows, to where? Who knows? The waves will be our guide. O'er across the ocean's tide. Rays of sunshine far and wide. Birds they sing of cheerful things, in circles passing by. The monkey stilled, his eye widening in fear. This song. The one who sings it, it's Yo-ho-ho-ho. Hello everyone, so it seems you two have arrived on this island," Brooke interrupted. He seemed to have a cheerful expression on his face, though Frankie couldn't really tell due to the lack of an actual face. "How were you able to come from below?" Robin asked. "I'm light, I just jumped," Brooke responded. "But if you're still here, I guess such a thing can't be helped. Let's talk about this island once the performance is over. Hey you, BSTRD, who are you? You look the part, but you're clearly not a zombie. Hey, don't ignore me. The end is close by. Keep quiet until the performers have finished." Humming 3 blocks arrow notch cut. After Brooke took 3 steps, a single line of blood spurted from his face to his back. The spider monkey collapsed, but given his previous experience, Frankie wasn't convinced that it was over. "They're zombies, they'll just get right back up. See." Pushing himself on all 8 of his elbows, the spider monkey's body trembled with rage and pain. He choked on blood. "I've seen you, somewhere before." Brooke responded to Frankie. "I understand your concern, but I have already dealt with that. All things have a weak point, zombies too. You can see it coming out, the soul of the zombie." Frankie looked to where Brooke was pointing and was shocked by a black, goopy mass rising from the zombie. It wrenched itself from his mouth, taking on a vague human shape before flying away. With that, the spider monkey collapsed once more, but did not get back up. He was completely still. Shrill sounds of fear emanated from the spider mice. "The commander is dead. That humming is back. The one who wreaked havoc on Thriller Bark 5 years ago." In a frenzy, they scurried away, presumably to inform Gecko Moria. In the meantime, per Brooke's instructions, Frankie used a gentle dose of fresh fire to free himself and Robin from the webs. Now that their lives were no longer at immediate risk, the 2 Straw Hats felt relaxed enough to ask Brooke some very important questions. How did he know so much about the island and what would happen to their captured nakama? "Yes, I do know a lot, but where should I even start?" Brooke sighed. "If your friends haven't returned after this long, then there is a chance we're already too late." "Too late?" Frankie squawked. "Please don't shout too much, my ears will start to ring, even though I don't have ears." "Yo-ho-ho-ho. Skull joke. Arg. Stop joking around." Frankie aimed weapons left at him. Robin put a calming hand on his forearm. "Stop it, he's already dead." "Thank you for that. You should really listen without fooling around." Frankie growled. "Stop it, he's dead." She calmed him again. "You remember when we first met I said there was a time when my ship's rudder didn't work and I drifted alone on the sea for dozens of years. As much as I wanted to escape, I couldn't. By chance I arrived here 5 years ago. Just like you ladies and gentlemen, I was lured here to Thriller Bark. I wanted to get out of the Florian Triangle, so I wandered around hoping they had the parts to fix my rudder. All I found were monsters and zombies. In the end, I was caught and brought to that building." Brooke pointed at the building where Ace had been sent through. "What I saw inside was a struggling dancer and a patched-up corpse they called Mario. When I looked closer, a big scary man came, and he pulled the man's shadow from off the floor and cut it." "Gecko Moria cut off his shadow?" "It seems all the pieces of the puzzle have come together," Robin said. Frankie and Brooke turned to her for elaboration. Remember, the injured old man stated that Gecko Moria had stolen his and many others' shadows. Brooke just corroborated this. Given how Brooke was also lured here, it's safe to conclude that Gecko Moria lures his victims to Thriller Bark, captures them and steals their shadows. Now, would it be so far-fetched for me to say Gecko Moria takes these shadows with the intent to reanimate these corpses? Her eyes flickered to the twice-deceased spider monkey, most likely remembering the black form that left it. Oh no! Not at all. In fact, you're absolutely correct. I would doubt such a thing myself, but I saw it with my own eyes, but I don't have any. That's sickening. Frankie's face turned green. Then the terrible joke registered. Stop it, you bstrd, I'll hit you. You can hit him now. Despite lying flat on the floor, Brooke was as Piper as ever. You are quite an intelligent young lady. To have pieced that together before I even finished my tale. But yes, your deduction is correct. The dancer's shadow was put into this Mario, and the corpse awoke and began to dance just as the dancer did. He picked himself from the floor and dusted himself off. The reason for this is so, a shadow is another soul that naturally follows you from the moment you're born until the moment you die. It's never supposed to detach from you, but the only one who can defy this natural order is Gecko Moria with his devil fruit, the shadow fruit. When he puts the shadows in corpses, he creates loyal zombies, and Dr. Hogback strengthens the zombies physically to create loyal soldiers. Using the doctor's abilities to restore a corpse to a perfectly good condition, Moria revives warriors from all over the world. Several are always kept in the research lab's freezer. Dr. Hogback, Robin recognized the name. Who would believe such a famous doctor would help a pirate in this manner after his disappearance? So he uses the shadows to make them move, but he isn't exactly bringing them back to life, is he? Frankie said. Brooke nodded in confirmation. It's more akin to a perverse puppeteering than raising the dead. The personalities and fighting capabilities belong to the owner of the shadow, and the power of the body depends on the physical strength of the corpse. Combining a strong body and a strong shadow creates an even stronger zombie. While Moria takes any shadows he can get, he only uses the shadows of those with bounties for his soldiers. Anyone else gets put into any random corpse. I see, so this is a targeted attack. Most likely. For Moria, the most important thing about zombies is that they're obedient to him and him alone. It's only natural, Robin agreed. A strong-willed warrior would be far more difficult to control. Yes, if you only take the shadow that has the same capabilities as the fighting person, you have no need for the actual person, who especially won't listen to you once you've taken their shadow. The ones who faint are immediately sent out to sea. Frankie was alarmed. If those guys fainted then? It's fine, we still have time. Brooke said, raising his hands. So please believe me and act as I say. Frankie donned a deadpan expression. Believe you? Brooke got excited. Skull shock. I can negotiate with someone for the first time in dozens of years. How amazing. We're listening, so please speak, Robin urged. Moria accepted the report with a large grin on his face. Another strong pirate had been captured and he hadn't even put Strawhat in number 900 yet. The lanky shadow was still clutched in his claws, pounding his fists uselessly against Moria's mightier hand. It was foolish of Strawhat to accept that bet, he was losing at a record-breaking pace. Truly tonight was special and had done an effortless job in making up for that disaster of a Warlord meeting earlier. Usually, the Warlord wasn't so keen on having to work so hard in one day, but with his mood high in the sky, he didn't mind. He took a large swig of wine from his celebratory goblet, savoring its taste. Victory was so sweet. As a servant refilled his goblet to the rim, I tell you, Moria mused on who would be brought to him next. He hoped it was Nico Robin. Having the devil child who was wanted by the world government and manipulated the idiot Straw Hats into declaring war against them for her would be a marvelous asset. If not for strength or even knowledge, but for the massive satisfaction of having power over her in a way the world government never could. I don't catch devil fruit users that often, the warlord said to the still struggling shadow. Their powers do not transfer to the zombies, and more often than not they neglect their physical strength in lieu of strengthening their devil fruit, thus making their bodies totally useless. The remainder of the mysterious four have arrived, Moria-sama. Hilden announced, perched atop a cage covered in a purple sheet hauled in by Dr. Hogback. Perona and Absalom followed suit, though they were both donning uncharacteristically nervous expressions. Moria raised a brow, but his excitement prevented him from commenting. Quickly! Show me the next one who will help me become the Pirate King. Clutching the sheet with his talons, Hilden flew off, dragging the covering with him. Moria's smile dropped along with the goblet in his hand. Rouge ran across the floor, slipping through the cracks where the rim of the goblet hit the tile. There was a loud crash, but it was not nearly as loud as Gecko Moria's silence. The fiery glare of Fire Fist Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, made his blood run cold. Moria's gut instinct was to scream, "What the hell were you morons thinking? Are you asking to start a fight with a bloody emperor?" Then he remembered that in his hand was the shadow that would fuel the zombie to make him the Pirate King. The Warlord molded his lips into a pleasant and relaxed expression. Kishishishishi. What an unexpected development. To what do I owe the pleasure of Whitebeard's second at my humble abode? As soon as the webbing covering Fire Fist's mouth was burned away, his words came in hot like his flames. Humble my butt, Fire Fist spat. You're running a wicked operation here, Moria. First crocodile takes over an entire country and now this. It's astonishing what the world government allows you dogs to get away with as long as you lick their boots hard enough. It wasn't the response Moria expected, but it was far more relieving to hear than the alternative, threats to bring Whitebeard down on his head. I take it you know the secrets behind Thriller Bark? It's fascinating, isn't it? With his free hand, he took a few bounty posters from his pockets. With the power of all these bounties behind me, I'll become the Pirate King. The only one who is becoming the Pirate King is Whitebeard. Fire Fist countered. A fat-ass leak like you that amasses power by stealing the freedom of others and disturbing the rest of the deceased has none of what it takes to become the Pirate King. Fire Fist began to struggle against his bonds, but since they were Sastone, he was unable to break free. Release me and the Strawhats, return the shadows, and I'll consider this little incident water under the bridge. Well, after I beat your butt, of course. Gecko Moria couldn't help but throw his head back in laughter. He used Strawhat's shadow to wipe the tears from his eyes, gaining an affronted expression from Fire Fist. I'll release you since I prefer to continue having no qualms with Whitebeard, but as far as I'm aware, there is no formal alliance between the Whitebeards and the Strawhats. You have no jurisdiction over what I decide to do with them. If anything, you have even less jurisdiction than you normally would, considering that Strawhat is as of a few days ago official government property. Forming an alliance with your captain would mean Strawhat gets his position stripped immediately. Your attempts to protect him from me would only place him in even more danger. I'm sure there's a loophole. Oh, there is. The Warlord would have to prove that their allied captain is nothing more than a subordinate, but who would ever believe Whitebeard would submit himself to the whims of a rookie? Moria had no idea why Fire Fist of all people was so invested in Strawhat's well-being, but it was delightful to see him internally battle against the truth of his words. Tell you what, he said. I just so happen to be in a pretty good mood. Since you've clearly set your mind on rescuing Strawhat, why don't I let you in on the bet he and I have running at the moment? It'll be fun. What kind of bet? Moria grinned. If he wins, he and all who are his can leave this island without any interference from me, but if he loses, well, he flipped Strawhat's shadow between his fingers like a coin, agitating it and prompting it to try attacking his hand again. I'm sure you'll have no problem imagining the consequences considering you know the truth of this place. Luffy's gonna win, Fire Fist said decidedly. You have so much belief in a man you hardly know, Moria pointed out. Are you hoping to absorb the Strawhats into the Whitebeard fleet? Did the old man send you on some sort of recruitment mission? It's futile, you know. I have my reasons for defending him, Fire Fist neither confirmed nor denied his question. Besides, if Whitebeard doesn't become the Pirate King, then Straw Hat Luffy is most definitely the man who will become king of the pirates. The declaration reverberated throughout Moria's throne room. Very well, if Fire Fist insisted on putting Moria in a difficult position by refusing to leave, then he may as well make things entertaining. Are you joining the bet or not? He said. You still have the opportunity to get out of here without any of my subordinates being ordered to stop you. Leaving is something I planned on doing anyway, so it's not much of a bet at all. There is an additional condition, but you're not privy to that information, just so you know. If that's with Luffy, then what's in it for me personally? Like I said, it's not much of a bet if I'm just going to do what I plan to. Moria rolled his eyes. Fire Fist wasn't in any kind of position to make demands of him. Honestly, these new generation pirates were so rude and entitled. In the age he was from, if he was ever this lippy with captors more powerful than himself, his entire jaw would have been torn right off. Fire Fist was lucky that Moria became more lax over the years, otherwise the freckled nuisance might have found himself permanently on a liquid diet. Taking a mental breath, Moria had to force himself to remember that Fire Fist wasn't an ordinary upstart, and his behavior was simply the result of being spoiled by Whitebeard. Speaking of the old man. Say, isn't Whitebeard doing poorly lately? Dr. Hogback here used to be a famous, world-renowned surgeon whose operations had a 98% recovery rate. If you win, I will task him with treating Whitebeard, and should there be any signs that Hogback deliberately maltreats him, barring death, I'll allow you to punish him any way that you see fit. Why are you dragging me into this, Moria-sama? What makes you think I want that hack going anywhere near Whitebeard? Take it or leave it, kid, I haven't got all night. You can either leave by yourself scot-free or stay behind and play my game for the chance of escaping with the lives of you and the Straw Hats. Fine, I'm in. Fire Fist relented. Excellent, Moria grinned, watching Fire Fist Ace's eyes follow him switch Straw Hat's shadow from his left hand to the right. Since you are my esteemed guest, I'll treat you to a rundown of the situation. You all pay attention as well, for this is what I summoned you here for. Moria cleared his throat. Roronoa Zoro, Blackleg Sanji and Straw Hat here, he waved the shadow, have all been captured. An orange-haired girl, a long-nosed freak and a raccoon dog have been reported contained and are headed this way. With you in this cage, that's 7 pirates in my grasp and the night isn't halfway over yet. Do you still think you can win? Yes. Those 3 you mentioned, Hogback said. Shouldn't they have gotten here by now? The Risky brothers aren't normally so slow. They should have arrived with Kamashi, but didn't. At that moment Kamashi attempted to speak, but was silenced so harshly by Perona that even Fire Fist winced. Kishishi, you're always so cruel to Kamashi, Perona. Perona simply lolled her tongue at him. I'm bored of waiting, when are you gonna activate number 900? I wanna see these peasants get squished. Number 900? Ace questioned. Moria put on a wicked grin. He never passed up a chance to boast. When I saw his body in this particularly icy county, I couldn't stop shivering despite being bundled up. My breath caught in my throat when I heard about this dreadful beast that roamed the ocean 500 years ago. Moria grabbed his scissors, a silent gesture to turn the floodlights on and release Fire Fist from his cage. Immediately, the pirate began to squirm and kick at the zombie servants handling him. He even bit off Nin's hand. He was so ferocious that he turned the county that arrested him into his own territory and built a country entirely of villains. Left behind by the ringleader was the legend of a man that influenced an entire country. Nestling Straw Hat's shadow under his arm, Moria bent down and peeled Fire Fist's shadow from the floor, suspending him in the air. What the? The commander exclaimed, his eyes wide. That warrior, the one who is called the devil himself, his name is Ors. Snip. Kishishishishishi. Fire Fist Ace fell to the ground in an unconscious heap. Holding each shadow in his hands, Moria looked at his prizes. Both shadows struggled within Moria's grasp, attempting to escape but having no physicality to do so. Fire Fist and Straw Hat's shadows even engaged in a rudimentary form of communication using hand signals to launch a combined attack against Moria. It was honestly quite amusing to watch. Now, what should I do? My heart is set on putting Straw Hat in Ors, but Fire Fist absolutely must go in a powerful body, otherwise it would be a waste. He thought about his options for a moment. Should we put him in that body? While Perona and Absalom were confused, Dr. Hogback grew still. You don't mean the forbidden zombie, do you? Moria's grin grew wide. I avoided using that particular body since I wasn't sure there was anyone powerful enough to make the reveal worth it. All I really need is Ors, but this one would certainly turn the world upside down. It was a miracle I was even able to find it, let alone have it restored to working condition. Perona looked between Moria and Hogback. Care to explain who exactly is this forbidden zombie? Phosphos. With all of these occurrences, it makes sense that today would be the day for you to set out to become Pirate King. Perona's question went ignored. On this day, exactly 10 years ago is when I started working on number. No matter which of the two we put in Ors, he'll become the strongest zombie in history and a great power for us to use. The day I'll become the Graveyard King is drawing near. And I'll make all the cute things in the world my loyal zombie subordinates. Gecko Moria laughed, holding up the two shadows that were now bickering with each other. No matter how cocky a BSTRD is, once they're turned into a shadow, they'll become obedient to me. If I had such underlings before, I would have never been beaten by that drunkard Kaido in the New World. The Warlord grit his teeth. Indestructible obedient soldiers, that's all I need to be successful. So which idiot are you going to put in number 900 and which in this so-called forbidden zombie? Perona asked. Straw Hat in 900, Moria answered with finality. Although Fire Fist has a higher bounty, Straw Hat's devil fruit techniques would be easier to emulate using Shadow Revolution. There's no point in using Fire Fist for the strongest zombie in the world if I'm unable to completely utilize his shadow. This is why I rarely target fruit users. Brilliant thinking, Moria-sama. Nin, Bao and Joro exclaimed. Ah, Spider Mice, you've arrived just in time. Toss Straw Hat and Fire Fist onto their hideous yellow ship. You three, with me to the special freezer. An excited chill ran down Moria's spine. Master. Captain, Spider Monkey, Talaran is dead. What? Absalom responded first. That's impossible. It's true, we saw it with our own eyes. There's only one logical conclusion, Hogback said with a frown. Since no other zombie had their shadows extracted before this, it means the Strawhats do not know how to do it. The only other active opponent in the Florian Triangle, the only one who knows how to purify them, is that chivalrous swordsman, Humming. If we don't act fast, the number of sacrifices to the army will increase and it will dissolve into that disaster 5 years ago. The mice said, panicked. How was it exposed? How did he return here again? Absalom questioned Hogback. Perona stamped her foot on the ground. This is the second thing you guys know that I don't. Who is this Humming swordsman? It doesn't matter, Moria said. I don't care that that idiot is roaming about and you shouldn't either. We've got what we need. But, Absalom stammered. If you care that much, you go do something about it then. I'm not getting involved with that silly, weak little toothpick who couldn't take his shadow back after 5 years. Now to the freezer, I have warriors to resurrect. Get back to the sunny? Why? Shouldn't we go looking for our nakama? Frankie folded his arms and shifted his weight from his right leg to the left. The request Brooke had made of them was odd. I understand why you think that, but there's an important reason why you shouldn't, Brooke said. If they've been gone this long, then the worst thing that could have happened, their shadows got taken. Usually, persons who had their shadows stolen fall unconscious for about 2 days. During that time, the strong ones are taken to their ship and driven out of Thriller Bark while the weak ones are left to their own devices. Is it so the victims won't come back to take their shadows? Brooke nodded in confirmation. Why not kill them, then? That question got a loud reaction from Brooke. No. 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 He shook his head and waved his arms in an X motion. They can't do that. This is important, so listen carefully. The shadow and body might be separate but they still form one being. If the body dies, so does the shadow, which means the zombie dies at the same time. To prevent this, they keep the body alive by sending them away or leaving them alone. Because of that reason, your nakama is guaranteed to be alive and taken back to the ship. It's important for you not to get caught either, as the ship will only be dislodged and sent away once everyone has had their shadows taken. Right now, your best chance at retrieving your nakama's shadows is to stay out of their grasp. Brooke slid a hand into his ribcage and pulled out a small pouch. Here. He tossed it to Frankie. It sounded and shifted like it was filled with a grainy substance. What is this? Frankie asked. It's salt, the zombie's weak point. The proof is with the spider monkey. Frankie raised a brow. If we're dealing with zombies, shouldn't the weak point be a charm to ward off evil spirits or something? Well, in a way, you're not wrong. Since the zombies are powered by a devil fruit and salt has the concentrated power of the sea, it will neutralize the shadow fruit and thus tear apart the binding the flesh has with the fake soul. In conclusion, weaken the enemy, then stuff the salt in their mouth when their guard is down. Frankie said. How did you become so knowledgeable about the zombies and their weaknesses? Robin asked. My shadow was taken from me 5 years ago, Brooke answered solemnly. My ship was set adrift, but I was lucky enough to wake up as I was being sent back. I quickly returned to the island to fight, but it was a terrible loss for me. I treasured my life, so I ran away. I didn't want to die no matter what, so I stayed alive on the ship, alone once more. There's a promise I made with a nakama of mine, so I need to get out of this devil sea. Just surviving won't solve this problem. I'm not going to run away anymore. This time, I will most certainly get my shadow back. Brooke seemed to be lost in thought, so Robin gently tapped him on the shoulders. Oh, sorry. I got carried away there. I'm honestly surprised that you haven't called me a coward for shirking away all these years. Frankie shared a knowing glance with Robin. The two of us have recently learned how to value our own lives. It would be super hypocritical of us to shame you for valuing yours, but since we're on a time crunch here, I only have one important question left to ask you. Reinvigorated, Brooke returned to Hogback's lab where he knew the one who had his shadow was lounging about. He lost to him before, but this time, he wouldn't. He would most certainly win. Ryuma hardly reacted to the determined stamp of his foot. Instead, he just chuckled, sipping his favorite tea, which was also Brooke's favorite tea. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Ryuma laughed with his laugh. Stolen. It was the laugh that his nakama would never hear again. You don't give up even after being pushed down. You should know that since you are my shadow. No, our bodies are too different. It's clear you simply don't know who I am. When people hear my name, everyone draws back. You foolishly come forward. Respectfully, shut up and please come back beneath my feet. I'd rather commit seppuku, even though I am already dead. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Gah. It was devastating how good that joke was. Brooke should have been a swordsman so he could make it himself. He cleared his non-existent throat. The skeleton had decided early on that even though he was completely terrified and that all the zombies needed to be purged, they were as much a victim of Moria's depravity as the persons who had their shadows stolen. They didn't choose to be dug up, stitched together and possessed. This is why Brook didn't hate Ryuma. Instead, he felt pity. The dead deserved as much respect as the living. Don't worry Ryuma, Brook said. I don't know much about samurai, but I know that this must be highly dishonorable to you. I'll release you from it right now.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.